Chapter 2441. Sigh, Martial Uncle Qian. Are you sure? Xiaohua bitterly smiled as he took out the storage pouch from his waist. It doesn't matter what I take out, but my Imperial Thunder Sect's face. This has nothing to do with the Imperial Thunder Sect's face. Qianemo was still as righteous as ever. Everything must be done for the sake of the war. What? Martial Nephew Xiao, is there something in your storage pouch that you don't dare to let us see? Li Qingshu's interest was piqued. Why are you so evasive? Sigh. Xiaohua sighed as he opened the storage pouch. With a clap of his hands, he took out everything from the storage pouch and scattered them all over the meeting hall. The smell of blood immediately filled the entire meeting hall. Ah? The golden core cultivators in the meeting hall were all shocked. What Xiaohua took out was none other than the 20 or so corpses of the Imperial Thunder Sect's male and female disciples. The male disciples were still all right, even though their arms and legs were broken and their heads were missing. However, the female disciples were all naked, revealing their pure white skin. Their private parts were stained with blood and were unbearable to look at. Xiaohua, how could you take out these corpses? Qianemo was instantly enraged. Martial Uncle Qian, you were the one who asked me to take them out. Xiaohua's face was flushed red as he said with grievance, I felt that although these martial uncles and senior sisters didn't contribute much, but their contributions were not negligible. I couldn't just leave their corpses in the wilderness and wanted to bring them back to the Imperial Thunder Sect to bury them. However, I didn't meet any other female disciples along the way and I couldn't organize them, so they were all piled up in my storage pouch. These are what I took along the way. Martial Uncle Li insisted that I take them out, and I also told Martial Uncle, quickly organize them. Qianemo said in exasperation. Yes, Xiaohua looked but still didn't dare to organize them. He looked at Li Qingshu with eager eyes. Xiaohua's behavior immediately angered Qianemo. He roared, Li Qingshu, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple was fighting a bloody battle in the front line and was beheaded. Yet here you are criticizing my junior disciple. This old man is not done with you. This old man represents the Imperial Thunder Sect to express a serious protest to the conference hall. Alas! Li Qingshu sighed and waved his hand. Martial Nephew Xiao, you quickly put it away. This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. At this time, it doesn't seem appropriate for Junior to accept them. Would Martial Uncle please accept them together with Disciple? Then, I'll ask which senior Martial sister to help me clean up. Let me do it. Blazing Inferno Mountain's Huaping did not decline. With a wave of her hand, she collected the corpses of several female cultivators into her storage pouch. Meanwhile, Xiaohua hastily collected the corpses of the other male cultivators. How could they do anything else in the conference hall? Outside Li Qingshu's conference hall, a few male and female disciples came in. They collected the corpses and went out to clean them up. Xiaohua looked at Qianemo helplessly. Shouldn't these things be done by the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? However, looking at Qianmo's expression, Xiaohua suddenly understood. Even if it should be done by the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, Qianemo wouldn't let them do it. Because he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. He wanted to let others know how selfless the Imperial Thunder Sect was, how open-minded, and how humble they were in passing down their inheritance. The Imperial Thunder Sect was a sect of etiquette, a great sect of the country of Xi that won people over with virtue. All matters and all interactions must have the demeanor of a great sect. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart ached. He thought of Dui Miaoqing before her death. He didn't know if Dui Miaoqing's sacrifice was worth it. At the same time, he was envious. Envious of Li Zhongbao's arrogance, envious of extreme happiness sect's Heng Ming's protection. As for the Imperial Thunder Sect's Qianemo, he only had serious concern, serious negotiation, strong dissatisfaction and serious protest. Was it useful? When he looked at Li Qingshu again, his face was also somewhat gloomy. He hadn't expected Xiaohua to actually do such a thing. However, while he was shocked, his divine sense also swept through the various items mercilessly. Apart from some medicinal pills, magic tools, and so on, There was indeed nothing special. Martial Uncle Qian. Xiaohua took out several jade slips and a large number of tokens and handed them to Qian Imo. These are the tokens of my senior brothers and sisters. There are also cultivation methods and so on. Disciple has also found everything that he could find. And thank you for your hard work. Qian Imo nodded slightly and reached out to take them. He looked at them and asked, what about Dui Miaoqing and junior sister Dui's things? I'll let Martial Uncle Qian know. Xiaohua didn't hide it and smiled apologetically. Before Martial Aunt Dui passed away, she entrusted everything to Disciple. She had a water-based physique and couldn't find anything suitable in my Imperial Thunder sect. She asked Disciple to find a suitable disciple to teach her. That's not appropriate. Qian Imo shook his head. Although Dui Miaoqing's cultivation method is water-based, it's still a cultivation method of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without the sect leader's permission, it can't be taught to outsiders. You should leave it to me. Yes. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and gave all the cultivation methods and some magic tools to Qian Imo. He had already copied these things and didn't feel the pinch. Qian Imo knew that Xiaohua didn't have a water-based physique and didn't have any doubts. However, when Qian Imo looked at the magic tools, he still asked, oh? Junior sister Dui doesn't have any magic tools? Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Disciple doesn't know. Alas, Xiaohua, this child really didn't have it easy. Seeing this, Heng Zhao of the Utopia faction sighed. If he wasn't kind and didn't have the Imperial Thunder sect in his heart, he wouldn't have done these things. Not to mention others, even the disciples of the Utopia faction can't guarantee that they can bring back the corpses of their fellow disciples. That's true. Hua Ping also nodded. Especially Xiaohua's respect for the corpses. It's far beyond my expectations. If the Blazing Fire Mountain had such a disciple, I would definitely reward him handsomely. Although he isn't a disciple of the Blazing Fire Mountain, he's more of a disciple than a disciple of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Li Qingshu sneered. He was humiliated by Xiaohua just now. However, when he heard Hua Ping's words, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. It was as if he had been bullied by Xiaohua and Hua Ping during the auction in the Sky Patrol City. He looked at the crowd. Obviously, everyone had a good impression of Xiaohua. He couldn't think of any way to torture Xiaohua. However, when he saw Xiao Mao, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Junior nephew Xiao, I won't mention your contribution. The Imperial Thunder sect will definitely reward you. After the meeting in the conference hall, the reward from the conference hall will also be sent to the Imperial Thunder sect. Hearing this, Xiaohua naturally knew that there would be a but after that. He said bitterly, this kind of contribution, I don't want it. Xiaohua's words were so decisive that Li Qingshu didn't know how to respond. Good. Heng Zhao clapped his hands and said, ambitious. Heroic. Courageous. Praise me after we leave the conference hall. Li Qingshu said angrily. He then asked, Junior nephew Xiao, this old man is still a little curious. Junior nephew Li Zongbao killed the beast cultivator, but you went to find Xiao Mao yourself. How did you save Xiao Mao from the illusory swordsman? Xiaohua had originally made up a story, but seeing that Li Qingshu wasn't a kind person, he smiled and said, I'll let Martial Uncle Li know. When this junior flew out of the abandoned spirit stone mine, I happened to encounter Xiao Mao who had just escaped from a great disaster. I heard this guy say that when he woke up, he saw several corpses lying on the ground, and he himself was also controlled by a sword cultivator's restriction. When he struggled to break free, he encountered this junior. Oh, Martial Uncle Li should ask Xiao Mao himself for the specifics. When Xiao Mao heard Xiaohua's words, he already knew what Xiaohua was thinking. When Xiaohua finished speaking, he immediately bowed. Before Li Qingshu could speak, he bowed and said, Big Brother Xiao is right. When this junior saw Big Brother Xiao, I already explained this matter clearly. This junior was originally confused and didn't know anything. It was only when I saw Big Brother Xiao that I knew that I had escaped. However, I don't know what exactly happened and why I'm the only one left. Of course, this junior also brought back the corpses of my Xuanyan Order disciples. If Senior Brother Li wants to see, this junior will take them out. Wait. Seeing that Xiao Mao was about to take out the storage bag, Li Qingshu hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. What a joke, he had just offended the Imperial Thunder Sect. If he offended the Xuanyan Order as well, how could he stay in Sky Patrol City? Sure enough, Gao Wei's face was already ashen. Today, the disciples of Xuanyan Order were really plagued with misfortune. Without waiting for Li Qingshu to say anything, he shouted, "You're really good. This old man will remember your contribution. When we return to the station, this old man will definitely reward you." "Yes, thank you, Junior Uncle Gao." Xiao Mao bowed and said, "However, this junior is now also recruited by Senior Brother Li of the Utopia faction. For the time being, I still have to listen to Senior Brother Li's orders. Please allow me, Junior Uncle Gao." Good. Gao Wei nodded. Li Zongbao is the role model of the younger generation in the Cultivation Three Kingdoms. You can learn a lot from him. "Yes, this junior understands," Xiao Mao replied. Seeing that Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao were both evasive and unwilling to tell the details of the matter, the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall were not fools. Naturally, they knew that there must be something fishy going on. Regardless of whether Xiao Hua had some unknown means, it was the innate primordial water or the spirit stone vein. Xiao Hua, Xiao Mao, and even Li Zongbao would have some benefits. However, the three of them were also people who had meritorious deeds. Li Qingshu just forced them a little and they were already in a mess. Who would say anything more? At this time, being evasive by the three Foundation establishment disciples, it seemed that they were being fooled and were fools. However, if they really asked and investigated to the end, they would really become fools. That Tai Ching Sex Dasun squinted his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua as if he was thinking about something. Li Qingshu naturally knew this and wanted to find a way out for himself. He was all smiles as he said, "Junior nieces Xiao, you must be related by blood? Otherwise, how could junior niece Xiao Hua be willing to take the risk to go find junior niece Xiao Mao? Your relationship is so deep, this old man is really envious." Chapter 2442. Don't mention it. Xiao Mao replied gratefully, "Junior and Big Brother Xiao aren't related by blood. That day when I met Big Brother Xiao, I was still a child, and Big Brother Xiao..." Speaking of this, Xiao Mao suddenly quivered. He originally wanted to express his gratitude to Xiao Hua and praise Xiao Hua's profound cultivation, but he suddenly remembered that Xiao Hua had always been evasive. Wasn't it because he wanted to keep a low profile? If he said too much, wouldn't it be a slip of the tongue? Thus, he hurriedly changed his words. At that time, Big Brother Xiao hadn't entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, but he had the bearing of an elder brother. This junior was convinced, so I insisted on becoming Big Brother Zhao's disciple. Hee, so that's how it is. Seeing that Xiao Mao didn't continue, Li Qingshu nodded. So there's this layer of relationship. Martial nephew Xiao Hua, before you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, which family did you belong to? I don't seem to have heard of any famous family with the surname Xiao. Don't you think so, Brother Qian? Yes, before Xiao Hua entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was a rogue cultivator. Qian Mo said without hesitation. After entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Only a large sect like the Imperial Thunder Sect can nurture such an outstanding disciple. Rogue cultivator? Li Qingshu was stunned, but then he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Xiao Hua was also slightly stunned. He didn't know what had triggered Li Qingshu's thoughts, but his heart immediately became vigilant. But then, Li Qingshu's attitude calmed down and he smiled. The Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed a large sect in the country of Xi, this old man agrees. Li Zongbao, martial nephews Xiao, you can return first. The rewards for the meeting hall will be given after we discuss it. Thank you, Martial Uncle Li. Li Zongbao and the rest bowed. Xiao Hua, wait for a moment. Qian Mo stood up and said, "You are a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man will have the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples on duty outside the meeting hall personally escort you back to your encampment." Yes, thank you Martial Uncle Qian for the arrangement. Xiao Hua followed Qian Mo out of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao looked deeply at Xiao Hua and said, Junior brother Xiao, you should return to the encampment and rest for a period of time. When I receive news of Qingjian, I will inform you. If there's anything you need, just send me a message talisman. I'll be there at any time. Hee, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Xiao Mao also bowed and followed Li Zongbao out of the Yanxi manor. After waiting for the two of them to leave for a while, Qian Mo brought two late-stage foundation establishment disciples over. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "This is Xiao Hua from the Myriad Thunder Valley. He is the greatest contributor to our Imperial Thunder sect. You must properly escort him back to the encampment." "Yes, we understand." The two disciples agreed. "All right, Martial Uncle Qian, Junior has something that I've always wanted to ask." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I hope Martial Uncle doesn't blame Junior for being rude." "Say it doesn't matter." Qian Mo nodded. "When I participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly, I also met a disciple from the Heavenly Thunder Palace who had the same name as Martial Uncle. When I heard Martial Uncle's name, I thought it was him. I was really shocked. Although he was the top disciple of our Imperial Thunder sect at that time, he has already condensed his gold core. That's too amazing." Xiao Hua said with a smile. I understand." Qian Mo said with a smile, "I know that child. He is a disciple of our Heavenly Thunder Palace. When he was born, I had already condensed my gold core. His parents are my juniors and we have a good relationship. They have high expectations for their child and wanted to give him a good name. In the end, they actually set their sights on this old man, wanting to use this old man's name to bask in some glory. They said this in front of this old man's senior martial brother, making this old man really embarrassed. But thinking about it, they did it for the sake of their children, so this old man reluctantly agreed. Before this child reached the Foundation Establishment realm, he even came to visit me in my Immortal's cave. I also gave him some pointers. Martial Uncle Qian's noble character and unquestionable integrity are really different from others." Xiao Hua said with emotion, "If someone else's child wanted to take away my name, I wouldn't agree even if I was beaten to death." Qian Mo said very proudly, "This is nothing. As long as you take it lightly, everything will become nothing." Many thanks for Martial Uncle Qian's teachings. Xiao Hua looked at this arrogant gold core cultivator and sneered in his heart. Sanctimonious, hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat. Perhaps this was the best portrayal of him. After bidding farewell to Qian Mo, Xiao Hua followed the two late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples back to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, the two sandwiched Xiao Hua in the middle, not giving him the slightest chance to come in contact with others. They even blocked Xiao Hua in many places, not wanting him to see. What did they not want Xiao Hua to see? What did they not want Xiao Hua to know? Xiao Hua naturally understood very well. When they arrived at the Imperial Lightning Sect's encampment, they checked the token and brought Xiao Hua inside. Only then did the two of them let out a sigh of relief. However, when Xiao Hua walked towards the Imperial Lightning Sect's first team's resting area, he was blocked by the two of them again. It turned out that Qian Mo had already warned them that Xiao Hua was the Imperial Thunder sect's greatest contributor so far, so naturally, he had to be arranged separately. As a result, Xiao Hua was arranged to the resting area of the Heavenly Thunder Palace's disciples. Moreover, it was a separate area. The 2 rows of 10 quiet rooms were all empty, and he was the only one living there. Junior brother Xiao, you are our Imperial Thunder sect's contributor. I heard from Martial Uncle Qian that you alone saved hundreds of Xuanyan School's disciples. Not only did you greatly increase our Imperial Thunder sect's reputation, but you also made sword cultivators look askance. The tall and thin disciple said with a smile, "This place will be your resting place in the future. If you have any needs, just look for the disciple on duty at the entrance." He was specially sent by Martial Uncle Qian to listen to Junior Brother Zhao's orders. As he said that, the disciple handed over a token to Xiao Hua and said, "This is a summoning token. Junior Brother Xiao, activate the token and the disciple will come in to listen to Junior Brother Zhao's arrangements." I don't dare." Xiao Hua's face showed surprise as he received the token. Then he tried to ask, Where are the disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? Junior brother misses them very much. I wonder how they are doing. As if he already knew that Xiao Hua would ask this question, the disciple smiled and said, "They are all very good." Previously, when they returned to the encampment, they received a reward. Originally, we wanted to arrange for them to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but because we don't have enough people, we can't escort them back for the time being. Let's wait a few days. If junior brother Xiao is willing, you can also return to Sky Thunder Peak with them. Oh, it's good that they came back safely. Xiao Hua sighed in relief, stretched and said, "Junior brother is also very tired. Let's rest first." "Then that's good." The disciple smiled and said, "I heard that the cultivation of the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team increased greatly and they are all in closed-door meditation. In a few days, when they come out, I will send a disciple to inform junior brother Xiao." "Okay, thank you, senior brothers." Xiao Hua bowed and thanked them. "You're welcome." Seeing that Xiao Hua was very obedient, the two foundation building disciples were happy. After bowing in return, they left the restriction. This token can only let people in, but it can't let me out. Isn't this house arrest?" Xiao Hua sneered and immediately activated the token. A thin aura refining disciple timidly opened the restriction and came in. He said respectfully, "Martial Uncle Xiao, what's the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. I want to have a good rest. If there's nothing, don't let anyone come in and disturb me," Xiao Hua instructed. When the aura refining disciple heard this, he was happy and said with a smile, "Junior understands. Martial Uncle, quickly rest." After saying that, he bowed and retreated, activated the token, and went out. "This kind of restriction, can it be a problem for me?" Xiao Hua sneered and turned around to enter the quiet room. He released his Buddhist sense and looked for a long time. Then he threw out a few talismans. His figure swayed and disappeared from the stone wall. At this time, Cui Hongshan was sitting in the quiet room. This quiet room was assigned to the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect 5 years ago when he set off for the Golden Spring Mountain. This quiet room was also the one he used in those years. Moreover, this quiet room was also given to Cui Hongshan and the others when they returned to the Sky Patrol City. The leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Qian Mo, specially drove away the other team that had already occupied this room and gave it to the first team. This treatment was obviously different from the second team of the Imperial Thunder Sect that Cui Hongshan encountered. Although Cui Hongshan was sitting quietly, his heart was surging like it was 10 days ago. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Yes, after being in a coma for 5 years, when he woke up, not only did his cultivation improve greatly, he directly reached the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm and was about to step into the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Moreover, he was a great contributor to the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Sky Patrol City's conference hall and the Imperial Thunder Sect's sect leaders' tokens seemed to be the best reward. Could he come down? In particular, no matter how difficult and dangerous the sword battle was, it had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect and the myriad Thunder Valley with the title of a hero. When the time was right, he could hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Qimeng, who had returned to the Thunder Conversion Palace, in advance. If it was the dual cultivation ceremony held before, Cui Hongshan would feel that the myriad Thunder Valley was shabby and that he had let Dui Qimeng down. But now, the merits of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Dui Qimeng and himself, were both contributors to this battle and had the sect leader's token of commendation. Even if the sect leader didn't come personally, the palace masters of the Thunder Conversion Palace and the Shocking Thunder Palace would appear at the dual cultivation ceremony. This was a grand occasion that hadn't appeared in the myriad Thunder Valley for many years. Of course, this was nothing. His cultivation had actually leaped to the edge of the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. This was the realm that he had planned to reach after decades of hard work. It was just a dream, and everything had come true. The couple had become a family, and the nameless junior had become a contributor to the Shocking Thunder Palace. All his previous efforts had now paid off. Alas, the heavens really reward those who work hard. Cui Hongshan thought of the beauty and couldn't help but laugh. How could he still be in the mood to cultivate? If only Qiming was still in the Sky Patrol City. Cui Hongshan even had such thoughts. What's so funny? A familiar voice sounded coldly in Cui Hongshan's ear. Chapter 2443. Who? Cui Hongshan was shocked. He knew that the restrictions placed on the residents were different from before. In order to protect them, even though Qian Mo didn't take away his token, he couldn't leave the residence when he summoned the disciples on duty. Immediately, Cui Hongshan was surprised. Junior brother Xiao, you're back too? However, when Cui Hongshan opened his eyes and saw Xiao Hua standing alone without any disciple on duty, he was shocked. You? How did you get in? Where's the disciple on duty? Don't ask me how I got in. Xiao Hua said coldly. Why are you laughing when you're not cultivating? Hee, I wanted to cultivate, but when I thought about returning to the 10,000 Thunder Valley and meeting my master and mistress, I couldn't help but laugh. Cui Hongshan naturally wouldn't tell the truth. You didn't think of senior sister Dui? Hee, of course. Cui Hongshan didn't deny it. Qi Meng returned to Sky Thunder Peak 5 years ago. I wonder how she is now. Does she know that we didn't die? You're worried that she's dual cultivating with someone else, right? Xiao Hua said coldly. This. Cui Hongshan was very unhappy that Xiao Hua poured cold water on him. During this period he would occasionally think about it, but he would immediately deny it. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. How could Dui Qiming choose to marry someone else? What if senior sister Dui is dual cultivating with someone else? Xiao Hua didn't seem to care about Cui Hongshan's thoughts and asked. Impossible. Cui Hongshan denied. Qi Meng is definitely not that kind of person. She wouldn't dual cultivate with someone else when I'm not sure whether I'm alive or dead. What if she is? Xiao Hua said coldly. Xiao Hua, you're just saying nonsense. Is there any meaning to it? Cui Hongshan argued. How long have you been back in Sky Patrol City? Have you seen Dui Qimeng? Qi Meng has already returned to Sky Thunder Peak with Ming Mao and Dui Ling. How can I see her? Cui Hongshan already had a bad feeling. Let's talk about you. How did you get in? You've been here since you came back, right? Xiao Hua looked at Cui Hongshan with a pitiful feeling. Yes, Cui Hongshan said proudly. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's first team is the team that has contributed the most so far. It is also the team that has been preserved the best. Naturally, we will be treated differently when we return. Of course, they should be protected. That's right, Xiao Hua. Since you've also returned, we can return to the 10,000 Thunder Valley together. With the merits of this battle, no one in the deafening Thunder Palace will look down on our 10,000 Thunder Valley. Master and Master's wife will definitely be proud of us. Cui Hongshan said in high spirits. Xiao Hua originally wanted to mock Cui Hongshan again, but when he heard Cui Hongshan mention helplessness, he could only sigh and say, Come with me. Cui Hongshan stood up and asked curiously, Where are you going? Wear the camouflage clothing. Xiao Hua didn't answer and coldly said, But where are we going? Cui Hongshan still didn't understand, but he still took out the maze and waited for Xiao Hua's explanation. This Xiao will say it one last time. Are you going to wear it or not? Xiao Hua didn't explain at all. Alright. Cui Hongshan was helpless and obediently put on the camouflage clothing. Before he could wake up, his vision turned black. When he woke up again, he saw a wide street in front of him. On the street, there were some cultivators hurriedly flying back and forth. Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan was somewhat angry and wanted to berate him. No matter what, he was still a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be treated like a child and played with? If you want to know about Dui Qimeng's whereabouts, then follow this Cui. Xiao Hua coldly said as his figure slowly flew forward. Cui Hongshan carefully identified and knew that this place was near the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. He didn't know how Xiao Hua brought him out of the quiet room. His heart was extremely disgusted, but when he heard Xiao Hua's words, his heart immediately trembled. He didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly followed behind Xiao Hua. After walking through a few streets, Xiao Hua saw that there were more and more people. He casually pulled a Dao sect cultivator and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist, I have something to ask. The Dao sect cultivator's face turned cold and he sneered. Why is fellow Daoist still wearing the maze clothing in Sky Patrol City? Forgive this Jiang for not answering your question. With that, the cultivator flicked his sleeves and left. He left Xiaohua standing there very awkwardly, not knowing what to do. What do you want? Cui Hongshan asked curiously. Since we're out and in Sky Patrol City, why wear the maze clothing? Shut up. Xiaohua was a little annoyed. Just stay behind me and watch and listen. Cui Hongshan was a little embarrassed and angry, but fortunately, he was wearing the maze clothing and the matter was related to Dui Qiming, so he could only endure it. Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment on the street, then turned around and walked toward the tea house where he met Ziyi. What's this? When Xiaohua saw the tea house and was about to enter, he saw a huge milky white silk cloth pasted on the wall of the tea house. On the silk cloth, there was a swordsman in red who was smiling ferociously. Oh, so that's Qin Jian. Xiaohua glanced at the words below and understood that this was a bounty from Sky Patrol City. The swordsman on the bounty was Qin Jian. However, how could Xiaohua be in the mood to look at this? He glanced around and brought Cui Hongshan into the tea house. At this time, there were actually many people in the tea house, and there were also several people wearing the maze clothing. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan's maze clothing did not seem out of place. Senior, please. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan had just entered the tea house when an Qi refinement cultivator came to greet them. Senior, are you going upstairs or downstairs? Downstairs. Xiaohua said resolutely. Just send 2 cups of spiritual tea. I'll wait here for you. Yes, this little brother understands. The cultivator heard Xiaohua's unfriendly tone and did not dare to say more. He led the 2 of them to a tea table and left. Why are you here again? Cui Hongshan was even more puzzled. Just listen. Xiaohua sat steadily. Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony was already the focus of everyone in Sky Patrol City. He did not believe that no one in this tea house was talking about it. Who would have thought that after Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan sat for a long time, they saw that several cups of spirit tea had already been exchanged. The cultivators around them were whispering about many things, such as where magic weapons had appeared, where spiritual plants had appeared, and even where there were traces of sword cultivators. These were all topics of discussion among the cultivators. However, no one mentioned Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony at all. Looking at Cui Hongshan drinking cup after cup of tea, Xiaohua felt that he had lost face. It was not that he did not want to tell him directly, but would Cui Hongshan believe his words? Xiaohua had no choice but to look at the 2 young cultivators beside him. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoists, I have something to ask. Is it convenient for you? The 2 cultivators were around the 11th level of Qi refining. They looked at each other and one of them nodded. I don't know what you want to ask. If it's too secretive, I won't know. Hee, there's nothing secretive about it. Xiaohua laughed. We came to Sky Patrol City to ask for Senior Tu Hong's help. When we heard that he was going to dual cultivate, we were really caught off guard. That's why we wanted to come to the tea house to ask if it's true. If it's true, we still have to make more preparations. The things we gave before were too frivolous. Oh, so that's how it is. The 2 young cultivators' faces were obviously relaxed. They laughed and said, This matter happened a few years ago. If it's going to be lively again, I'm afraid it'll be more than 10 days later. No wonder you don't know about it. When we first arrived at Sky Patrol City, the inspection was abnormally strict. They were afraid that we were sword cultivators. Xiaohua laughed. When we entered Sky Patrol City, there were many people waiting in front of Senior Tu Hong's mansion. At that time, I felt that something was not right. I didn't dare to enter rashly. Otherwise, it would really be embarrassing. Senior Tu is a golden core cultivator. He won't care about these empty formalities. The other young cultivator echoed with a longing look. He has outstanding military achievements. He killed tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Battle of Jingquan Mountain. He's really a role model for us. Even if you go empty-handed, as long as it's something he can do, he'll definitely do it. Hee, even if that's the case. Xiaohua laughed. But we always feel uncomfortable. After all, it's something that requires Senior 2 to do. How can he go empty-handed? Fellow Daoist, you're right. This is human nature. Cultivators like us can't avoid this custom. The young cultivator was very much in agreement. So, I just want to have a chat with you two fellow Daoists. I want to know which sect Senior 2 is cultivating with. When is the dual cultivation ceremony? Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask. This isn't considered a secret, right? Haha, it's indeed not a secret. The disciple laughed. In this Sky Patrol city, I'm afraid that other than the two of you, there's no one who doesn't know about this, right? That's exactly what I want to ask. Xiaohua said politely. Although he had gone through the maze, his voice was still pleasing to the ear. Alright, I'll let you know. The cultivator laughed. Senior 2's dual cultivation ceremony is 15 days later. I heard that it's personally hosted by the city lord of Sky Patrol City, Shui Yuzhenren. And the one who's lucky enough to dual cultivate with Senior 2 is Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, Dui Qiming. What? Cui Hongshan's hoarse voice came from the maze. He had already expected Xiaohua to go through so much trouble to inquire about it. However, when he heard this heart-wrenching news, he still couldn't help but cry out. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. How did Senior 2 get married to Imperial Thunder Sect? It's very strange. What's so strange about it? The Qi Refinement disciple laughed. I heard that Dui Qiming was Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who went to Mount Quanjin to support Senior 2 Hong. During the battle at the Spirit Stone Mine, she fell in love with Senior 2 at first sight. After returning to Sky Patrol City, Dui Qiming was also a hero in the battle. Senior 2 Hong took the opportunity to ask the city lord to propose marriage to Imperial Thunder Sect. Who is Senior 2 Hong? He's a golden core cultivator. How could Imperial Thunder Sect refuse? I heard that the Imperial Thunder Sect's Lord Sect Master clapped his hands and laughed heartily at that time. However, Senior 2 was injured in the battle and needed to meditate. That's why the dual cultivation ceremony was postponed until today. Oh, so there's such a story. Xiaohua smiled, but his eyes were looking at Cui Hongshan. He originally thought that Cui Hongshan would do something angry, such as throwing a teacup or something. Who knew that Cui Hongshan actually sat there quietly and listened? Chapter 2444. I wonder what Dui Qiming's cultivation is? Where is she now? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked. I heard that Dui Qiming is a foundation establishment cultivator. As for her? Needless to say, she is definitely in Senior 2 Hong's residence. The two refinement cultivators replied with a smile. Many thanks, fellow Daoists. Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands. You're welcome, you're welcome. The two refinement cultivators also stood up and said with a smile, it's still not too late to prepare a congratulatory gift. Yes, I will definitely prepare a big gift for Senior 2 Hong. Moreover, it will be a big gift that he has never seen before. Xiaohua said with a smile. His tone was especially sincere. However, after Xiaohua threw the spirit stones on the table and walked 2 steps, he found that Cui Hongshan was still sitting there quietly and did not get up. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. It turns out that this guy is not as calm as I thought. Xiaohua turned around and pulled Cui Hongshan up from the chair. Let's go, we still have to prepare a big gift for Senior 2 Hong. Xiaohua said coldly. And Cui Hongshan replied. Although they were separated by a fog, one could still hear that kind of weak and spiritless tone. Right, just a few moments ago, he was still looking forward to the future with surging excitement, and he didn't even have the calmness to calm down and cultivate. Yet a few moments later, all his beautiful dreams were shattered, and this drop was truly too great. Cui Hongshan did not know how he returned to the quiet room. In his eyes, it was just that his vision turned black. He even thought that the reality was so cruel that he might as well have been unconscious in the Golden Spring Mountain battle. Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua looked at the dazed and stiff Cui Hongshan and said coldly, "What's wrong? Is your heart uncomfortable?" With great difficulty, Cui Hongshan came back to his senses and said coldly, "What is there to be uncomfortable about? If you love someone, you have to let her obtain happiness, not to possess her. As long as she is happy, I will be happy to watch from the side." Xiaohua was stunned. "I have already decided," Cui Hongshan said mournfully. "Since Qiming has made her choice, I will respect her choice. Moreover, I will silently bless her and hope that she can have her own happiness. As long as she is happy, I will be happy." "Are you sick?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He looked at Cui Hongshan in disbelief. Although these words sounded very noble, but, no matter how he thought about it, it felt extremely stupid. "I'm not sick." Cui Hongshan's expression became excited as he forced a smile and said, "Senior Tu Hong is a gold core cultivator and a person with outstanding military achievements. He should be favored by Qi Meng, and with his support, Qi Meng can successfully condense her gold core." "Haha, Cui Hongshan, that's what you think. I've helped you for nothing." Xiaohua laughed loudly. "If I had known earlier, I would have told you everything. There would have been no need to go through all this trouble. What do you want to say?" Cui Hongshan said disdainfully, "Nothing is better than seeing Qiming have a good home." "You're really stupid." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He pointed his hand and said, "Have you ever thought about why Dui Qiming was suddenly transferred away by Tu Hong before the battle at Mount Quanjin? She returned to Sky Patrol City and naturally avoided a calamity. Think about it again. What happened to Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? Tens of thousands of cultivators died at Mount Quanjin. What about us? We didn't even see the face of the sword cultivator. We were actually arranged by Tu Hong into the Spirit Stone Mine, which is the innermost layer of the Mount Quanjin array. If not for you and me being lucky, how could we have escaped from the spiritual howl in the array? That's a dead end. Think about it again. When you returned from the Mount Quanjin array, did you hear about Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony? Did you see Dui Qiming? If Dui Qiming really abandoned you and heard that you survived, I'm afraid she would come over to explain it to you, right? She wouldn't be so muddle-headed as to make you sad for the rest of your life, right? Actually, even if you thought it through and wished to give Dui Qiming your blessings, I'm afraid you can't even get out of this restriction. You can't even get out of the main gate of Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment." Xiaohua sneered. "Unless after 15 days, when Tu Hong and Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony is completed, you, and me, and Jin Minghui and the rest can step out of this restriction. Moreover, if Dui Qiming knew that you survived and she married someone else, what would she think? Would she really be as happy as you said? Don't you think that you're so noble but you push Dui Qiming into the fire pit? Can you bear to see your beloved suffer for the rest of her life?" Xiaohua's every word was dripping with blood than a sword cultivator's flying sword. Every word pierced into Cui Hongshan's heart. In front of Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan forcefully supported himself, supported his face, supported his attitude as a disciple of a cultivation family. But when Xiaohua spoke of the truth that he didn't know, his face unconsciously paled. It was deathly pale without a trace of blood. Tu Hong's scheme must have been orchestrated by a certain elder of Imperial Thunder Sect. Dui Qiming must have also been deceived in Tu Hong's residence. A pair of infatuated lovers is about to turn into two birds and fly away. In the future, they will cry blood every day and wail in grief every night. This is truly a tragedy of the world. As he spoke, Cui Hongshan's eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. He actually knelt in front of Xiaohua with a plop and gritted his teeth. "Xiaohua, I know that only you can help me right now. This Cui doesn't ask for anything else but to see Qiming one more time. This Cui really wants to know, what exactly is she thinking?" "Get up," Xiaohua angrily said. "This daddy hates it the most when others kneel." Yes, Cui Hongshan bit his lips so hard that they were about to bleed. He immediately stood up and said, "As long as you bring this Cui to see Qiming, even if you want this Cui's life, this Cui won't even frown." "Damn it, why would this daddy want your life?" Xiaohua smacked his lips and laughed. Moreover, why would this daddy bring you to Tu Hong's residence? Tu Hong is a gold core cultivator. This daddy has never thought that he is stronger than a gold core cultivator. Senior brother Xiao. Cui Hongshan's eyes flashed with a trace of warmth. He bowed and said, "This little brother has always had a deep prejudice against you. I thought that you were a loose cultivator and weren't worthy to call this little brother. You weren't even worthy to be this little brother's senior brother. Even if you saved this little brother several times, although this little brother was grateful in his heart, this little brother still couldn't put down his face. Now that this little brother has reached this kind of situation, this little brother truly knows that only a true senior brother of the same sect can think for this little brother. From now on, senior brother Xiao is this little brother's senior brother. This little brother doesn't dare to overstep his boundaries anymore. Damn it, now that you need this daddy's help, this is why your mouth is soft. This really doesn't make sense." Xiaohua's heart bloomed with joy, but his mouth was stubborn. Who said that loose cultivators have no self-respect? This little brother has long acknowledged senior brother's divine ability. It's just that I haven't found the opportunity. With Zhen Minghui and the others by my side, this little brother is also a little shy. Cui Hongshan forced a smile and said, "Even if senior brother Xiao doesn't help this little brother today, this little brother will still call you senior brother Xiao in the future." Xiaohua sighed. He actually couldn't figure out Cui Hongshan's thoughts. However, there were only these 3 disciples in the myriad Thunder Valley. His current cultivation was comparable to the peak of the late Gold Core stage. After killing Feng Buping and several illusory swordsmen, and saving hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators, he had long stopped caring about Cui Hongshan's little thoughts. Perhaps hearing Cui Hongshan's apology with his own ears made him feel comfortable in his heart. "Senior brother, if you are too embarrassed, then go and ask Qiming yourself. What exactly is she thinking when you see her? If she is really interested in Tu Hong, then tell her that I have already returned. Moreover, I am also happy for her and wish her well. If it is not willing, then you can tell her that I have already perished in the great array of Mount Quanjin. Ask her not to think too much." Cui Hongshan did not know why he changed his meaning at the end of his sentence. Instead, why did Xiaohua have to make another trip to Tu Hong's residence? Why did he have to meet Dui Qiming again? Hearing that Cui Hongshan was so considerate of Dui Qiming and the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, Xiaohua nodded to himself. This disciple of an aristocratic family is really something. If it were me, I would have already turned Tu Hong's residence into a mess. Who would have thought so much? And this elder brother understands. I will go and see if I can see Dui Qiming now. Xiaohua nodded. Also, you don't have to think too much. Cultivate first. Tu Hong is only a middle gold core stage cultivator. When you reach the nascent soul stage, what kind of dual cultivation partner can't you find? I hope senior brother can console me. Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly. It's all this little brother's fault for making things difficult for senior brother. Since you are a disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley, if I don't help you, who will? Wait here. This elder brother will go and take a look now. Xiaohua laughed and made a hand seal to leave. Senior brother, you have to be careful. Cui Hongshan said anxiously. Tu Hong is a gold core stage cultivator. There will definitely be many gold core stage cultivators in his residence for his dual cultivation ceremony. Why don't you also not go, senior brother? Hearing Cui Hongshan's words, Xiaohua was slightly startled. Immediately after, he made a hand seal and disappeared. Cui Hongshan sighed and sat down dejectedly. His words were like a lotus flower, but how could he cut off his feelings for Dui Qiming? Moreover, he finally understood that Dui Qiming didn't abandon him. She was also kept in the dark. Since the Sentry City and the Imperial Thunder Sect had joined forces to promote the dual cultivation ceremony, what could he do even if he appeared in front of Dui Qiming? Instead of making things difficult for Xiaohua and making Dui Qiming sad, it was better for him to go with the flow and hurt himself. Xiaohua returned to his quiet room. Looking around, he didn't find anything strange. The aura-refining disciple on duty was still diligently guarding outside the restriction. A disciple who seemed to be on duty flew over and whispered a few words in the disciple's ear. Soon after, the disciple flew away. If it wasn't for the wine sent by Qian Mo, it would have been Zhen Yun. Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes and sneered. His body slowly shrunk and his face changed. It was the face of Qin Jian that he saw on the wall outside the tea house. Then, in a flash, he covered his tracks and headed out of the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. Chapter 2445. It was already nighttime, and the stars were scattered across the night sky. There were not many clouds in the sky, and a half-moon hung in the sky. The night in Century City seemed to be colder than the day. Although the cultivators were not afraid of the cold, there were very few people on the streets. Only the bright lights in the tall buildings on the left side illuminated the night view, competing with the stars in the sky. The snowy highlands were also covered in silver light. The moonlight combined with the snow, emitting a faint glow. The entire highlands were like shiny crystals. A few hundred miles away from Sky Patrol City, several sword lights of different colors swayed and stopped at the foot of a mountain. The sword lights gradually dimmed, and the swordsmen on the sword lights revealed themselves. They were illusory swordsmen, and the one in front was Qin Jian, who was dressed in red. Qin Jian scanned the area with his divine thought and said, "Fellow swordsmen, we'll stop here for the time being. We'll listen to your orders." The illusory swordsman replied respectfully. Good, Qin Jian was satisfied when he heard that. He reached out and took out a sword bamboo slip. After looking at it for a while, he frowned and asked a slightly plump swordsman with white hair, "Zhu Jianyu, is this the location of the secret teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City that the Clear Sword Sect disciples found? Are you sure?" "Yes, sword friend Qin. The Clear Sword Sect disciples found out about this teleportation formation after killing several Path Sect cultivators. The swordsman was Zhu Qinye from the Clear Sword Sect." When he heard Qin Jian's question, he cupped his hands and said, "Although I've never been here before, I believe this information." Qin Jian nodded slightly and said kindly, "It's not that I don't believe it. It's just that this place is only about 300 miles away from Sky Patrol City. If we go any further, we'll enter the range of the Sky Patrol City Governor's divine thought. We have to believe it. It's better to be careful." "Yes, I am aware of that." Zhu Qinye smiled apologetically. "However, even if we're discovered by the Snow Region Sage, we'll be at the edge of his divine thought. Even if we run, we can escape from him. That's why I'm asking sword friend Qin and fellow swordsmen for help." "Zhu Jianyu." Another middle-aged swordsman couldn't help but ask, "Your bright sword sect's Zhong Haoshuan really died?" Zhu Qinye sighed and replied, "Sigh, that's right. When Junior Martial Brother Zhong's natal sword token was broken, the sect master immediately sent me and my disciples to the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain to search for him. However, I won't hide it from my fellow sword friends." This Zhu followed the path left behind by Junior Martial Brother Zhong and found two places where the yin-yang sword spirits could be refined. Those places were a complete mess. There were traces of fighting with cultivators, and there were even traces of the explosion of the Scorching Sun Sword. However, there were no corpses of Junior Martial Brother Zhong and the other disciples of the Clear Sword Sect. Even the yin-yang sword spirit that we don't know if it was successfully refined was nowhere to be found. Needless to say, this is what Dao sect cultivators do. The middle-aged swordsman sneered. They can send a dozen golden core cultivators to attack the spirit stone mine that we just obtained. They can also kill sword friend Zhong, who went to the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain to refine his sword spirit. That's right, Zhu Qinye nodded. This Zhu also had the same thoughts. I heard that sword friend Qin set up an ambush at the Spirit Stone Mine and lured Dao sect cultivators into it. You killed 13 golden core cultivators in one fell swoop. That's why I rushed to the Spirit Stone Mine to ask for your assistance. If not for sword friend Qin's generosity at the Spirit Stone Mine, the loss of my Clear Sword Sect's disciples would be a disgrace to my sword domain. That's right, sword friend Qin is indeed far-sighted. This Tian is also impressed. The middle-aged swordsman was Flame Bamboo Sword Sex Tian Simu. I'm ashamed. Qin Jian's face revealed a trace of pride. However, he immediately smiled and said, "Fellow swordsman, you think too highly of me." To be honest, the battle at the Spirit Stone Mine was really a fluke. This Qin just happened to pass by the Gale Snow Plains with Tian Jinyu and the rest, and coincidentally received Guan Peng's message. This Qin changed our direction at the last minute. When this Qin heard Sword Friend Guan's words, I felt that the cultivators would make a move. That's why I stayed at the Spirit Stone Mine to take a look. In the end, they really did come. Of course, the cultivators are also cunning. They actually ambushed the Spirit Stone Mine and tried to kill my Clear Sword Sex disciples. The matter of the yin-yang sword spirits is going to be difficult to deal with. That's right, the yin-yang sword spirits were ordered by LV Genyu. My Clear Sword sect was originally very confident, but now... Sigh, I really don't know how to explain this to LV Genyu. Zhu Qingye smiled bitterly. Furthermore, this Zhu knows that in order to prevent us from refining the yin-yang sword spirits, the cultivators not only took the yin-yang sword gourd away, they also destroyed the foundation of the yin-yang Twin Springs Mountain. Fellow swordsmen, you may not realize it now, but in another half a year, the yin-yang Twin Springs Mountain may no longer exist. Ah? It's that serious? Qin Jian was shocked. Could it be that the Snow Domain Enlightened Master made a move? This Zhu doesn't know either. Zhu Qingye smiled bitterly. However, this is one of my guesses. I feel that the Snow Domain Enlightened Master might not be in Sky Patrol City. That's why I invited all of you here. We took the opportunity to kill our way into Sky Patrol City and destroyed all the teleportation arrays there. We killed some cultivators to vent our anger. Actually, LV Genyu's arrangements can't be said to be undeniably strict, but, based on this sword's thinking, it's still not as meticulous as Sword Friend Qin's arrangements. If Sword Friend Qin were to command us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be so passive. A woman said lightly. Thank you, Sword Friend Mu Ting from the Shuiyang Sword Sect. Qin Jian smiled and cupped his hands. I can be considered a talented general, but I can't be considered a talented commander. LV Genyu must be outstanding to be valued by the Sword Transformation Master. Let's not talk about this anymore. Then, Qin Jian turned to Zhu Qingye and asked, Zhu Genyu, as far as I know, Feng Buping, the bird cultivator, went to the Gale Snowfield to check on the enemy's whereabouts. He hasn't returned, and we don't know whether he's dead or alive. What about Yu Ming? He went with Zhong Haoshuan to refine the sword spirit with the Daoist sect's cultivators. He's a bird cultivator who's famous for his flying ability. If he's up against the Snow Domain Enlightened Master, he might have a chance to escape, right? Sword Friend Qin, I heard from Guan Peng that Yu Ming also went to the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. I've already sent my disciples to the Quilted Mountain sect and the Valley of Vines to check on the whereabouts of the two flying feather sword friends. If it's really the Snow Domain Enlightened Master, I'm afraid the two flying feather sword friends are doomed. Mu Ting sighed. Moreover, I feel that Zhu Jinyu's trip to Sky Patrol City this time is a little inappropriate. A sword friend Mu is right. Qin Jian glanced at Zhu Qingye's unhappy face and said with a smile, if it were under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have agreed to it, and I wouldn't have asked my sword friends to take the risk. What do you mean, Sword Friend Qin? Mu Ting asked curiously. Qin Jian glanced at the night sky and said with a smile, as far as I know, it's Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony in Sky Patrol City. It said that the Snow Domain Enlightened Master is going to host it personally. There are many Golden Core Realm cultivators in Sky Patrol City. Mu Ting was stunned. Isn't that more troublesome? Even if we can kill Golden Core Realm cultivators, how many can we kill? If we're surrounded by them, won't we be in trouble? Sword Friend Mu, don't worry. Qin Jian said confidently. Didn't Zhu Jianyu say it earlier? He suspected that the Snow Domain Enlightened Master went to Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain personally, so he might not be in Sky Patrol City now. Then, he might be setting up a trap to host Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony. Think about it, Although Tu Hong killed more than 10 illusory swordsmen in Jinquan Mountain, he also killed tens of thousands of Sky Patrol City disciples and thousands of Path Sect cultivators. This is something that the Path Sect cultivators can't tolerate. In my opinion, Tu Hong's great merit was only rewarded under circumstances where the Snow Domain Enlightened Master was forced to do so. The Path Sect cultivators had no choice but to obey in order to boost their morale. Such a cultivator. How could the Snow Domain Enlightened Master let him host the dual cultivation ceremony? In addition to what Zhu Jianyu said, I'm almost certain that the Snow Domain Enlightened Master is definitely not in Sky Patrol City now. Qin Jian said confidently. Moreover, there are many people coming and going in Sky Patrol City now. This is an opportunity for us sword cultivators to take advantage of. We can kill our way into the teleportation formation at lightning speed and kill all the cultivators inside. Then we can destroy the teleportation formation. Not only can we vent our anger for the Bright Sword sect, but we can also greatly damage the reputation of Sky Patrol City. Even if Sky Patrol City wants to cover it up, they can't. If they lose face in front of so many cultivators, will there be a rift between Sky Patrol City and Path Sect? Their so-called joy will turn into sorrow. It's just like raising a few birds with one hand. But the Path Sect cultivators must be very strict to prevent us sword cultivators from causing trouble in Sky Patrol City, right? Tian Simu reminded him. They set up defenses on all sides of Sky Patrol City and set up the 8 Gates formation. But how could they expect us to pass through the teleportation formation? Ha! Qin Jian laughed. Zhu Jianyu's message is that the heavens are helping us, right? When the crowd heard this, they were delighted. They really felt that Qin Jian's plan was flawless and admirable. All right, it's almost time. Qin Jian waved his hand. Let's go find this secret teleportation formation and kill the cultivators guarding it. At this moment, a sharp sword chi swept across the sky and headed in the direction of Yin Yang Twin Springs Mountain. Although the sword chi was extremely faint, Qin Jian and the others' flying swords all sensed it. All of them hummed and a sense of worship rose from the bottom of their hearts. Senior Sword Cultivator? Qin Jian and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and hurriedly flew up to the sky and stood there respectfully. In just a moment, a green sword light appeared in the air. When the sword light expanded, a skinny swordsman with a pale yellow face appeared in the form of a sword. Junior greets Senior Sword Cultivator. The crowd did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed respectfully. There was a trace of anger on the sword cultivator's face. He swept his sword-like eyes across the crowd and said coldly, "This is already within the boundaries of Sky Patrol City. What are you waiting for?" I am Qin Jian from the Void Heaven Sword School. I want to take advantage of the fact that Shui Yu's spiritual master is not in the city to sneak into the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol City. I want to kill a gold core cultivator and spread the name of the Sword Realm. How can Shui Yu not be in Sky Patrol City? The sword cultivator looked at Qin Jian with a strange expression. You are too bold. If I didn't pass by today, I'm afraid all of you would have died. Well, don't come within 500 miles of Sky Patrol City in the future. Chapter 2446. With that, the sword radiance on the swordsman's body flowed and gradually transformed into a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. The sword radiance was as bright as the moon in the mortal world. Clang! There was an earth-shattering sound of the sword and a sword chi shot into the sky. Qin Jian and the rest's flying swords were trembling and buzzing. Senior! Qin Jian and the rest were shocked as they did not know what the swordsman was doing. At this moment, a divine thought swept over from the direction of Sky Patrol City. It was Qin Jian and the rest. A nascent soul stage divine thought. Shui Yu Sage. Qin Jian and the rest panicked and did not dare to delay. Seeing the giant sword that the swordsman had transformed into dashing into the distance, a few of them hurriedly flew on their flying swords and followed suit. However, the swordsman's sword shadow quickly disappeared and a few of them remained in the distant sky. Strange. After a long time, a rainbow light descended from the direction of Sky Patrol City. It was Shui Yu Sage's figure in the rainbow light. He scanned with his divine thought and muttered to himself, "What are the swordsmen doing here? What are those illusory swordsmen doing? Oh, there seems to be a kid called Qinjian among them? Oh no, it's a teleportation formation." After Shui Yu Sage took a closer look, he could not help but smile bitterly. These little brats are really good. They actually discovered a secret teleportation formation. With that, Shui Yu Sage flew for another 10 miles. He pointed his finger and a faint white light landed on the ground. After a while, a golden core stage cultivator respectfully came out and bowed. "Disciple Lan Zhili greets Governor. What orders do you have for me?" "Zhili, your teleportation formation has been discovered by the swordsman. It's better to go somewhere else," Shui Yu Sage said with a smile. "Oh." Lan Zhili smiled bitterly and bowed again. "I understand. I'll go somewhere else." "Oh no. I've been lured away by the swordsman's plan." Shui Yu Sage suddenly felt something and scanned Sky Patrol City with his divine thought. Without waiting for Lan Zhili to say anything, he dived into the ground and disappeared. Lan Zhili was stunned. When he dived into the ground, he saw the teleportation formation rumbling violently. Shui Yu Sage had used the teleportation formation to return to Sky Patrol City. What happened in Sky Patrol City? Mist Zhili's expression was uncertain. He ordered a disciple to teleport back to Sky Patrol City to investigate while he packed up the formation and prepared to move the teleportation formation to another place. Xiao Hua concealed his figure and came out from the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. He picked a direction and flew towards the street he saw during the day. Although Xiao Hua could not tell the direction clearly, the busiest place in Sky Patrol City was Tu Hong's residence. On a bright and spacious street, huge lanterns were hung every 10 feet or so. Those lanterns were bright red, illuminating the entire street. The red brilliance of the lanterns swayed slightly, as if it was a burning flame. The red glow of joy was reflected on the faces of the guests on the street, and they were all brimming with joy. Although it was already late at night, there were still many cultivators who came to visit Tu Hong's mansion. Of course, Tu Hong would not stay here. There were disciples from Tu Hong's mansion and disciples from Sky Patrol City at the entrance to greet them. Some cultivators were invited into the mansion and were escorted by disciples. Some cultivators handed over their gift lists or storage pouches and left after cupping their fists in salute. This old dog. I wonder how many spirit stones he received for a dual cultivation ceremony. Xiao Hua's figure flashed in the night sky. He looked coldly at the bustling residence and thought about Cui Hongshan's desolation. Then, Xiao Hua looked at Tu Hong's residence and thought to himself, Tu Hong's residence is so big, I don't know where to find Dui Chimeng. Moreover, there are many guests in Tu Hong's residence, and there are many golden core cultivators. How can I make a move so easily? Besides, Shui Yu's spiritual master is still in Sky Patrol City. If I make a move, I might even lose my life if I fail to kill Tu Hong. Forget it, I'll let that guy off for today. I'll find Dui Chimeng and ask her. If she still has feelings for Cui Hongshan and said that she was deceived by Tu Hong, I'll still knock her out and send her into the space. Who would know that it was my doing? When I find a chance to kill Tu Hong in the future, I'll throw Dui Chimeng somewhere and let her return to Imperial Thunder Sect by herself. Then, I'll still be able to accomplish Cui Hongshan's good deed. Damn it, I can't let him call me senior brother for nothing. Dui Chimeng really has a change of heart, then, forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Tu Hong, that guy, is indeed much better than Cui Hongshan. However, since Dui Chimeng has made such a choice, when Tu Hong is killed by me in the future, all the bitter consequences will be her own choice. Xiao Hua thought. His figure once again concealed himself and fled into the distance of the mansion. When he arrived at a dark place, he carefully released his Buddhist consciousness. He saw that there were faint restrictions on the periphery of Tu Hong's mansion. The restrictions on the interior were frequently patrolled by Foundation establishment cultivators with some qi refining disciples. They seemed to be very vigilant and did not neglect the dual cultivation ceremony. They're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. They're just decorations. Xiaohua snorted coldly. His figure fled into the ground. The faint restrictions on the ground seemed to be unable to stop his figure. However, just as Xiaohua's figure broke through the restriction, several Gold Core Realm cultivators were sitting in the meeting hall of Tu Hong's residence. Qing Bai, Yun Qin, and the other late-stage Gold Core Realm cultivators that Xiaohua had seen in the teleportation array were also present. Tu Hong seemed to be accompanying these cultivators and talking about something. His crimson Daoist robe and glowing red face were somewhat different from the one in the meeting hall of Yanxi Manor during the day. From time to time, his gaze would fall lovingly on the face of Dui Qiming, who was sitting beside him. There was also Lan Exan, who Xiaohua had only seen a few times before. She carefully stood at the entrance of the meeting hall, accompanying everyone. She was Tu Hong's advisor during the war. Now that they had arrived at Sky Patrol City, she only needed to accompany Tu Hong and sometimes give him advice. She didn't need to worry about the matters of the dual cultivation ceremony. At this time, Dui Qiming's face was not particularly pale. Instead, there was a kind of blush smeared on her cheeks. Of course, his eyes were still filled with hesitation, joy, disbelief, and other complicated expressions. He did not hear what the crowd was saying, and only looked at the ground. The ground was paved with huge blue stone, and runes could be faintly seen on the blue stone. Tu Hong's eyes flashed with regret, as if he was very distressed for Dui Qiming. He said, "Qiming, if you feel something is wrong, you can go back and rest first." I'm afraid it's fine." Before Dui Qiming could speak, Qian Mo smiled and said, "How can the disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect be so spoiled? It's probably because the ceremony is approaching that you feel something is wrong in your heart, right? I'll let Martial Uncle Qian know." Dui Qiming's face piled up a forced smile. "Disciple is really fine, I just feel very uncomfortable in my heart." Yunchen laughed and said, "I'm afraid fellow Daoist Dui feels this is a bit unbelievable, right? I can't believe that fellow Daoist Dui and fellow Daoist Tu actually fell in love at first sight. This is something I can't even imagine in my dreams." "And that's true." Qing Bai nodded slightly. "As far as I know, female cultivators always feel something is wrong before the dual cultivation ceremony. This feeling will slowly fade with time. If fellow Daoist Dui is not feeling well, you might as well rest first. We are all good friends of Tu Hong, so you don't need to accompany us here." "How can that be?" Dui Qiming nodded slightly and said, "Since martial uncles are here, I should accompany you. How can I be so impolite?" "Hi, you're still calling us martial uncles?" Qian Mo laughed. "In a few days, you'll have to change this form of address." Dui Qiming's expression was extremely awkward, but there was also a hint of joy in her eyes. In fact, there was even a trace of joy in her eyes. "Oh, by the way, Qiming, this old man has already received a message from the sect. Palace Master Dui Jie and your master of the Imperial Thunder sect will be arriving in a few days. You have to brace yourself to welcome your elders." Qian Mo smiled and turned to Tu Hong, saying, "My humble sect's spiritual master Qian Lazy can't personally attend fellow Daoist Tu's dual cultivation ceremony due to the sect's busy affairs. He has already sent Palace Master Dui to bring the congratulatory gift. Fellow Daoist Tu, please report it to Spiritual Master Mingxue." When Tu Hong heard this, he quickly got up and bowed. "Many thanks to Spiritual Master Qian Lazy, many thanks to fellow Daoist Qian. Senior Qian Lazy is the leader of a sect. Not to mention that he's busy, even if he's free, this junior would never dare to invite him to come all the way to Sky Patrol City. If there's a chance in the future, this junior will personally go to the Imperial Thunder sect to meet Spiritual Master Qian Lazy. Isn't that easy? When Qiming returns to my Sky Thunder Peak, fellow Daoist Tu can follow her." Qian Mo helped Tu Hong up and said with a smile. That's right, Tu Hong said. Suddenly, he frowned and his face turned ugly. "Oh, what's wrong? Fellow Daoist Tu?" Qian Mo was very close to Tu Hong. He immediately felt that something was wrong and asked curiously. "It's nothing. This Tu, might be the same as Qiming. Tu Hong laughed and covered up his unnatural expression. Ha, everyone laughed. Dui Qiming's face turned even redder, and her eyes stopped on Tu Hong. It seemed that on Tu Hong's body, there was also Cui Hongshan's shadow. However, as soon as she thought of Cui Hongshan, Dui Qiming's heart ached, and her face turned pale once more. Her eyes were also a bit blurred. Hesitation, contradiction, regret, melancholy, joy, helplessness, fear, all of these emotions were tangled together at this moment. However, Tu Hong didn't pay attention to Dui Qiming at this time. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Fellow Daoists, please wait a moment. This too has some matters to pass down." Ha! Qianmo and the others nodded and picked up the spirit tea on the table. As for Tu Hong, he quickly walked in front of Lan Exin and nodded, indicating that she should follow him out. Chapter 2447. The two exchanged sound transmissions outside the door for a moment. Then, they saw Tu Hong take something with a puzzled look on his face as he hurried away. Tu Hong's face relaxed as he returned to the conference hall. Half an hour passed and Lan Exin still hadn't returned. Tu Hong was a bit distracted. He glanced at Dui Qiming and said, "Qiming, it's late now. I'll send you back. Your master will be here in a few days, so you must rest well." Dui Qiming was lost in her thoughts and didn't pay attention to Tu Hong's expression. When she heard Tu Hong's words, she was slightly surprised. It was late now, but to a cultivator who cared about time. However, Dui Qiming got up and smiled. "I'm a bit tired. Martial uncles, please stay here and chat. This junior will take her leave." Then, she nodded to everyone and turned towards the door of the reception hall. At this time, Tu Hong was about to stand up and send her off, but his expression changed. He cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, please wait here for a moment. I have something to do and will be back soon." Without waiting for anyone to speak, he flew up and flew out of the reception hall. In a moment, he passed Dui Qiming and disappeared into the night sky. This. Qin Bai and the others looked at each other in dismay. Ha, Tu Hong is always like this. When he encounters something unexpected, he doesn't even greet us. Today can be considered good. Yunshin said with a smile, "We don't need to pay attention to him. We'll just wait here for him." "That's not good." Qianmo stood up and said, "He's in Tu Hong's mansion right now. If he left in such a hurry, there must be something troublesome. We are all his good friends, so how can we just stand by and watch?" This. Qin Bai hesitated. Just like what Qianmo said, this was Tu Hong's residence. He left in a hurry and didn't tell them anything. Wasn't it because he had some unspeakable things to say? If they went to help, Tu Hong might not be willing to do so. However, Qianmo's status was different. After all, he was Dui Qiming's martial uncle and also the representative of the Imperial Thunder sect in Sky Patrol City. Everyone had to listen to his words. "Fellow Daoist Qian, I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to interfere with fellow Daoist Tu Hong's affairs, right?" Yunshin said softly. "Of course not." Qianmo waved his hand and said, "This old man befriended Qianmo precisely because of his magnanimity. What could he possibly do that we can't interfere with? What's more, as a friend, one must treat each other with sincerity. In my opinion, he's probably afraid of troubling us, right? Oh no. It's Qin Jian. Qi Meng, come with me." While Qianmo was speaking, his spiritual will had already reached Tu Hong's side. He hurriedly shouted and rushed out. Hearing Qianmo's words, Qin Bai, Yunshin, and the others were also shocked. They all spread out their divine senses and saw a sword cultivator confronting Tu Hong in midair. Therefore, they didn't say anything and flew towards the night sky. Xiaohua, on the other hand, appeared in a garden in Tu Hong's residence after breaking through the restriction for half a cup of tea's time. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Xiaohua looked at the lush spiritual flowers and plants in the garden. They didn't wither because of the cold of Sky Patrol City. He also thought of the flowers and plants under the spirit stone vein of Springgold Mountain and couldn't help but curl his lips. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and roughly glanced at several busy disciples nearby. Then he jumped towards a female disciple who was tidying up her things in the attic. This is indeed a bit difficult. Xiaohua used his method to ask the female disciple. Then he flew into the night sky and flew towards the center of the residence. According to this female disciple, Tu Hong's golden core friends came to visit today. They are talking in the reception hall. If there is no accident, Dui Chi Meng should also be accompanying them. Damn it, Dui Chi Meng and Tu Hong are now together meeting golden core cultivators. How can she dual cultivate with my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples? Even if that Cui Hongshan doesn't dislike it, this young master will. Hey, isn't this the think tank called Lan Xen? Xiaohua was lost in his thoughts. As he was preparing to release his Buddhist sense to search for the meeting hall, he suddenly saw a person. This person was hidden in the shadows, walking along a corridor towards a pagoda-shaped building. This guy is Tu Hong's close friend. Why isn't he in the reception hall welcoming guests? What is he doing here? Xiaohua immediately paid attention to this person. He secretly lowered his body and stood in midair. Lan Xen didn't seem to care at all as she casually walked through the corridor. She passed through several dozen feet of open space and arrived in front of the 10-foot-tall pagoda. Then, Lan Xen released her divine sense and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she reached out and took out a token from her storage bag. She poured her magic power into the pagoda. As the token touched the pagoda, it immediately flashed with a brilliant light. This light quickly covered the top of the pagoda from a fist-sized glazed area. When this light fell to the ground, a small door the size of a person appeared in front of Lan Xen. Ha! The general is really careful. Lan Xen laughed and pushed the door open. When the door closed, the brilliant light rose up from the bottom, protecting the entire pagoda and restoring it to its original appearance. As for why Lan Xen had come here, this was naturally because Tu Hong had sent her here. But if Xiaohua hadn't broken into the spell, Tu Hong wouldn't have sent her here. But what if Tu Hong hadn't sent Lan Xen here? Xiaohua wouldn't have been able to find this place, right? What was the cause and what was the effect? Who could say for sure? Humph, coming here at this time, she seems so relaxed. Could this be a trap? Xiaohua hesitated. How could there be so many coincidences? As soon as he came in, he would run into Lan Xen. But even if it is a trap, so what? Do you think this young master is afraid? Xiaohua's figure appeared in midair. With a cold snort, he escaped into the ground and disappeared. After Lan Xen entered the pagoda, she saw that it was a space several dozen feet wide. This space was very tight. It was filled with large stones that were commonly seen in Sky Patrol City. Above her head was a blue stone wall, and beside it was a small ladder that led to the second level of the pagoda. There wasn't anything special about this stone wall. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of magic power. However, Lan Xen only glanced at the small ladder. Then, she slapped her hand and took out a thumb-sized milky white bead. He knew that although this stone wall and ladder looked very ordinary, and even if one used their divine sense to sweep through them, they wouldn't be able to see anything strange. But as long as one stepped on the ladder, or if one approached the stone wall or the corner of the stone wall, the entire pagoda would send out an extremely powerful attack. This attack was personally arranged by Tu Hong. Even an early golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to escape from it. In particular, the magic weapon at the top of the pagoda was even more powerful. It was used to prevent cultivators or sword cultivators from entering the pagoda from the air. When Tu Hong had laid down the array formation, he had asked Sage Xueyu to help him. Thus, some of Tu Hong's secrets were also placed in this pagoda. As Lan Xen thought about Tu Hong's uneasiness just now, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. It was just like the onlooker had a clear view of the situation. Lan Xen didn't think that with true Lord Snowlands guarding Sky Patrol City, there would be a sword cultivator that would break in and cause trouble. Even if there were some Dao sect cultivators that had some disputes with Sky Patrol City, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Sky Patrol City. After all, Sky Patrol City had a righteous reason to resist the attacks of sword cultivators. However, since this was Tu Hong's order, Lan Xen didn't dare to neglect it. Along the way, he didn't dare to fly around recklessly. Instead, he walked at a leisurely pace, trying not to draw attention to himself. Not only that, but he also carefully released his divine sense. Now that he was inside the pagoda, his heart was finally at ease. Urging her magic power, Lan Xen began to recite the law formula that Tu Hong had just transmitted to her. The milky white bead began to emit a faint cloud of fog. The fog grew larger and larger until it covered her hand. Then, Lan Xen pointed her hand and an earthy yellow brilliance fell onto the ground in front of her. On the ground, there was a strange and irregular pattern. The brilliance was like a spark of fire, but the pattern was like a pan of oil. As soon as it touched the ground, there was a crackling sound like beans being fried. The entire pattern began to rise and fall with this sound, causing the entire ground to move. As Lan Xen saw that this undulation was about to reach the foundation of the pagoda, she quickly let go of her hand and allowed the cloud-shrouded bead to fall onto the other side of the pattern. This was exactly where the spark of fire had fallen. With a light clang, the bead disappeared from the ground, but the fog remained on the ground. At the same time, the undulation didn't stop. Rather, it began to change its rhythm. As the fog began to rotate, it gradually formed a vortex. This vortex became increasingly large, gradually covering the entire pattern. Looking at the steps formed by the layers of fog within the vortex, Lan Xen tentatively stepped onto them. After all, this was the first time that she had entered this important area of the pagoda. Sure enough, as Lan Xen stood on top of the vortex immediately shrank, returning to the place where the bead had disappeared. As for Lan Xen, she also disappeared along with the fog. The entire space was restored to its previous tranquility. Lan Xen felt her vision blur for a moment. When she could see clearly again, she couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the space he was standing in was exactly the same as the space he had been in. There was also a blue stone wall, and there was a small ladder in the corner. However, beneath his feet, beside the same pattern, there was a 3-foot-wide hole. From this hole, a faint white fog floated out. As this fog floated up several inches, it turned into bits of ice that fell down. That should be it. Lan Xen faintly nodded. She stretched out her hand and grasped at the void. The milky white bead that had just disappeared flew out from the diagram and fell into her hand. Then, Lan Xen stepped in front of the hole and floated into it, her figure not slowing down at all. Chapter 2448. She saw that this was a space of ice and frost. The pale white clouds that she had seen before filled the air, and bits of ice were scattered all over the ground. In the middle of this fog, several bright flower stones floated in the air, emitting a faint brilliance that illuminated the center of this space. On the ground, there was a sparkling and translucent crystal coffin. Needless to say, the one lying in the crystal coffin was Yumeng. Her thick black eyelashes seemed to tremble, and her pure white skin shimmered with a snowy brilliance. Just looking at her made one feel a chill run down their spine. Lan Xen landed beside the crystal coffin. She first looked at it and then swept her divine sense over it. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with it, she sighed and said, "As the ancients say, even heroes find it difficult to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Even a character like the High General is no exception. Putting on such a grand display, it's all for the woman he loves." "Who is it?" Lan Xen's heart suddenly stirred. She felt the bead in her hand slightly jump. She quickly looked up at the hole she had just fallen into. She didn't believe that there would be someone who would actually invade the pagoda. Let this old man take a look, just what sort of treasure Tu Hong has in here. Xiaohua transformed into a Qin Jian and flew down from the hole. "Ah?" As Xiaohua's eyes fell onto Yumeng's face, he was immediately shocked. He never imagined that Dui Qimeng would fall into such a state. Damn! Xiaohua's heart suddenly filled with guilt. He sighed as he thought that he had been suspicious of Dui Qimeng. Who would have thought that Dui Qimeng had already fallen into Tu Hong's trap and was no longer in control of herself? "Qin Jian. You? How did you come here?" As Lan Xen saw Qin Jian's familiar face, She was even more shocked than Xiaohua seeing Yu Meng. Ha! Xiaohua opened his mouth and a blue and red flying sword flew out. In the air, it split into 4 sword lights that shot towards Lan Xen. As Lan Xen saw this blue and red sword light split into 4, and each one was a sword light, it didn't seem like an ordinary sword cultivator. Lan Xen was stunned for a moment, but as she saw the sword light flash in front of her, her heart went cold, and an inexplicable palpitation rose up from the bottom of her heart. She didn't dare to be negligent. She hastily activated the bead in her hand, and a white fog emerged from the bead, rapidly expanding. At the same time, the white fog in the air was also driven by the bead, instantly forming a thick layer of fog around Lan Xen, firmly protecting her. See, a sigh, a soft sound rang out. The power of the flying sword was far beyond his imagination. Unknowingly, it pierced into the mist. Moreover, that frightening feeling was even more intense. It made him feel as if he was about to be pierced by the flying sword. It really is an illusory swordsman. Lan Xen couldn't help but groan. She knew that everything pointed to disaster, so she clenched her teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood that fell onto the bead. With a muffled sound, the bead suddenly swelled. Countless blood vessels stretched out like tentacles, rapidly spreading outwards. Chunks of ice formed in the thick fog, blocking Xiaohua's slaying dream. Xiaohua's eyebrows shot up. He sneered, "You think you can block this old man's flying sword with just this?" As Xiaohua spoke, he flicked his finger and several sparks flew into the fog, immediately igniting the ice. Samadhi True Fire, you? How do you know Samadhi True Fire? Lan Xen was surprised. Hee, this old man's raging flame, how did it become Samadhi True Fire? Xiaohua pretended to cover it up. However, he didn't need to cover it up. This was because the bead in Lan Xen's hand that had already been dyed red with blood suddenly flew into the air. As Lan Xen clumsily formed a law formula, a crimson light suddenly shot up into the air. Swoosh, a sound similar to the sound of water pouring from the 9 heavens rang out, and snowflakes that covered the sky and covered the earth began to fall. The magic power on the snowflakes surged, and there was also an indescribable light mixed within. As the snowflakes spiraled down, the light was also glaring, and as it scattered down, the spiritual energy of the entire space seemed to have solidified. A kind of suffocating pressure surged toward Xiaohua. How troublesome! Xiaohua sensed the might of the magic treasure and couldn't help but sigh. His entire body suddenly flew up, and with a stretch of his hand, he executed the heaven and earth sleeve technique and met the restrictive force head-on. With a series of cracking sounds, the two forces broke apart, and Xiaohua's body was smashed down several inches. At this time, Lan Xen heard Xiaohua shout out, "Separate!" The 4 sword lights that caused Lan Xen's heart to palpitate instantly split apart once more. 4 more sword lights shot out, breaking through the clouds and piercing towards Lan Xen. Fight! Lan Xen had already brought out her bead, using the magic tools within the pagoda to attack Xiaohua. As she saw 4 more sword lights fly out, she only needed to clap her hands and separate a wisp of her divine sense to take out her magic tool. How could Xiaohua allow her to struggle? Xiaohua's figure suddenly swayed, and in a moment he arrived near Lan Xen. With a flick of his sleeve, an imprisoning force that Lan Xen couldn't resist was born from his sleeve, sucking away all of the world's spiritual energy around Lan Xen. This is... Lan Xen struggled with all her strength. But with her late foundation establishment cultivation, how could she possibly resist Xiaohua? She couldn't even move. At this time, the 4 sword lights shot through the clouds like bolts of lightning, piercing into Lan Xen's body. Lan Xen seemed as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Seeing that the surging snowflakes had already reached the top of Xiaohua's head, Xiaohua didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the sun leaf fan in his hand. With a "thoo" sound, a fire dragon appeared and blew away the snowflakes near him. Xiaohua flew up again and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to cover the pearl that no one was controlling. It was very easy for him to absorb it into his space. Without the bead, the snowflakes that filled the sky disappeared like a whirlwind. Against this Lan Xin, this young master has to use the universe within sleeves technique. I'm still not used to this flying sword. Xiaohua was a bit distressed. As a cultivator, using magic techniques was a natural matter. He wasn't used to it at all. Xiaohua opened his mouth and the beheading dream flew into it. His eyes fell on the crystal coffin. As his divine sense swept over the crystal coffin, he knew that the person inside had already lost all signs of life. Aya, senior apprentice Sister Dy. Xiaohua sighed. This little brother wanted to bring everyone from the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad back to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but the result was, Senior Apprentice Sister was the first to go. As Xiaohua spoke, he frowned. Didn't that Tu Hong want to dual cultivate with Senior Apprentice Sister? Why did he take your life? And why did he keep you in the crystal coffin? Looking at Lan Xian's appearance, it seems that she came to investigate. The dual cultivation ceremony will soon begin. So what will Tu Hong use to awaken Senior Apprentice Sister Dy? What will he use to explain to the Sky Patrol City Lord and my Imperial Thunder Sect? Could it be that Qian Mo didn't allow Cui Hongshan to see Dui Qiming because he knew that Dui Qiming had already died? This is really strange. Xiaohua couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Just what is this young master thinking? Isn't this ready-made? Xiaohua's eyes fell on Lan Xian's corpse that hadn't yet turned cold. Xiaohua immediately took out the Buddha relic. Underneath this Buddha relic that was filled with boundless magic power and compassion, Lan Xian's soul was exceptionally well behaved. She began to speak of everything she knew. Go. Xiaohua sighed. The golden light of the Buddha relic's Lin character fell onto Lan Xian's soul, and the human-shaped soul immediately turned into a wisp of white smoke. So that's how it is. Xiaohua looked at Yu Meng's body, a thoughtful expression on his face. For the sake of his true love, Tu Hong laid down such a trick, and Senior Apprentice Sister Dui was still kept in the dark. Even now, Dui Qiming hasn't seen Cui Hongshan's corpse, but she still hasn't given up hope. She has always been asking to find Cui Hongshan's remains. This young master suspected her for nothing. Poor Dui Qiming, she was nothing but a chess piece in a transaction. When the right opportunity came, she would become Yu Meng. Yu Meng and Dui Qiming were so similar that even this young master couldn't tell them apart. How could the disciples of Sky Patrol City who were with Tu Hong be able to tell? Moreover, I fear that Yu Meng won't return to the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future. Tu Hong's trick was truly flawless. No one could see through it. That bastard actually had such a scheme in mind when my Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad arrived at the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. At this time, Xiaohua's heart stirred. This Xiao has been cultivating in the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Array, and I can feel karma in my heart. Could it be that this is also one of them? Humph, Tu Hong, oh Tu Hong, even if you found 1,000,000 soul cultivators from Meng Mountain, so what? This young master will destroy this Yu Meng's body so that you won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of your life. Thinking this, Xiaohua took out the wishful scepter and prepared to destroy the crystal coffin. But at this time, he couldn't bear to do so. Tu Hong can be considered an ambitious and ruthless character. He has a heart of stone and left tens of thousands of disciples at Golden Spring Mountain. But for this Yu Meng, he has also gone to great lengths. He isn't even afraid of scheming against Daoist Master Xueyu. He is truly a sentimental person. Besides, this Yu Meng is already dead. Destroying her corpse is disrespectful. This young master was wrong. This is truly an opportunity given to me by the heavens. Xiaohua suddenly realized something. This young master will bring this Yu Meng to Tu Hong's guest hall and let everyone see her corpse. Then I will reveal his scheme. How will he be able to dual cultivate with Dui Qiming? This will help that Cui Hongshan achieve his goal. He didn't call me senior apprentice brother in vain. Thinking this, Xiaohua looked up at the broken mirror in front of the crystal coffin. Xiaohua had already learned from Lan Xin that this broken magic tool was the ice essence mirror. The ice in this space, as well as the snowflakes and scattered lights that were released by the bead, were all sent out by this magic tool fragment. As for the crystal coffin, it was also related to this magic tool. If he didn't destroy this magic tool fragment, then there would inevitably be an extremely powerful spell that would be released from this magic tool. As Xiaohua looked at the mirror, a faintly discernible beam of light flashed past. Xiaohua's vision immediately blurred, as if he were in an illusion within the Xiantian true water. Chapter 2449. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Granny, this artifact fragment without anyone controlling it is actually so powerful. I'm rich. Xiaohua thought as his figure flew into the air. However, where his divine sense was, there were a bunch of fireflies scattered around it like butterflies. The deep white brilliance and extreme coldness came from those fireflies. However, there was no trace of the mirror surface. The icy mirror was so strange that Xiaohua became even more happy. Just as he was about to approach again, a brilliance flashed out from the fireflies and quickly covered Xiaohua. A bone-piercing chill, as well as a stagnant magic power, although it had not yet reached Xiaohua, it had already hit a large area of protective brilliance in front of him. Xiaohua's faint protective brilliance actually began to collapse bit by bit. Destroy! Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out the yang leaf fan. Urging his magic power, a fire dragon rushed out and pounced on that brilliance. However, as if encountering a cold current, the fire dragon that had previously been invincible immediately began to be annihilated when it touched the brilliance. In the blink of an eye, it was extinguished by the brilliance like a whirlwind. GGA! Xiaohua shouted. His figure suddenly flashed and strangely disappeared from midair. That brilliance missed and hit the space's stone wall. With a rumbling sound, the restrictions on the stone wall rapidly flickered. Hit! Xiaohua's figure appeared again, already at the edge of the fireflies. The yang leaf fan in his hand changed into the wishful steel staff. Following Xiaohua's shout, the wishful steel staff hit the fireflies. Walala! Like the sound of flowing water, the fireflies shattered, and even the brilliance scattered. However, at the same time, several rays of brilliance burst out. Pa pa pa! Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was like a chicken nodding, not waiting for the brilliance to fly out and hit it. This icy mirror is indeed powerful. Xiaohua frowned slightly, and the magic eye on his left hand opened. Sure enough, the icy mirror was not shattered by Xiaohua. A crescent-like icy blue mirror surface swam like a fish among the fireflies. Return! Seeing that the fireflies had another brilliance, Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. His right hand stretched out, and the universe in the sleeve covered it again. Puff, 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 the sleeves of Xiaohua's Daoist robe, which he had changed into at the last moment, were torn apart like a flurry of butterflies. The brilliance of the ice frost mirror had actually broken through the restriction of the heaven and earth in the sleeve. However, the instant the icy mirror was imprisoned by the universe in the sleeve, Xiaohua's consciousness also arrived. Collect! Xiaohua thought as his consciousness wrapped around the icy mirror. In an instant, numerous doors that seemed to have opened appeared on the surface of the mirror. Numerous beautiful illusions appeared behind the doors, and numerous snowy plateaus stood within the illusions. Xiaohua's mind flashed past the door on the mirror. There was a boundless temptation coming from it. If Xiaohua hadn't seen so many illusions before, he would have been lost in one of them if he wasn't careful. Good boy, Xiaohua hurriedly activated God Guidance, maintaining a trace of clarity in his mind as he stored the icy mirror into his space. Then, he looked at the empty space and the darkness where the door had appeared before. He couldn't help but be astonished. Is this an illusion? Or, is this really a door? Xiaohua stored the fragments of the icy mirror and the crystal coffin into his space. When he was thinking about the defensive array on the pagoda, he felt an extremely angry divine sense sweep over and easily locked onto him. Xiaohua immediately understood that Tu Hong must have done something to the icy mirror and the crystal coffin. By taking the icy mirror and the crystal coffin, He had snatched away Tu Hong's treasures and immediately alarmed him. Immediately, Xiaohua had no choice but to abandon the pagoda. His figure abruptly flew into the air with a green flying sword in his hand. So it's the sanctimonious great general Tu Hong who has come. Xiaohua laughed loudly and shouted. In the dark night, his voice spread far and wide. Unexpectedly, Tu Hong didn't say anything at all. With a wave of his hand, the triangular magic treasure in his hand flew into the air. As the magic treasure shook, 3 clear lights of 3 colors flew out from 3 sides of the magic treasure and shot toward Xiaohua. Ayaya, Xiaohua's body swayed as he used the wind escape technique. His entire body flew high into the air like a feather and easily dodged the clear lights. He then shouted loudly, Tu Hong, this old man rushed thousands of miles to give you the congratulatory gift for the dual cultivation ceremony. Why are you so unreasonable? Your Dao sect keeps on talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Why is there no such thing when it comes to you? Xiaohua's voice was so loud that it had already alarmed the nearby disciples. Even the cultivators who came to congratulate from afar heard it. At this time, Qian Mo, Qing Bai, and the others' divine senses also swept over and several figures of reinforcements could be vaguely seen. Qin Jian. Tu Hong's face was ashen. He bit his lips and his eyes were about to spit fire. He angrily transmitted his voice. My Sky Patrol City's city lord is in charge of the Sky Patrol City. How dare you come to my residence to cause trouble? If you want to live, quickly, leave my things behind and run away. What if this Qin doesn't leave? What if this Qin can't escape? Xiaohua heard Tu Hong's voice transmission and sneered in his heart as he asked coldly. Then this Tu can only fight to the death. Tu Hong gritted his teeth and said angrily. Haha, what a joke. Xiaohua laughed loudly. This old man originally came to take your life. You actually want to fight to the death with me. Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you fight to the death with me? Qin Jian. In an instant, a trace of humiliation flashed across Tu Hong's eyes. He continued to transmit his voice in a low voice. You only need to leave the things that you took with you to me. Or you can take them first. If you run away now, this too will definitely repay you generously. Even if the city lord's divine sense arrives, this too will guarantee your safety. If Xiaohua was Tu Hong, he might have compromised or even hesitated. However, Xiaohua was not Tu Hong. Seeing that Tu Hong wanted to use the lives of the Dao sect cultivators to make a deal with the sword cultivators, Xiaohua was instantly enraged. The last trace of sympathy he had for Tu Hong had completely disappeared. Go, Xiaohua chanted a sword technique. The green flying sword turned into a ray of light and pierced towards Tu Hong. At the same time, Xiaohua shouted, Tu Hong, this old man is here to take your life. Give it to me. Seeing that Xiaohua was not afraid of the Shuiyu spiritual master's threat and did not intend to compromise with him, Tu Hong was helpless. He could only shake his magic treasure. A ray of yellow light flew out from the magic treasure and blocked the green flying sword. Zila's sounds could be heard. The light easily blocked the sword light and even started to corrode the sword light. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He squinted his eyes and looked at Tu Hong's magic treasure. The light from this magic treasure was similar to the light from the ice sea mirror. When Tu Hong saw that the magic treasure was able to easily block Qin Jian's flying sword, he was overjoyed. He felt that Qin Jian was not as powerful as the rumors said. Attack! Tu Hong gathered his courage and shook his magic treasure again. 6 rays of light appeared from 3 sides of the magic treasure and shot towards Xiaohua from different angles. Withdraw! Xiaohua was helpless. He could only wave his hand and the green flying sword flew into his hand. He then activated his wind escape technique and dodged the rays of light while flying towards Tu Hong. How could Tu Hong let Xiaohua get close to him? He also quickly flew up. His hands were constantly chanting as his magic power flowed into his magic treasure. Rays of light appeared in front of him to block Xiaohua's attack. Even though the radiance from Tu Hong's magical artifact was faint, it was still bright under the night sky. It had long attracted the attention of everyone. Qianemo and the rest even flew closer to Xiaohua. It seemed like they were already transmitting their voices, wanting to surround Xiaohua from all directions. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and saw Dui Qimeng's extremely nervous expression. His heart unconsciously thumped as he thought, "Not good, could it be that she has feelings for Tu Hong?" However, Xiaohua immediately thought of Cui Hongshan's pain and narrowed his eyes. So what if she has feelings for him? Today I will kill Tu Hong and extinguish your thoughts. I would like to see where you will go from here. Let's go. Xiaohua clapped his hands and kept the green flying sword into his space. His entire body was like a real flying sword as he soared into the night sky. Quick, Qin Jian wants to escape. Qianemo saw this and shouted loudly, "This bastard dared to rush into my sky patrol city today. He is really challenging my bottom line. If I let him escape, my Dao sect will lose all face." Tu Hong's eyes saw that Xiaohua had easily escaped from the battle and did not even put his magic treasure in his eyes. He already knew that he was not Xiaohua's opponent. He was puzzled as to why Xiaohua did not kill him and secretly wondered if his words had moved Xiaohua. At this moment, when he heard Qianmo's shouts, his eyes looked as though he wanted to reach out and strangle Qianmo to death. Ha! Xiaohua flew into the air and clapped his hands. Yu Meng's corpse floated into the air. Tu Hong, although you killed tens of thousands of my swordsmen at Mount Quanjin and I have always regarded you as a great enemy, I do not look down on you because of this. In fact, I even respect you from the bottom of my heart. I know that you are a strategist general, just like me. If it were not for the difference in our sword Dao, I would really like to drink and chat with you. I have long heard that you are going to conduct a dual cultivation ceremony. Today, I have the time to come and give you a big gift. However, I accidentally discovered your secret. This girl is called Yu Meng, right? Is she your former lover? In order to revive her, you actually used the life of an innocent girl from the Imperial Thunder sect to exchange for her? Furthermore, how did the Dao sect disciples at Mount Quanjin offend you? It was just that someone accidentally discovered this secret. Actually killed all of them at Mount Quanjin? At this point, Tu Hong's expression was completely distorted as he channeled all the magic power in his body and rushed into the sky. At the same time, the triangular magic treasure shot out rays of light. At the same time, the defensive array on the left flashed and the dozen rays of light forced Xiaohua to fly again. Fellow Daoists, do not listen to Qin Jian's filthy words. I don't know where he got the corpse from, but he wants to pour dirty water on me. Tu Hong naturally did not admit to it and said anxiously, "If we form an array to kill this beast, it will be a great merit. Even if we can't kill him, we must trap him. The city lord will be here soon." Everyone was listening with interest, but with Tu Hong's shout, they immediately sobered up and flew over. They slapped their storage bags and prepared to take out their magic treasures to trap Xiaohua. Chapter 2450. Damn it, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that he wasn't as eloquent as Tu Hong, but he didn't expect the difference to be so great. Tu Hong was able to erase everything with a single sentence and even incite a group of cultivators to attack him. Go! Xiaohua rolled his eyes and flung Yu Meng's corpse towards Qianmo. Tu Hong was overjoyed when he saw that Xiaohua had actually thrown Yu Meng away. His body involuntarily flew over to catch Yu Meng. However, he stopped after a slight sway. He was very clear that he absolutely could not get close to Yu Meng right now. Otherwise, everything he had done would be exposed. Fellow Daoist Jian, quickly catch that corpse. This old man has a clear conscience. I still have to report this matter to the city lord. Tu Hong shouted anxiously. Oh, Qianmo saw a corpse flying towards him. It looked exactly the same as Dui Qimeng, who was not far from him. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had the heart to not accept it, but Tu Hong said it again. He could only wave his hand and that corpse changed direction and flew towards Dui Qimeng. Qimeng, keep this? Yes, Dui Qimeng was shocked when she saw the other her flying towards her. Under the moonlight, her face was as white as snow. Wasn't that the real her? In an instant, Dui Qimeng was enlightened. Her face was as white as a sheet. All her previous emotions were blown away by fear. She had already thought it through. This Tu Hong must be like what Qin Jian had said. He must have such a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have favored an unknown disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect. When Dui Qimeng caught Yumeng's corpse, Xiaohua laughed wildly in the sky. I have never thought of winning against cultivators like you. Your eloquence is definitely one of the best spiritual artifacts in the Dawn Rain continent. Today, I am here to give Tu Hong a big gift. As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out an unremarkable storage pouch. Quick! Xiaohua formed a sword seal with his hand, and from within the storage pouch, 7 ice-cold and slightly red sword lights flew out in succession. That light red sword light flew into the air like a dancing dragon. With a whistling sound, it surrounded Tu Hong, who was several zhang away from Xiaohua. Tu Hong was obviously shocked by the sword formation. The 7 rays of sword light landed in the shape of the Big Dipper. Although the 7 rays of sword light did not move in the slightest, the tip of the sword was pointing at his body. The cold intent from the tip of the sword firmly froze him in place. An indescribable fear and trepidation rose from the bottom of Tu Hong's heart. This truly made him feel incredulous. He was a golden core cultivator. His Dao heart was much stronger than that of Foundation Establishment and Qi refining cultivators. Therefore, it was impossible for an illusory swordsman to affect his Dao heart. Quick! Xiaohua saw Tu Hong's face gradually turn pale, and many Jindan cultivators' magic treasures and other items whizzed out. He knew that with such a big commotion in Tu Hong's residence, Shuiyu Zhenren could definitely appear at any time. Since he could not expose Tu Hong's scheme, he could only kill him. If he didn't use the wishful staff, Xiaohua could only place his hopes on the 7 stars Great Array. As Xiaohua activated the Great Array, a powerful restrictive force was born from the 7 stars Great Array, firmly trapping Tu Hong. Tu Hong's deathly pale face turned dark red. The 3 rhombus magic treasure that was previously suspended in midair also fell into his hands. The 3-colored brilliance on the magic treasure was abnormally bright, protecting Tu Hong. However, the 3-colored brilliance was distorted like smoke, which was enough to show the strength of the 7 stars Great Array's confinement power. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua's control of the 7 stars Great Array was not as smooth as that of a swordsman. He did not dare to reveal his Dao sect cultivation, so he could not help but sigh. He knew that he had the heart but was powerless. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's figure flew into the Great Array. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to make a final gamble. Seeing Xiaohua rushing over, Tu Hong was also greatly alarmed. Stretching out his hand, a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. Exerting a little force, the spirit talisman shattered, and an unparalleled ice intent rushed into the air. Shuiyu Zhenren! Xiaohua groaned. He knew that the talisman in Tu Hong's hand was from the Snow Region Sage. The nascent soul cultivators of the Sky Patrol City would be here in a moment. Moreover, Qing Bai and the others had already taken out their magic treasures. Numerous rays of light of various colors were also attacking Xiaohua from above. The powerful force had already pierced through the air and into Xiaohua's skin. Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand and was about to drive the sword pouch back into the 7 flying swords to prepare to escape, but at this moment, Tu Hong, who was inside the 3-colored light barrier, suddenly went crazy. He stretched out his hand and tore off his Daoist robe, revealing his naked body. His body was full of scars, but these scars were covered by thick black hair at the same time. What can you vengeful spirits do to me? This old man is going to kill all of you. So what? You are the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Your life and death are no longer up to you. Using you as bait is only right. But just as Tu Hong said a few words, he crawled in the air and cried, Yumeng, I'm sorry. Oh no, spare me, I'll be a sitting cow in my next life. Oh my God. Is this guy crazy? Xiaohua was stunned, and the sword in his hand also stopped. At this time, Tu Hong could no longer resist the horror in his heart. That was the power of karma of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits. After all, it was not something a golden core cultivator could resist. Tu Hong had lost his Dao heart. His eyes were immediately filled with blood, and he felt as if he was being roasted in a bloody fire. At first, he could still force himself to be calm and make some arguments, but later on he could no longer control himself and cried bitterly. Kill! Xiaohua also came to his senses for a moment. His body suddenly accelerated, and he waved his hand in front of him. 64 green and red sword lights were waved from Xiaohua's hand, piercing towards Tu Hong from 64 directions. At first glance, it was simply a sea of flying swords. It was fine if the dream executioner did not appear, but Tu Hong was still crazy and seemed to be unable to control himself. Once the dream executioner appeared, it was as if a sky full of karma rushed into his heart, and he collapsed in an instant. He was completely like a mortal who had lost his mind, standing in the air blankly, his eyes lifeless, waiting to be slaughtered. Puff, 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 the dream executioner did not let Tu Hong down. With a flick of its finger, it pierced through Tu Hong's naked body, and the defensive brilliance turned into paper paste under the innate gold qi. Seeing the blood splattering and Tu Hong's death, his eyes flashed with a trace of clarity, and even a trace of gratitude and relief. Thank. Xiaohua could even faintly hear this word in his ears. However, he only heard it. At this time, a powerful and angry divine sense swept over from outside the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, the Shui region enlightened master is here. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness had always been released. How could he not know this familiar nascent soul divine sense? Withdraw. Xiaohua's figure was inside the 7 stars great array, and he relied on the power of the array to block the magical treasures of several golden core adepts. Moreover, there were more golden core adepts coming over, and there were even nascent soul adepts who could kill him with a raise of their hands. He stretched out his hand and very familiarly put away Tu Hong's storage bag and magical treasures. Then he opened the sword pouch and put away the 7 flying swords. His figure flashed and rushed into the sky. Like a sharp sword, he broke through the defensive restriction of Tu Hong's residence, and his figure disappeared in midair. The moment Xiaohua's figure disappeared, the divine sense of the Shui region enlightened master arrived. Although the divine sense missed, it continued to move forward. It even swept through the entire Tu Hong's residence and rushed into the ground of the Sky Patrol City. However, in a flash, the divine sense disappeared again. After a few moments, an overwhelming pressure was emitted from somewhere in the Sky Patrol City. Then, a rainbow streaked across the night sky and landed somewhere in the Sky Patrol City. The figure of the Shui region enlightened master flashed faintly in the rainbow. His entire figure was not visible, and he only paused for a moment. The rainbow emitted a yellow light, and the Shui region enlightened master rushed into the ground of the Sky Patrol City. The Shui region enlightened master was really angry. He never thought that sword adepts would attack him in his Sky Patrol City, and he was careless enough to fall into their trap. Tu Hong's death was not only the death of a golden core adept, but also the loss of face of a nascent soul adept. If he did not capture the swordsman who attacked Tu Hong, how could he still have face? However, the sword essence revealed by the swordsman happened to be at the edge of his divine thought. When he discovered the talisman sent out by Tu Hong, his divine thought could only scan the Sky Patrol City. He did not even find any trace of Xiaohua. He could only follow Xiaohua's faint spiritual power fluctuations to find him. Xiaohua, who was used to playing hide and seek with nascent soul adepts, would not give the Shui region enlightened master any chance. With a few wind elemental escape, a few earth elemental escape, and the demonic cultivator's concealment technique, Xiaohua had already escaped. Rise! The Shui region enlightened master rushed out from the ground like a rainbow-colored ray of light. He suddenly flew up into the sky and stretched out his hands like an overlord lifting a cauldron. His hands emitted a milky white light. Along with the brilliance, ripples appeared and covered the entire Sky Patrol City in an instant. Whoosh! The net of light that was like a fishing net was thrown down like a thunderbolt, and it went straight to the ground. However, in just a few breaths of time, the light turned around and rushed toward the Shui region enlightened master. Wu, like the howling of a hurricane, a brilliant light danced around Sage Shui's body and completely covered him. It was like a thick cocoon of light. Go! The Shui region enlightened master shouted, and all the light turned into strands of light again and flew in all directions of the Sky Patrol City. Within the strands of light, one could vaguely see the light of plum blossoms. Damn it, nascent soul adepts are really powerful. Just as the Shui region enlightened master was using his divine sense to search the entire area, Xiaohua, who did not dare to stay in the Sky Patrol City for too long, escaped into the Imperial Thundersex station when the Shui region enlightened master's divine sense stopped. Playing hide and seek with the Sky Patrol City in the Sky Patrol City would be suicidal. Chapter 2451. Let that old man from Shui you have a headache. Xiaohua smiled as he appeared in the quiet room. He immediately sat down cross-legged as though nothing had happened. Tonight's encounter had really shocked him. Although he wanted to kill Tu Hong, there were so many twists and turns in the process. Even in the end, he could easily kill Tu Hong as though he was stabbing a sword. This was something he had never dreamt of. No matter what kind of gold core cultivator you are, under the negative karma of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, you are just an ordinary person. Xiaohua's heart still had not calmed down. He even had a feeling that the feeling he had in the great array of Mount Quanjin might not be Xiao Mao or Dui Qimeng. Perhaps it was the vengeful spirits of the swordsmen and cultivators who had been killed by Tu Hong. The way of karma? It is indeed marvelous. Xiaohua thought as his mind entered the space. He saw the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. Although it was not very big, it was extremely clear. Almost every stripe could be seen. Xiaohua felt something in his heart. Without any hesitation, he threw his mind into that strand of primordial spirit. An incomparably cool feeling filled Xiaohua's mind. It was as if he was a swimming fish, as if he was that strand of light, as if he was that speck of dust in the mortal world. The brilliance of the tracing light also became increasingly brilliant. The heavenly Dao starry sky also faintly emitted rumbling sounds. Xiaohua's mind swam through the boundless ocean, through the boundless earth, through the long river of time, through the flourishing mortal world. Unlike Xiaohua, who had relieved himself of a heavy burden, the gold core cultivators in Tu Hong's residence all looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy, and they did not know what to do. I only came to congratulate Tu Hong, but I just wanted to flatter the Shui Yu spiritual master. I really did not expect to encounter such a situation. Almost every cultivator felt bitter. Not only did Qin Jian break through the heavily guarded Sky Patrol City, but he also killed a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Even the Sky Patrol City Lord did not have time to save him. This is even more terrifying than Qin Jian's earlier provocation. Moreover, as the gold core cultivators pondered, they suddenly felt a wave of lingering fear. Right, how did Xiaohua kill Tu Hong? It was when the group of gold core cultivators unleashed their magic treasures and chased after Xiaohua. It was when Tu Hong completely activated his magic power, causing the life source magic treasure of the middle gold core cultivator to emit a dozen rays of light. It was when Tu Hong activated the defensive formation of the mansion in an attempt to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought out a sword formation. Not to mention that Xiaohua's figure was like a ghost, chasing after Tu Hong like a shadow amidst the brilliance of the magical treasures. Not to mention that an illusory swordsman was actually able to use a sword array, and not to mention that once the sword array was activated, Tu Hong was trapped inside, and Tu Hong was unable to resist at all. Just Tu Hong's unimaginable madness when he was trapped in the sword formation was enough to strike fear into the hearts of all the cultivators. What kind of method was this? It was almost enough to kill an intermediate gold core stage cultivator with a single blow. This, Qin Jian's cultivation had already far surpassed an ordinary third-grade illusory swordsman, and he was already on the verge of transforming into a sword. A group of gold core cultivators actually besieged an illusory swordsman. Now that they thought about it, they trembled with fear. If not for Qin Jian's fear of Shui Yu's sage, I'm afraid that they would have also fallen into Qin Jian's sword formation. That terrifying sword formation was simply an instant kill. The green and red flying swords were like a bladeless youth. Without any hindrance, they silently cut off a young girl's youth. Tu Hong's defensive formation was simply unable to withstand the sharpness of the flying swords. Tu Hong's ambition and infatuation were all gone with the wind in a snap of a finger. However, the gold core cultivators only felt a moment of lingering fear. Immediately after, they saw Shui Yu's sage use his magical powers to activate the formation of Shui Yu's city to search for Qin Jian. Their faces were as white as snow, and they began to feel fear in their hearts. However, although they were afraid, none of them dared to move. All of them quietly waited in the air above Tu Hong's mansion, waiting for Shui Yu's orders. Only one person's face was filled with extreme fear. Her originally slightly flushed face was now abnormally pale. This person was none other than Daoist Qiming. Shock, regret, and enlightenment alternated in her eyes. At the same time, she was extremely puzzled as she looked at the corpse in her hands that was almost identical to her. Not far away from Daoist Qiming was naturally the self-righteous Qianimo. His face was extremely awkward. Even though Tu Hong didn't admit it until his death, didn't that mean that Qin Jian wasn't lying? Since Tu Hong was preparing to take Daoist Qiming's soul, then what kind of role did he play? If this matter was known by others, how would he face himself? Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the dazzling brilliance above Shui Yu's city gradually disappeared. This brilliance had already attracted countless cultivators to fly out from their resting places to see what was happening. However, the pressure of Shui Yu's sage covered the entire Shui Yu city. They only poked their heads out and then lost interest. They obediently stayed in their resting places, not daring to move. When Shui Yu's figure disappeared, the pressure was also completely gone. The disciples of Shui Yu had already appeared in groups, patrolling the streets of Shui Yu's city. Even some gold core disciples of Shui Yu's city flew into the air with strange expressions on their faces. They urged their disciples to search for Qin Jian while they dealt with cultivators that ordinary disciples could not deal with. As for Shui Yu's sage, he turned into a rainbow and landed beside the pagoda. With a slight grasp of his hand, the entire pagoda was lifted up by him. With a rumbling sound, the pagoda fell down and the array formation was also destroyed, revealing the space where the crystal coffin was originally. But at this time, besides Lan Xianxia's corpse, there was nothing else. There was no trace of her at all. Shui Yu waved his hand and Lan Xianxia's corpse flew into the air. Shui Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a moment. Then he waved his hand again and Tu Hong's corpse also flew over, joining Lan Xianxia's corpse. After a moment, Shui Yu waved his sleeve and the two corpses fell into the dust. Then he looked at the crowd of gold core cultivators, who were trembling with fear. What is going on here? Shui Yu finally spoke. This was the first time Shui Yu had spoken since returning to Shui Yu's city. His voice was filled with anger. Qin Bai Yunqin and the others looked at each other, not daring to speak. This was Tu Hong's scandal. Who knew what Shui Yu's plan was? If he heard this, then whoever dared to speak would be the first to die? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Shui Yu grinned and said, "It seems that this old man, Senior, this is what happened." A soft and clear voice sounded out. It was Daoist Qiming, who was still holding on to Yu Meng's corpse. Shui Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of Daoist Qiming's flesh. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't understand the reason behind it. When he heard Daoist Qiming narrate the whole story without leaving out a single detail, his gaze was as sharp as a sword. It was as if he wanted to stab Daoist Qiming and Tu Hong with 64 fatal sword scars. Daoist Qiming remained calm in the face of the Snow Domain Enlightened Master's undisguised killing intent. She bowed gracefully and said, "This junior is an unlucky person. I was originally in love with my Imperial Lightning Sect's disciple, Cui Hongshan. However, Cui Hongshan followed me to Mquanjin and was buried in the array. At that time, this junior's heart was like dying embers and I didn't want to give myself to anyone else. However, this junior took into account that senior Tu Hong had contributed greatly to my Dao sect and killed thousands of Huan country swordsmen at Golden Spring Mountain. This junior took revenge for Cui Hongshan and fulfilled this junior's wish. Thus, this junior agreed to perform the dual cultivation ceremony with senior Tuesday. Tonight's matter was too sudden. This junior doesn't know if this matter is true. However, looking at Yu Meng in this junior's hands, this junior is filled with sorrow. Although she is already dead, Tu Hong racked his brains for her and used unscrupulous means to resurrect her. But what about this junior? I am all alone with no one to rely on. I can't even find Cui Hongshan's corpse. Senior Tu Hong's actions may be disgraceful or heinous in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of this junior and other female cultivators, he is a true lover. To be honest, even if this matter is true, this junior doesn't have any resentment. This junior doesn't resent Tu Hong. Actually, if he had directly told this junior about this matter, this junior wouldn't have hesitated to agree. Because this junior's heart is already dead and gone with Cui Hongshan. Rather than letting this junior's body wither away with my heart, this junior would rather give Tu Hong a living Yu Meng. Thus, this junior earnestly requests that this junior be allowed to bury Yu Meng's corpse together with Tu Hong. This junior also requests that senior's disciples bury this junior at Golden Spring Mountain. Even if this junior can't be buried together with Cui Hongshan, this junior wants to look at Cui Hongshan's corpse as I sleep. Hiss! The group of Golden Core cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard Dui Qimeng's words. They thought that the one who hated Tu Hong the most was Dui Qimeng. Who would have thought that Dui Qimeng didn't hate Tu Hong at all and treated this matter as nothing? This was simply inconceivable. This simply didn't make any sense. The group of Golden Core cultivators were all flabbergasted as a saying appeared in their minds, "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea." There were also female cultivators among the Golden Core cultivators, and Qing Bai was one of them. She was also moved when she heard this, but when she saw Shui Yu's thoughtful expression, a trace of hope appeared in her heart. She didn't dare to say anything in fear of angering Shui Yu. "Little girl, is this true?" Shui Yu said coldly. "Sigh." Dui Qimeng smiled bitterly. "This junior's heart is withered. Senior, please take this Yu Meng away and this junior will go find Cui Hongshan." Dui Qimeng waved her hand and Yu Meng's corpse flew into the air. With a flip of her hand, her jade-like palm hit her own forehead as she called out, Cui Hongshan, this concubine is coming for you." Chapter 2452. Just as Dui Qimeng's hand was about to hit her own forehead, Perfected Shui sneered. Dui Qimeng's hand froze in midair. "Your Cui Lang is in the Imperial Lightning Sect's encampment. How are you going to find him if you're dead?" Perfected Shui waved his sleeves and Yu Meng's corpse flew back. "Bury Yu Meng's corpse together with Tu Hong's corpse. Then you can go find your Cui Lang. This old man does not want to see you in Sky Patrol City ever again." "What? Cui Lang? He's still alive?" Dui Qimeng could not believe her ears. She was completely stunned. Of course, in her heart, there was a flash of hope. However, Sage Shui no longer paid any attention to her. His figure gradually turned into a ray of light, and a cold voice was transmitted into the ears of the Golden Core cultivators. Tu Hong was killed by Qin Jian. You all saw it with your own eyes. We Dao sect cultivators have one more blood feud. You all must do your best to kill Qin Jian. Furthermore, even if Tu Hong made a mistake in the matter at Jinshan Quan, he should have done 60% of the work. This old man does not want to hear any rumors. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed in unison. Before they could get up, Perfected Shui had already flown away. There was no trace of him at all. We were lucky. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Without any greetings, they flew into the meeting hall. Senior Uncle Qian. Seeing that Qian Mo was about to fly away, Dui Qimeng called out anxiously. What's the matter? Qian Mo turned around indifferently. Oh, nothing. Dui Qiming saw Qian Mo's expression and immediately understood that he must know that Cui Hongshan had returned to Sky Patrol City. However, he had always seen her. Why didn't he say anything earlier? Since he did not say anything earlier, how could she ask him now? This disciple would like senior uncle to change Tu Hong's trusted subordinate to come over so that I can carry out perfected Shui's orders properly. Dui Qiming thought quickly and said respectfully. This old man understands. Qian Mo nodded slightly. You did well. Since it's an order from perfected Shui, we will naturally do it well. Just you wait. With that, Qian Mo turned around and flew away, leaving Dui Qiming behind. Tu Hong's corpse fell beside the ruins of the pagoda. Looking at this imposing man, Dui Qiming couldn't feel any resentment. What she said to the Snow Region sage was the truth. She knew that if she was in his shoes, she might have made the same choice. Placing Yu Meng's corpse beside Tu Hong, Dui Qiming had a strange feeling in her heart. It was as if she was lying there, and a peaceful feeling filled her heart. Dui Qiming's heart immediately went on alert. Why do I have such a feeling? Who was this Yu Meng? How could she look exactly like me? Don't tell me. Thinking up to this point, Dui Qiming sighed again. Sigh, even if Yu Meng is related to me in some way, I'm afraid I can't investigate it. Shui Yu's spiritual master made it clear that I can't come to Sky Patrol City in the future, and I can't investigate Yu Meng's origins. Otherwise, Cui Lang and I will have to worry about our lives. Immediately, Dui Qiming's heart was filled with joy. Cui Lang, he really survived? Junior brother Xiao is really a god. I don't know how they managed to escape the spirit howl array under Xiao Hua's protection. Unlike Dui Qiming's surprise, Shui Yu's figure landed in the city lord's mansion. In the huge palace, Shui Yu frowned. Qinjian? Isn't that the swordsman on the bounty? I vaguely saw it outside the Sky Scout city just now. That guy had already fled in panic. How could he appear in Sky Patrol City? Besides, Qinjian is only a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. How could he hide from my eyes and ears? However, the sword wounds on Lan Xian and Tu Hong's bodies are real. That sword array can't be used by a swordsman. Could it be that a swordsman broke into my Sky Patrol City? It's just that, even if it's a swordsman, it's impossible for him to disappear under my nose. Thinking of this, Shui Yu's eyelids twitched. Yes, a swordsman's attack power was obviously stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. But this was Sky Patrol City. Within the array, Shui Yu was confident that he could kill a swordsman. This was also the reason why Huan Country's swordsman did not dare to invade Sky Patrol City. But today, this Qinjian was actually able to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator, and he did not dare to fight with a nascent soul cultivator. This was extremely abnormal. At this moment, Shui Yu raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a spirit talisman flew out of the hall. Not long after, Jin Kang and Fang Lingbai came together. Both of them had a grim expression, and when they saw Shui Yu's face, they became even more panicked. Jin Kang bowed and said, "My lord, I've been unworthy. I've searched for a long time, but I couldn't find the swordsman's whereabouts at all. I couldn't even find a trace of him. A group of disciples patrolled the entire place, but we couldn't find any strange swordsman at all." Fang Lingbai hurriedly reported. If even I can't find him, what can you find?" Shui Yu waved his hand and said coldly, "I just wanted to see if that scoundrel could have left any clues that I could easily overlook." "Yes, I understand." Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. "I called you here to ask you some questions." Shui Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Among the disciples who entered Sky Patrol City over the past month, were there any strange people? I've already made a list of those who entered and left Sky Patrol City, as well as those who used the teleportation formation. Please have a look, my lord." Fang Lingbai was already prepared. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip and handed it to Shui Yu. Shui Yu took it, glanced at it and asked again, "Did you find anything strange?" "Okay, I'll let you know." Fang Lengbai smiled bitterly. "I've already looked through it, and there were no abnormalities. They were all disciples of various sects, and the disciples on duty in Sky Patrol City were at most at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Take a closer look and see if any of these disciples were impersonated by the swordsman." Shui Yu nodded. "At the same time, see if there were any abnormalities outside Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I understand." Fang Lengbai bowed and replied. "By the way, Jin Kung, has Heavenly Demon Sect done anything recently?" Shui Yu suddenly asked. "Heavenly Demon Sect?" Jin Kang was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, "Since the Sword Principle battle, Heavenly Demon Sect seemed to have disappeared without a trace. I haven't received any news from them for a long time." Chapter 2453. Yes, send more people to find out more about the Heavenly Demon Sect. Shui Yu Master's face flashed with anger. "Yes, I understand. It's all my fault." Jin King hurriedly bowed and apologized. Shui Yu Master waved his sleeves and said, "It's not your fault. Now that the Sword Principle battle has made my Sky Patrol City anxious, who would care about the Heavenly Demon Sect?" "What do you mean?" Fang Lengbai took the opportunity to ask. "To tell you the truth, although the swordsman looks like Qin Jian, his escape technique is very good. He can avoid the magic treasure of a golden core cultivator. He seems to know the escape technique of the Huan country's bird cultivator. Qin Jian is a swordsman of the Huan country, so it's possible that he knows the escape technique of the bird cultivator. However, there seems to be traces of a demon cultivator in his disguise. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the Heavenly Demon Sect is using the name of a sword cultivator to kill my Sky Patrol City's disciples. This will further stir up the conflict between the Daoist sect and the sword cultivators." "You're wise." Fang Lengbai and Jin Kung were really impressed and replied respectfully. However, they did not know how Shui Yu Master could determine that it was not Qin Jian. However, this old man is a little puzzled. Although there were traces of the Sky Demon Sect's actions during the sword battle, the various Dao sect sects had also instantly accepted the challenge. Now that the battle has already reached its climax, why is the Sky Demon Sect taking the risk of being killed by this old man to stir up trouble again? Aren't they afraid of being exposed? "I don't know." Jin King answered honestly. "After I find out the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I'll ask you to make a decision." "Yes." Shui Yu Master nodded and then asked, "Do you know about Tu Hong?" This. Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai felt very awkward. It was impossible for them not to know about it. Although the Golden Core cultivators were warned by the Shui Yu Daoist, they had already discussed it and made an oath to never reveal a word about it. But what about the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? How could Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai not have any confidence among them? However, they also knew that Shui Yu Master had warned them. Now that Shui Yu Master asked about it, how could they answer? Rumors stop with the wise. Shui Yu Sage looked at the sky outside the palace and said, "The sky is about to brighten. A new day is about to begin. Let bygones be bygones." After that, Sage Shui Yu closed his eyes and ignored the two of them. "Yes, I understand." Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai's heart trembled. They knew that the matter about Tu Hong had been classified as a rumor. Everything about Tu Hong would be forgotten by the Sky Patrol City as the sun rose. They bowed and carefully retreated. The rising sun chased away the darkness. But where did the darkness go? Under the tree? Under the eaves? In the paddy fields? Or in people's hearts? No one could say for sure, but even if the sun left, darkness would still come. In this world, light and darkness were always alternating. No one knew whether it was the light that drove away the darkness or the darkness that drove away the light. Everyone in Sky Patrol City knew that when the first ray of sunlight shone on Sky Patrol City, the entire city was in an uproar. Not boiling with joy. It was the boiling of anger, the boiling of rage, the boiling of fear, the boiling of fear. Tu Hong, the rising gold core cultivator of Sky Patrol City, was a disciple of Sky Patrol City who was considered to be as famous as the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. For several years, Sky Patrol City had been proud of him as a hero in the war between Dao cultivators. He was also the hero who led Sky Patrol City into the meeting hall of Yanxi Mansion. He was also the planner of several battles with sword cultivators in the past few years. Last night, sword cultivator Qin Jian broke into Sky Patrol City to assassinate him. No one doubted the source of this news because last night, the pressure of a nascent soul realm cultivator had covered the entire Sky Patrol City. Every cultivator, even those who were hiding in the quiet rooms, could clearly feel the anger of Xueyu Sage. What could make a nascent soul cultivator so angry? Last night, everyone guessed for a long time. They only received this shocking news when the night was over. Other than this, what else could it be? How did Qin Jian sneak into Sky Patrol City? How did Qin Jian kill Tu Hong? What about Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony? The Golden Core cultivators gathered at Tu Hong's residence to congratulate him. What are they doing? How did Qin Jian escape the pursuit of Sage Xueyu? Is Sky Patrol City still safe? All sorts of questions and guesses came out from the mouths of the cultivators. All sorts of stories were passed from the mouths of cultivators to the ears of other cultivators, and from these cultivators to the ears of the other cultivators. There were more and more questions and guesses. There were more and more boring things that aroused people's curiosity. Then the real truth would never be known. The so-called secrets and secrets of this world were all like this. Especially those Golden Core cultivators who were suspected to have gone to Tu Hong's residence last night. They were not afraid of what had happened last night. When they talked about the assassination attempt on Tu Hong, they did not hide anything at all. They described it word by word, and the indignation they felt towards sword cultivators in their words made one feel that it was too much to count. This seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Almost every curious cultivator asked themselves the same question. Should they be afraid of something that would damage the reputation of the Celestial Sentinel City and the true master of the Xueyu? They should be evasive. Of course, this doubt only lasted for a moment. Everyone was attracted by the strange sword formation and Qin Jian's unpredictable means. In the entire Sky Patrol City, whether it was the encampment of the various sects, the tea houses, or the various shops, everyone was talking about the battle between Qin Jian and Tu Hong. Moreover, a group of cultivators who did not participate in the battle were unprecedentedly angry. Since Qin Jian could break into Sky Patrol City to assassinate Tu Hong, why couldn't the cultivators break into Huan country to assassinate Qin Jian? All kinds of arrangements and schemes were brewing. Qin Jian had become the enemy of all cultivators. If they did not kill Qin Jian, the cultivators would be disgraced. Hearing the news from the disciples of Sky Patrol City, Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai's faces relaxed. This was the result they wanted. As long as the matter of Tu Hong and Yu Meng was forgotten, so what if they exaggerated the power of sword cultivators? What about Sky Patrol City's reputation and Sage Xueyu's reputation? They had already lost it last night, so there was no need to look for it today. Unlike the uproar in Sky Patrol City and the heated discussion in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, Cui Hongshan was scratching his head anxiously in the quiet room of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. It was rare for him to be worried about Xiao Hua. This worry appeared after Sage Xueyu released his coercion last night. The coercion of a nascent soul cultivator with the help of the Sky Patrol City's large formation could not be resisted by the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. Sage Xueyu's anger was reflected in every cultivator's heart through the coercion, and Cui Hongshan was no exception. He was probably the only person in Sky Patrol City who knew the reason for Sage Xueyu's anger. This Xiaohua. What did he do? How did he make Sage Xueyu so angry? Cui Hongshan's heart was beating like a drum. He was uneasy, afraid that at any moment, the disciples of Sky Patrol City would break in from outside the quiet room and capture him. I only asked him to ask about Qimeng's thoughts. Why did it cause so much trouble? For a moment, Cui Hongshan felt a little regretful. He felt that he should not have let Xiao Hua go to Du Hong's residence. Not only did he disrupt Dui Qiming's happiness, but he also brought trouble to himself. This regret, as well as his worry for Xiaohua, continued to haunt him. Only when the sky brightened and he heard some whispers outside the quiet room did Cui Hongshan sigh. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Sure enough, in the hall, Zhen Minghui and the others had already gathered together and were discussing in low voices. Captain Cui. Seeing Cui Hongshan come out, Zhen Minghui and the others bowed. Although the 6 of them had made progress, Cui Hongshan's progress was the greatest. His cultivation was already the leader of the group. In addition to everyone's praise, Zhen Minghui and the others had already regarded Cui Hongshan as the captain of the first team. Yes, Cui Hongshan nodded slightly and asked, "Are you talking about the coercion last night?" Zhen Minghui's face was full of envy. That was the coercion of a nascent soul cultivator. Even in the quiet room, I could clearly feel it. Under that vast coercion, I really felt that I was an ant. Yes, yes. Zhen Hui jumped up and said excitedly, "Last night, I was comprehending the cultivation method, but that coercion suddenly came, almost without any gap. I was almost scared out of my wits. If it weren't for the fact that all my senior brothers were resting, I would have definitely run out at that time. It was really too scary." Seeing that Zhen Minghui and the others were fearless because of their ignorance, Cui Hongshan suddenly felt that not knowing anything was such a blissful thing. That's right, I was thinking the same thing. At that time, I really wanted to come out of the quiet room to take a look. But I was afraid that if something really happened and angered a nascent soul cultivator. Bai Sugu also said embarrassedly. At that moment, the restriction outside the hall suddenly fluctuated. Although the fluctuation was not very obvious, Cui Hongshan's heart suddenly tightened. However, when he saw the person who came in, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. An indescribable surprise welled up in his heart, and an inexplicable sadness filled his chest. "Qiming." Cui Hongshan called out softly. He took 2 steps forward and stopped again. "Cui Hongshan, you're still alive." Dui Qiming's face was still somewhat pale, but there was still disbelief. The moment she saw Cui Hongshan, her strong will collapsed and she almost flew into Cui Hongshan's arms. Chapter 2454. This. Cui Hongshan was extremely hesitant when he felt the familiar scent rushing into his nose. His arms were stiff. Although Dui Qiming was his previous lover, she should be Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner now, right? Why did she suddenly come here? While Cui Hongshan was confused, he suddenly thought of the anger of Shui Yu's perfected being last night. An unparalleled shock drowned him like a wave. "Xiaohua, this guy didn't kill Tu Hong, right?" Cui Lang. Dui Qiming's tear-stained face was hidden in Cui Hongshan's embrace. She had already vaguely sensed Cui Hongshan's abnormality. Thump. Cui Hongshan's heart skipped a beat. It was like thunder in a storm. How can I know so much at this time? I have to pretend that I don't know anything. Cui Hongshan screamed in his heart, but his expression had already attracted the attention of Qian Mo, who was following behind Dui Qiming. "Martial nephew Cui, your complexion doesn't look too good. What happened?" Qian Mo frowned and asked. Cui Hongshan's eyes were a little panicked. He forced a smile and said apologetically, "Martial Uncle Qian, what happened? Qiming isn't Qiming at Sky Thunder Peak? Why did she suddenly appear in Sky Patrol City? This disciple is really shocked. This disciple has been yearning to see her day and night. When she suddenly appeared, this disciple thought that this was a dream." As he spoke, Cui Hongshan lifted his stiff arm and stretched out his fingers to pinch his other arm. "Ouch!" Even Cui Hongshan himself cried out. "Idiot! Of course this isn't a dream." Dui Qiming said bitterly as she touched the bruises on Cui Hongshan's arm. I see." Qian Mo nodded slightly and didn't pursue the matter. He turned to look at Zhen Minghui and the rest and said coldly, "Did you all feel the nascent soul's suppression last night?" "Yes, we were discussing it." Zhen Minghui was a little puzzled. He bowed and said, "Hee, You actually waited until now to discuss it. You all are quite shrewd. Qian Mo nodded. In this case, this old man can rest assured. Remember, the dignity of a nascent soul cultivator cannot be challenged. Sometimes, not knowing is better than knowing. Not pursuing the matter is wiser than not knowing. This. Zhen Minghui and the others looked at each other, then at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to reveal any flaws as he looked at Qian Mo in confusion. Qian Mo didn't bother to explain. He just said lightly, "You are the great heroes of my Imperial Thunder Sect. The rewards from Yanxi Prefecture and the Imperial Thunder Sect will be given to your sect. This old man will arrange for you to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect as soon as possible." However, Sky Sentry City was in turmoil right now and it was uncertain how long it would take. If it was fast, it could take 10 days. If it was slow, it could take dozens of days. Just wait as long as you want. Besides that, all of you are in charge of controlling the restrictions here. However, it's only limited to the Imperial Lightning Sect station. You're not allowed to take a single step out of the station. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Minghui and the others really didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask and could only bow. Well, take care of yourself. Qian Mo turned around and left. But before he left, he didn't forget to warn, some rumors, it's better not to listen to them. Just remember, don't listen, don't believe, and don't spread. As he spoke, he glanced at Dui Qiming. Although he didn't transmit his voice, Dui Qiming almost nodded slightly. Obviously, Qian Mo felt that the arrangement with Dui Qiming was not enough, but he couldn't say anything else. Disciple understands. Cui Hongshan understood and hurriedly walked 2 steps forward to send Qian Mo off. However, he only took 1 step and Qian Mo was already out of the restriction. What's going on? Zhenhua mumbled and scratched his head. It's nothing. Dui Qiming said lightly, last night, Qin Jian, a sword cultivator, broke into the Celestial City and killed Tu Hong, who was stationed in the Celestial City. However, the Shui region spiritual master couldn't find any trace of Qin Jian. Zhen Minghui and the others were shocked. Qin Jian actually killed his way into the Celestial City? He actually killed an early-stage golden elixir cultivator on the spot? Tu Hong is already an intermediate-stage golden elixir cultivator. Dui Qiming said lightly, Qin Jian did enter Tu Hong's mansion and assassinate him personally. This sword cultivator is really fierce. Bai Sugu clicked his tongue and exclaimed, this is a place where a nascent soul cultivator is stationed. He actually killed an intermediate-stage golden elixir cultivator and escaped unscathed. These swordsmen are going to... Senior brother Cui, you don't seem surprised at all? Bai Sugu noticed Cui Hongshan's expression while exclaiming. The shock in Cui Hongshan's heart had already passed. He smiled bitterly and held Dui Qiming's hand, saying, do you still need to say it? I knew last night that this was not a small matter. However, I still didn't expect Senior Tu to be killed. Therefore, I don't feel surprised. There are too many things to be surprised about and cherish in this world. Don't wait until you lose something before you think about it. It's already too late. After the battle at Mount Quanjin, I know what I want to protect and cherish. I've seen the love of my life. All the exclamations can only be reduced to dust and clouds. Cui Qiming. Dui Qiming's face was flushed and her heart was filled with tenderness. She only felt that her previous worries and sorrow were not in vain. This was also a chance given by the heavens to let her be with such an open-minded and loving man for the rest of her life. Hee, congratulations Captain Cui, congratulations senior sister Dui. I'm afraid that when we return to Sky Thunder Peak, the two of you will be able to hold the dual cultivation ceremony? Chiao Su cupped his hands and congratulated. Upon hearing the words, dual cultivation ceremony, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's expressions changed greatly. Dui Qiming even looked at Cui Hongshan with some fear while Cui Hongshan was extremely embarrassed. However, Cui Hongshan quickly covered up, sigh, let's talk about this later. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I wanted to hold a dual cultivation ceremony with Qimeng, but it was delayed by this battle. I don't know if it's suitable. Hearing Cui Hongshan's words, Dui Qimeng's heart was finally at ease. However, Qiu Su did not mind and said, "We are now the meritorious officials of the Imperial Thunder Sect. There shouldn't be any problem for the two of you to hold a dual cultivation ceremony. Senior Sister Dui, Captain Cui, you must invite us to your dual cultivation ceremony." Hearing Qiu Su mention the dual cultivation ceremony, Cui Hongshan's heart tightened, but he could not say anything. He could only smile and say, Of course, of course." "Where's junior brother Xiao?" Dui Qimeng also wanted to change the topic, but Yumu asked curiously, "I heard from Martial Uncle Qian that the 6 of you are out of danger." Don't mention junior brother Xiao." Su Qing yawned and said bleakly, "He's no longer in our Imperial Thunder Sect's first team." Why is that? Dui Qimeng was even more surprised. Junior brother Xiao was chosen by Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and was recruited to be his subordinate. He went to other places to hunt down sword cultivators. Zhen Minghui said enviously, "Junior brother Zhao's magic power is so strong. He will definitely make a name for himself with Li Zongbao." Alas, Martial Uncle Xiao has done his best. Bai Sugu sighed. "If it weren't for him, not to mention the merits now, even before we reached Sky Patrol City, we would have been killed. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiao Hua that we can live until now." Dui Qimeng nodded and glanced at Cui Hongshan. "I hope he can return to Sky Patrol City safely this time." At this time, Cui Hongshan had no intention of competing with Xiao Hua. He was extremely grateful to Xiao Hua. This guy not only returned safely, but also stirred up a huge storm in Sky Patrol City. If I tell you, you will be scared to death. Cui Hongshan's mind gradually became active as he turned to Dui Qimeng and said tenderly, "You can rest assured, Xiao. Xiao Hua is a blessed person. Even if Li Zongbao can't come back, he will be able to." Let's go, we will go out and have a look. It must be very lively outside," Zhen Minghui said with a smile. Dui Qimeng's face changed and she said in a low voice, "You go, I won't go. I have something to tell Cui Hongshan." "That's good." Zhen Minghui waved his hand and was about to leave when he heard Dui Qimeng exhort, "Junior brother Zhen, remember, you can only listen to everything and never say anything. Remember." Zhen Minghui was puzzled again. When he was about to ask, Dui Qimeng took Cui Hongshan's hand and the two entered the quiet room. There were some things that were awkward to say, so it was better to let others hear it. The quiet room was completely silent as Dui Qimeng recounted everything that had happened to Cui Hongshan. At that time, this concubine only knew that Cui Hongshan had already died, and the sect master had also agreed to it, so this concubine had no other choice. "I can discover the oath. I have never been alone with Tu Hong in these 5 years." Seeing Dui Qimeng's timid appearance and afraid that he would misunderstand her, Cui Hongshan couldn't help but feel distressed. He really wanted to tell her what he knew and let her know that even if she chose Tu Hong, as long as she was happy, he would give her his blessings even if his heart bled. However, he couldn't say it. This was not only related to Xiao Hua's safety, but also his and Dui Qimeng's safety. It was also related to the safety of the myriad Thunder Valley. After the baptism of the Dao cultivator battle, Cui Hongshan had become more mature. The human heart in this world was far from as simple as he thought. "Cui Hongshan, you really want me to make an oath?" Dui Qimeng clenched her teeth slightly. "No." Cui Hongshan gently pulled Dui Qimeng into his arms and said with regret, "How could I not trust you? If you swear this oath, where will your husband put his face?" Dui Qimeng couldn't help but act coquettishly. This was a release of trust. If she really made an oath, not to mention whether Cui Hongshan would believe her, her trust in Cui Hongshan would be reduced. Chapter 2455. It's all my fault. I put you in the fire pit. Cui Hongshan hugged Dui Qimeng and whispered, "This is my fault, not yours. Now, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and I'm about to enter the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the future, my wife and I can live together and grow old together. Dui Qiming nodded habitually, but then she said in surprise, "You're about to enter the middle stage of foundation establishment." As she spoke, she sensed with her spell and knew that Cui Hongshan was telling the truth. She smiled like a flower and congratulated him. "Congratulations, my husband. I didn't expect that after 5 years, my husband's cultivation has surpassed mine." "What? Your husband has surpassed your cultivation, and you're still happy?" "Hee, yes. The higher my husband's cultivation, the happier I am," Dui Qiming said with a smile. The two of them were affectionate for a while, but Dui Qiming didn't tell Cui Hongshan about Yumeng. She had decided to bury this matter in the bottom of her heart. Junior brother Zhen. The 5 of them have improved their cultivation? Dui Qiming was even more shocked as she chatted with Cui Hongshan. What about junior brother Xiao? Isn't he even more powerful? Haha, Zhenhua and Baisu Gu have both entered the foundation establishment under Xiaohua's protection. Xiaohua also joined forces with the disciples of the Utopia faction to kill many bright swordsmen. Cui Hongshan said excitedly, "The cultivation of the 6 of us has improved a lot. Xiaohua can't see it in such a short time." Captain Cui. At this moment, Zhenhua's voice came from outside the quiet room. He seemed to be extremely excited. "What's wrong?" Cui Hongshan felt a little strange as he accompanied Dui Qiming out. He felt a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, if there wasn't anything important, Zhenhua and the others wouldn't disturb him. Even in the situation last night, they didn't make a fuss. Master's Uncle Xiao is back. Master's Uncle Xiao is back. Zhenhua pulled Cui Hongshan's sleeve and said, "Just now, we met a disciple on patrol. Senior brother Minghui couldn't help but inquire about him. Who knew that Master's Uncle Xiao had already returned to Patrol City yesterday? He should be resting somewhere in the encampment, right? This guy came back yesterday? Why don't you come back here to rest?" Cui Hongshan pretended to be surprised. Zhenhua stole a glance at Dui Qiming and whispered, "Senior sister should have already told you, right? This disciple feels that she might be afraid that we would find out about what happened outside." Dui Qiming's face turned bright red. "And don't mention this matter again in the future." Cui Hongshan waved his hand and smiled. "Qiming, why don't you come with me to see Xiaohua?" "This concubine?" Dui Qiming shook her head. "This concubine shouldn't appear in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment for now. Let's talk about it after we return to the sect." "And all right. It's been hard on you, Qiming." Cui Hongshan held Dui Qiming's hand and comforted her. "Everything will be fine. This concubine understands." Dui Qiming nodded and watched as the two left the hall. Outside the prohibition spell, it was a sunny day. The golden sun shone brightly on Sky Patrol City as if it was eager to find out the truth of what happened last night in Sky Patrol City. Captain Cui, Zhen Minghui and the others had been waiting not far away. Their excited faces carried a trace of anger, but they were obviously burying this anger in the bottom of their hearts. "Have you found the place where Xiaohua is resting?" Cui Hongshan nodded slightly and asked. "And it's not far away." Zhen Minghui pointed at a rather remote place over there, where 2 aura refining disciples were on guard. He said in a low voice, "Look, in order to deceive us, even junior martial brother Xiao separated from us. Don't mention this matter in the future, don't mention it." Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Then, several people walked to the 2 Qi refining disciples and cupped their hands. "We're from the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua is our senior brother. Please summon Xiaohua to meet us." The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect? The 2 disciples were stunned. They looked at each other and bowed. "Greetings, martial uncles. And do you want to check the token?" Cui Hongshan took out his token and was about to hand it to the 2. There's no need. An Qi refining disciple's face turned red and hurriedly waved his hand. "It's not that I don't want to let you in, but Martial Uncle Xiao has already told us yesterday that he wants to meditate and no one is to disturb him." "No way. He still needs to meditate? Zhen Minghui laughed. I'm afraid you won't pass the message to him. He was now very clear that during these days when he and the others returned to Sky Patrol City, they were completely confused by the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and could not get any information at all. Xiaohua should be in the same situation at this time, right? Of course not. The disciple hurriedly explained, the martial uncles on duty previously had this intention, but we can't disrespect them. However, half an hour ago, there was an order to let Martial Uncle Xiao in and out. But Martial Uncle Xiao is meditating now. Even if we want to inform Martial Uncle of this order, we can't. The other disciple said with difficulty. Since you can't do it, then let me do it. Zhen Minghui was a little impolite. When he came out just now, he had already inquired about the matter clearly. They were the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, a meritorious team, but they were actually fooled by others. They were under house arrest in the quiet room for so long, but they still pretended to be in a good mood and intoxicated state. How could he not be angry? Yes. Seeing this, the two disciples took a step back and did not interfere. Senior brother Minghui. Cui Hongshan suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly stopped him. Since Xiaohua has come back, he must be safe. We don't have to be too anxious. Let's wait for him to come out by himself. Zhen Minghui raised his eyebrows thoughtfully and whispered, Captain Cui, you mean? Junior brother Zhao's cultivation is going to improve again? Yes. Cui Hongshan naturally did not think so, but he could only say so. Yes, that day when we came out of the Mount Quanjin array, our cultivation improved greatly, but Xiaohua was not particularly conspicuous. I think you must have some enlightenment after going out here, so you went into seclusion to meditate? Okay, then of course we won't disturb you. Zhen Minghui nodded and even lowered his voice for fear of disturbing the digestive tract cultivation. He said, let's go back first. We'll talk again in a few days. A few days later, the rumors in Sky Patrol City did not seem to stop. Instead, they became more and more intense. Many Golden Core cultivators came after hearing the news and formed different teams. They either discussed how to kill Qin Jian in Sky Patrol City, or they already had a plan. They used the teleportation formation or flew out of Sky Patrol City directly to Huan Country to look for a sword cultivator. Looking at the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was the same as before and did not attract much attention. This made Cui Hongshan and the others very gratified. They already knew about Dui Qiming's experience and felt deep sympathy for her. They did not want her to cause any more trouble, especially some unpleasant rumors. Furthermore, Cui Hongshan had asked Dui Qiming about it and knew that Qin Jian had killed Tu Hong with ease. He had also dodged the magical treasures of several Golden Core cultivators without suffering any injuries. Thus, he was able to put his heart at ease. On the evening of the fourth day, as usual, Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui and the other 5 people came to the quiet room where Xiaohua was resting. The 2 disciples on duty were already very familiar with them. They bowed from afar and said, Martial Uncle Cui, Martial Uncle Zhen, Martial Uncle Xiao, there is still no news from him. Poor they. Just when Cui Hongshan and the others were slightly disappointed and were about to leave, a light flashed not far from the next door, and 3 female disciples in the late stage of foundation establishment walked out from the restriction. One of the disciples in the middle stage of foundation establishment with slightly dark skin and a pair of triangular eyes frowned and asked coldly, Hey, Uncle Kuan knows. The Qi refinement disciple did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. This is Captain Cui Hongshan of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, and the other uncle masters of the shocking Thunder Palace. Hearing this, the 3 female cultivators' eyes flashed with curiosity, but there was also a trace of ridicule in this curiosity. So, you are the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The late-stage foundation establishment female cultivator said frivolously, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she spoke. We don't dare. We are the disciples of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cui Hongshan did not feel that there was anything wrong and walked forward with cupped hands. May I know which Thunder Palace you 3 senior sisters are from? Which Thunder Palace? Hehe, We are not from the converting Thunder Palace. The dark and skinny female cultivator from before covered her mouth and laughed. We don't have the appearance, the figure, and the innate charm of a fox. How could we be disciples of the converting Thunder Palace? How could we join the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect? How could we survive in the great array where tens of thousands of cultivators died? The other fair-skinned mid-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator also mocked. Otherwise, I would be a great contributor to the Imperial Thunder Sect now, and we would also be rewarded by the sect master. That's not all. The dark and skinny female cultivator continued. How could such a person get merit when he returned to the Sky Patrol City before the Great Array was set up? Anyone with a brain would know how this merit was obtained. I can't rely on the beauty of a female cultivator to win the favor of others. Can you do it even if you take it? The fair-skinned female cultivator did not wait for the other female cultivator to finish and continued. You don't have a dual cultivation partner, so how could someone give you to a golden core cultivator? Stop dreaming. Zhen Minghui's eyes were almost burning with anger. He already understood that these three female cultivators were clearly mocking his thunder-controlling sect's first team. They relied on Dui Qiming's beauty to establish a relationship with Tu Hong. Because of this, they were able to survive, and because of this, they were able to obtain rewards and merits. What about me? The late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator who was originally covering her mouth and laughing scolded when she heard Zhen Minghui's anger. Chapter 2456. The late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator scolded. Don't you know how to salute a senior sister from the earthly Thunder Palace? Can't we teach you a lesson? You earthly Thunder Palace's male disciples look decent, how are you all spineless? So what if you die on the battlefield? You're just going to die on the battlefield. Look at you now, you're being scolded by thousands of people. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Since you did it in the first place, why do you care about being scolded now? Scolding you is considered light. I have to punish you on behalf of your master. As she spoke, the late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator raised her hand, and a spell surrounded the six of them. Senior Sister Kuan? Cui Hongshan was shocked. What are you doing? Cui Hongshan struggled with all his might, but the six of them could not break free. What am I doing? The female cultivator raised her hand and was about to slap them. She said, I came to Sky Patrol City yesterday, and I've already heard of your filthy words. Today, I'm going to thank you, senior sister. Cui Hongshan was anxious. That's just rumors. But how could the female cultivator listen? With a wave of her hand, 6 palm shadows flew out and slapped toward Cui Hongshan and the other 5's faces. So impressive, so ferocious, so powerful. At this moment, a cold, mocking voice sounded from behind the female cultivator. Then, a shadow flashed, and a dozen fireballs appeared around the female cultivator. Who? The female cultivator was slightly stunned. The voice appeared too suddenly, and the shadow flew too fast. Her divine telekinesis did not manage to detect it. However, she only shouted that one word, and immediately exclaimed, How dare you! Then, her figure flew up into the sky quickly, no longer caring about Cui Hongshan and the other 5. Below her, the 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment female cultivators also flew up. Rumble! There was a deafening explosion. A dozen fireballs danced in the air, affecting everything within 100 feet. The dark-skinned female cultivator flew a little slower, but at the same time, the brilliance under her feet was extinguished, and a large piece of her Daoist robe was torn off. What's going on? The sound was too loud, and the patrolling disciples on duty had already flown over from afar. On the other side of Xiaohua's meditation room, a golden core cultivator also walked out with a frown. Xiaohua? With a glance, that cultivator saw Xiaohua standing firmly on the ground. He really raised both of his hands, like a hen protecting her chicks, blocking Cui Hongshan and the others behind him. How dare you! When the dark and skinny female cultivator saw her dark and skinny skin exposed, she couldn't help but become furious. She waved her hand, and a palm of lightning shot out, attacking Xiaohua. You want to go to the battlefield with this level of cultivation? Go back obediently and hide in the Earth Thunder Palace. Let your master teach you for another 10 years. Xiaohua sneered. His right hand slightly formed an incantation, and a foot-long earth shield appeared in front of him, blocking the thunder palm. Crackle! There was a burst of lightning and thunder. The thunder palm struck the earth shield into pieces, but in the end, it didn't break through the earth shield's defense. Get out of the way! A voice rang out. The gray-haired late-stage foundation establishment female cultivator angrily rebuked. She took out a foot-long staff, and streaks of lightning flashed between the two ends of the staff. What? You haven't even gone to the battlefield, and you want to use a magic weapon to deal with a disciple who just returned from the battlefield? Xiaohua didn't seem to be afraid. He clapped his hands, and another dozen or so top-grade fireball talismans appeared in his hands. The magic power on the fireball talismans violently vibrated. It seemed that as long as he slightly urged his magic power, the dozen or so fireballs would rush out. Senior Martial Brothers, the patrolling disciple who had already rushed over, hastily rushed over and cupped his hands. Please don't use fire, please don't use violence. My Imperial Thunder sect has an extremely strict rule. If there is internal strife during the war, there will be no mercy. How could that be? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and the fireball talismans disappeared. He said with a beaming smile, I'm currently exchanging pointers with this senior martial sister Kuan. I'm using myself to teach her about the cruelty of the battlefield. How did it become an internal strife? This is absolutely not happening. Then, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the female cultivator in midair, smiling brilliantly. Don't you think so, senior martial sister Kuan? That female cultivator clenched her teeth. She looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the patrolling disciple, then looked at the skinny, dark-skinned female cultivator who had already put on a new Daoist robe. She said coldly, When did I exchange pointers with you? Or you actually dare to block I from teaching a lesson to the shameless disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect? You're really crazy. Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He was swimming freely in the hand of karma, enjoying the leisure he hadn't had in a long time. But suddenly he sensed something in his heart, and his mind broke away from his primordial spirit. When his Buddhist awareness swept out to check, he saw Cui Hongxin and the others coming over. Seeing that he was so concerned about him, Xiaohua also felt very gratified. But then, 3 female disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace came out and actually wanted to teach Cui Hongxin and the others a lesson. When could the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley be taught a lesson by others? Xiaohua immediately refused to do it. It was very simple. He threw out a dozen or so fireballs, and in a short while, he forced 3 middle and late-stage foundation-building female cultivators to lose face. The most wonderful thing was that this didn't reveal Xiaohua's cultivation level. Xiaohua was angry at that female cultivator for speaking rudely, but when he heard her words, he smiled bitterly. It turned out that this female cultivator was actually a simple-minded person. She believed whatever she heard and didn't know how to be flexible in the slightest. I'm a disciple of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, and I'm the shameless disciple you said. Xiaohua sneered. How do you want to teach me a lesson? Then bring it on. I'd like to see if a sword cultivator on the battlefield couldn't kill us. How can we die in your hands? At this time, many disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had been alarmed by the sound of the fireball talisman. They flew over and watched what was happening in front of them with interest. Some of them were even familiar with the 2 disciples on duty and had already inquired through voice transmission. Several disciples on duty didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They bowed and said, Senior Sister Kuan, if you want to spar, you can choose a quiet place and don't disturb others. Besides, even if you want to teach these junior brothers a lesson, you don't have to take out your magic weapon. This is the station of the Sky Patrol City, not my Sky Thunder Peak. I get angry when I see shameless people. The dignity of the Imperial Thunder sect has been tarnished by these shameless people. The female cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment snorted coldly and put away her magic weapon. She still said bitterly, I was stopped by a friend as soon as I entered the Sky Patrol City yesterday and was ridiculed. What would you think? At that time, I thought that if there was a crack under Ai's feet, I would immediately escape into it. You want to escape? Do you know the 5 elements escape technique? Xiaohua said coldly, we're fighting for our lives in the Sky Patrol City. You just came to the Sky Patrol City and you haven't even seen the sword cultivators, yet you're angry at your junior brothers? What does your face count for? Could it be that it's more important than our lives? What's that? The female cultivator was stunned. The male cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect all laughed, but the anger on their faces did not dissipate at all. Yes, the cultivators present had been in Sky Patrol City for a long time and had participated in many battles. Each of them saw their senior brothers and junior brothers lying in a pool of blood. Not only were they unable to help, but they also had to try their best to escape. At this moment, everyone understood what had happened and had some complaints about the late-stage Foundation establishment Senior Sister Kuan. However, Senior Sister Kuan was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace, so no one dared to say anything. The dark and thin female cultivator's face showed a gentle expression. She stepped forward and pointed her finger at them. What's with your attitude? Are you still a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? Do you really know your identity? Do you really respect your seniors? The seniors just said one sentence and you responded with 10 or 100 sentences. I don't know how the cultivators of the Thunder Palace educate their disciples. Hearing the cultivator mention the Thunderquake Palace, even though he hadn't mentioned the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua was furious. At this moment, Cui Hongshan lightly pulled Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Senior brother, let little brother do it. After saying that, Cui Hongshan didn't care about Xiaohua's reaction. He walked out from behind Xiaohua and gave a long bow to the 3 female cultivators. 3 senior sisters, you are the senior sisters of the Earthly Thunder Palace. When we meet, we naturally have to be respectful. This is the respect this disciple gives to the 3 senior sisters. That's not bad. It's best to learn from your mistakes. The dark and thin female cultivator smiled and returned the bow, thinking that she had intimidated Cui Hongshan and the others. Xiaohua frowned slightly and looked at Cui Hongshan with some confusion. Then, Cui Hongshan's words shocked everyone. However, this is only the respect this disciple gives to you. This respect is according to the rules of the sect. This disciple has to give it to you. However, you can only get this kind of giving respect. You absolutely cannot win it. And although I, Cui, am a Foundation establishment disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley, unable to obtain your respect and can only endure your insults and indiscriminate beatings, I, Cui, lead the Thunder Controlling Sect's first squad and can win the respect of Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. My Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad received a mission to head to Rooster Mountain when the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were heading here. When the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were preparing on the Thunderboat, we fought with the sword cultivators. We fought a bloody battle and escaped from Rooster Mountain. When the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were still rubbing their hands in Sky Patrol City, we had already achieved the first meritorious service for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Did my Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad's meritorious service come out of nowhere? Did you get it by relying on the connections you speak of? At that time, Senior Sister was probably still cultivating her body and mind in the Thunder Palace, right? Chapter 2457. Could it be that Senior Sister has never thought about it? You have the time to cultivate. Who gave you this time? Wasn't it exchanged with our lives and blood? It seems like Senior Sister doesn't have the right to say anything about us. Let's talk about the Golden Spring Mountain that Senior Sister mentioned. Does Senior Sister know about it? How was the hardships of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team in the journey to the Golden Spring Mountain? I remember that before the transportation portal, I met the leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10th team and we agreed to drink and chat merrily after the great battle. I wonder if that senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace had returned? At this moment, a sorrowful voice cried out, "Leader Chui, my Heavenly Thunder Palace's 10th team was annihilated by sword cultivators on the way to the Spirit Stone Mine 5 years ago." "Sign, that's right." Chui Hongshan lamented. Back then, senior brother Qian was so arrogant but the war was so cruel. Before he could even enter the Spirit Stone Mine, he was killed by sword cultivators. What about my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? Not only did they successfully enter the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, they even saved the lives of several other sect's disciples on the way. These merits are all real. Even if I and the rest died, it cannot be erased. Did not obtain senior sister's respect, but I and the rest won the respect of the other Dao sects. Wow! The group of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples clapped their hands. Chui Hongshan's words seemed to have spoken their hearts. The bloody battle at the Golden Spring Mountain? Has senior sister seen it before? Flesh and blood splattered and lives disappeared one by one. But my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was not afraid at all. Which disciple did not kill more than 10 sword cultivators? Tens of thousands of Sky Patrol City's disciples, thousands of Dao sect's disciples, they all died in this battle. Senior sister, can you imagine? Chui Hongshan did not give up and continued to speak passionately. I don't know what the other disciples are thinking, but I know that I have no intention of returning alive. I only know that if I can kill one more sword cultivator, my Dao sect's cultivators will be in less danger. Only want to fight to the end and leave my life and blood on the battlefield. And not to stay here and be humiliated by senior sister. This Chui has indeed earned merits and received the sect master's commendation, but this is not what this Chui wants. If this Chui had a choice, this Chui would rather hide in the myriad Thunder Valley like senior sister, cultivate with master, and discuss cultivation experiences with senior brother. This Chui was absolutely unwilling to come to this battlefield. Since I have no other choice, I can only come to Sky Patrol City. I know that on the battlefield, my cultivation is different from all the senior brothers here. However, my determination to kill the enemy and protect the True Path sect is the same. I am not inferior to the senior brothers who are in the later stage of foundation establishment. Although I, Chui, was fortunate enough to survive the battle at Jinquan Mountain, tens of thousands of my Dao sect disciples were buried there. Of course, the lives of these disciples were not sacrificed in vain. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators were also killed. Whose contribution was this? If Senior Tu Hongta has it, then I feel that this merit belongs to the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples who sacrificed themselves. It belongs to us, the cultivators who are fighting for our lives. Even I, Chui, should have obtained battle merits. After all, I have already killed dozens of sword cultivators. But what about you, senior sister? You just arrived at Sky Patrol City, right? You haven't even been assigned a task, right? You haven't killed anyone yet, right? What qualifications do you have to take advantage of this Chui? Just for your little bit of face? Chui Hongshan questioned the 3 female cultivators of the Earth Thunder Palace with, "What qualifications do you have?" The 3 of them were flushed and wanted to defend themselves. However, when they saw the anger of the surrounding Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, the 3 of them felt a little uneasy. Just when everyone thought that Chui Hongshan was going to shut up, a faint blush appeared on Chui Hongshan's face. He continued, "This Chui will talk about the relationship between this Chui and Dui Qiming of the Lightning Conversion Palace. I'm sure all of you know the reason. This is also the reason why senior sister is blaming me. In fact, in this Chui's mind, there is no intention to blame Qiming at all. This Chui is just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the early stage of foundation establishment. Even if Dui Qiming dual cultivated with Senior Tu Hong Tu, so what? People strive for higher places and water flows down. He is a gold core stage cultivator. He is far more helpful to Qiming than me. This Chui would rather Qiming dual cultivate with Senior Tuesday. As long as Qiming is happy, this Chui is willing to cry in the dark and shed tears of blood. However, Senior Sister, don't forget that the reason why Qiming agreed to Senior Tu's dual cultivation request was because of my death. She was grateful to Senior Tuesday. She thought that Senior Tu killed tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Battle of Jinquan Mountain. She felt that Senior Tu had avenged me. Only because of this, she agreed to this request. Not to mention that this request was made by Senior Shui Yu Zhenren of the Imperial Thunder Palace in Yanxi Mansion. Senior Sister, if Senior Tu Hongtu treats you like this, how do you feel? Do you dare to refute the decision of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Because of this, Qiming also thought that the marriage alliance with the Imperial Thunder Sect would be beneficial to the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, so she agreed to dual cultivate. I can even say that Dui Qiming's action was not only for me, but also for all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if she made a sacrifice, it was for the sake of her fellow disciples. But what about her now? What kind of situation is she in? She doesn't dare to face this Chui, doesn't dare to face her fellow disciples. She stays alone in the quiet room, tasting the bitterness that others don't know. What is she afraid of in her heart? Isn't it your misunderstanding? What is the result? It is really not beyond her expectations. She didn't come out, but this Chui will be slapped in the face first. Senior Sister of the Earth Thunder Palace, you are also a female cultivator. Don't you understand the hearts of female cultivators? Why do female cultivators have to go against other female cultivators? Moreover, Senior Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian a few days ago. Now is the time for all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Dao Sect to unite against a common enemy. This is the time for us to actively offer suggestions and pool our efforts to see if there is a better chance to kill Qin Jian. Firstly, we can avenge Senior Tu Hong, and secondly, we can restore the morale of our Dao Sect cultivators. Senior Sister of the Earth Thunder Palace, let me ask you, what are you doing here? We are here to kill Qin Jian, to kill the swordsman, not to hurt our fellow disciples' hearts, and not to slap our fellow disciples' faces. If all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were as narrow-minded as you, for the sake of your so-called face, you would make wild guesses without asking for the truth, inverting right and wrong, and vent your little bit of magic power and anger on the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I, Chui, and the other members of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, for this battle, it doesn't matter if our Imperial Thunder Sect disciples don't fight, or if our Dao Sect cultivators don't fight. Boom! The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples cheered loudly. Everyone felt that Chui Hongshan's words were powerful and resonated with their hearts. Some of the disciples even bowed and said, "Junior brother Chui, so this is the truth of the matter. We were too shallow and were unfair to the junior sisters of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I apologize here." Damn it! Chui Hongshan's words are better than a song. Xiaohua almost wanted to give Chui Hongshan a thumbs up. Xiaohua was confident that he wouldn't be able to say Chui Hongshan's words. However, he wasn't jealous. I won't say it, but I will do it. My actions are better than a song. Just as the 3 Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivators from the Earth Thunder Palace were blushing and didn't know what to do, a voice coughed and said, "What are you waiting for? Why are you not cultivating in the quiet room during a battle? Why are you gathering here to watch the show? If there's nothing else, then disperse. If Senior Brother Qian finds out, all of you will be punished." Everyone turned their heads and saw a golden core cultivator behind them. That cultivator had actually come out a long time ago. The nearby disciples also saw him and made a clear path for him. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Kuan." A few disciples who recognized the golden core cultivator hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Forget it. Quickly disperse while Senior Brother Qian and the others are still unaware. When the other disciples on duty come over, I will take care of them." "Yes, we understand." Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly dispersed. Martial Uncle Kuan Shui. The blushing late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivator came forward to greet him with some shame and anger. she said in a low voice. Martial uncle, you have to give this disciple justice. This disciple boasted that he was a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder sect and repeatedly insulted the Earth Thunder Palace. Shut up. Kuan Shui coldly said, this Kuan has already seen your actions. You only know your own vanity and take other people's nonsense as the truth. You even want to teach a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder sect a lesson in front of everyone. This old man won't teach you a lesson, but you still want this old man to help the wicked? Martial Uncle Kuan, the dark and thin female cultivator, still wanted to argue. Shimo. Kun Shui angrily said, if this old man's guess is correct, this was all your idea, right? How could Kuan Yunhe and Kuan Zi have so many connections? Yes, this disciple knows her mistake. The dark and thin female cultivator truly lived up to her name. At this moment, Shimo muttered in a low voice. Since you know your mistake, hurry up and apologize to the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Kuan Shui scolded. Apologize to them? Are you kidding me? Not to mention Shimo, even Kuan Yunhe couldn't accept it. Martial Uncle Kuan, we are senior sisters of the Earth Thunder Palace. If we apologize, where will our face go? You're waiting for face? Kuan Shui sneered. Just now when you were scolding the first team, did you think about their face? Since you don't care about other people's face, then don't even think about your own face. But this is the face of my Earth Thunder Palace, Kuan Zi said, feeling wronged. But this is also the face of my Imperial Thunder sect. Kuan Shui resolutely said, this matter has already spread out. Right now, only my Imperial Thunder sect disciples know about it. This is the face of my Heavenly Thunder Palace. But if you don't admit your mistake and this matter spreads out, then it will be the face of my Imperial Thunder sect. Is my Imperial Thunder sect's face bigger or my Heavenly Thunder Palace's face bigger? If this matter is known by Senior Brother Qian Mo and Sky Thunder Peak's sect master, do you know the consequences? Chapter 2458. Not bad, this martial uncle of the Earth Thunder Palace is quite reasonable. Xiaohua smiled and thought, this is rare even in the Imperial Thunder sect. Humph, I must make this guy apologize. He actually dared to delay this young master's cultivation. If it weren't for them making noise outside, how could this young master be disturbed? Unfortunately, Xiaohua was wrong. Cui Hongshan stepped forward and bowed. Junior Cui Hongshan of the Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley thanks Martial Uncle Kuan for upholding justice. However, this matter of apology is over. But Kuan Shui was a bit surprised. You said so much just now, wasn't it just to make Kuan Yunhe apologize? Martial Uncle misunderstood Junior's meaning. Cui Hongshan smiled calmly. Junior's heart has been bitter these past few days. Senior Sister Kuan poked my soft spot, so I said a few more words. Actually, this junior is very clear that Senior Sister Kuan and the others are doing this for the sake of this junior. They are angry that this junior doesn't strive and hate that this junior isn't strong. If this junior can do better, how can Senior Sister Kuan and the others lose face? Therefore, Junior feels that Senior Sister Kuan and the others don't need to apologize or admit their mistakes. The one at fault is the sword cultivator, not the cultivators of my sect. Ha, good. Kuan Shui clapped. With a disciple like you, Myriad Thunder Valley will sooner or later become famous in my Imperial Thunder sect. In comparison, the disciples of my Earth Thunder Palace are much more narrow-minded. Kuan Yunhe and the others also looked at Cui Hongshan with interest, their eyes full of admiration. The three of them looked at each other, stepped forward, and cupped their hands. Junior Brother Cui, I and the others were wrong. After listening to other people's chatter, we actually regarded a great man as a coward. I and the others were wrong, Junior Brother, please forgive us. I don't dare. Cui Hongshan hurriedly bowed. Junior is convinced by Senior Sister's urging. Junior will definitely protect Qiming and not let her be bullied by others. Good, Kuan Shui smiled again. Like this, no discord, no concord. A good thing has become a bad thing. Yunhe, you and the others also follow martial nephew Cui to take a look and comfort Qimeng. Don't let her feel disappointed. Yes, disciple understands. Please rest assured, martial uncle Kuan. Shi Mo and the others bowed respectfully. Martial Kuan nodded slightly, flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua and the others. Sure enough, Kuan Yunhe and the others followed Cui Hongshan and the others to the secluded place of the thunder-controlling sect's first squad. Xiao Hua also returned the medallion of his resting place to the two aura-refining disciples and followed behind them. When they arrived in front of the restriction, several people went in. Zhen Minghui was about to call Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua looked to the left and said in a low voice, "Senior Martial Brother Minghui, you go in first. I have some matters to attend to." "Junior brother, where are you going?" Zhen Minghui asked anxiously. Now that the entire Sky Patrol City is unstable, it's better to stay away from it. And this Xiao knows. Xiao Hua nodded. However, this Xiao has some important matters to attend to, so this Xiao has no choice but to go. All right then, junior brother Xiao, leave early and come back early. Zhen Minghui said with concern. Xiao Hua checked the medallion and left the encampment of Sky Patrol City. He went straight to the auction in Sky Patrol City. After an hour, the sky turned dark again. Xiao Hua came out of the encampment. Today was not the day of the auction. Although there were cultivators trading inside, there were very few elixirs like the Qianli pill and the Ling Lei pill. Xiao Hua searched for a long time but did not find anything. He originally wanted to use the token that Si Sinew gave him during the last auction, but he thought again. Of course, he gave Si Sinew spiritual herbs, so it was hard to guarantee that Sky Patrol City would not covet them. Now that he wanted to cover his tracks and wait for the limelight of the assassination of Tu Hong to pass, how could he send himself to their doorstep? It was even to the extent that Xiao Hua thought for a moment before making a prompt decision to destroy the keepsake, so as to not leave the slightest chance of it being discovered by others. Xiao Hua returned to the encampment somewhat depressed. When he entered the restriction, he saw that everyone was there. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Qimeng, who was accompanying Cui Hongshan, and said with a smile, "Senior Martial Sister Dui, you're still as elegant as ever." Cui Hongshan and the others did not dare to neglect, and all stood up. Dui Qimeng took half a step forward and saluted, "Many thanks for junior brother Zhao's praise." At this time, Dui Qimeng's face had a trace of a smile. Obviously, the arrival of Kuan Yunhe and the others gave her confidence. "Oh, what about the three people from the Earth Thunder Palace?" Xiao Hua smiled and returned the salute. "They left an hour ago." Cui Hongshan said with a smile, "If it weren't for Senior Martial Brother's help, I'm afraid I would have suffered a loss." "Senior Martial Brother?" Hearing Cui Hongshan suddenly call Xiao Hua Senior Martial Brother, not only Dui Qimeng, but also Zhen Minghui and the others were surprised. The two of them had a grudge since they left the Imperial Thunder Sect until now. Wasn't it because of the title of Senior Martial Brother? Even though Xiao Hua had saved Cui Hongshan several times, Cui Hongshan had never called Xiao Hua Senior Martial Brother. Why did he suddenly call him Senior Martial Brother now? Seeing Dui Qimeng's bewildered and happy expression, Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "Actually, this Cui has been thinking about it since returning from Golden Spring Mountain. This Cui came back from the dead and understood that fame, wealth, cultivation, and competition are not as real as the affection between Senior Martial Brother. My myriad Thunder Valley does not have many disciples, and this Cui still has a grudge with Senior Martial Brother. What does this mean? Senior Martial Brother Xiao became Master's disciple earlier than this Cui, so this Cui should call him Senior Martial Brother. Of course, just because I reached Foundation Establishment first, I was complacent and thought I could surpass Senior Martial Brother. But now that I think about it, I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, Senior Martial Brother Meng did not abandon me and saved this Cui's life several times. Just now, you even made a move in front of everyone and did not embarrass this Cui. If this Cui still does not call you Senior Martial Brother, how can this Cui be a man? How can this Cui return to Myriad Thunder Valley?" "Haha, Junior Martial Brother Cui, Since you say so, then Senior Martial Brother has nothing to say. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and laughed. Wait for Senior Martial Brother to give you the benefits. Senior Martial Brother Xiao. Zhen Minghui, Bai Sugu, and the others also echoed. Senior Martial Brother has saved us several times. Now that your cultivation is above us, we also have to call you Senior Martial Brother. Shouldn't we also have some benefits? Go away, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this Xiao will accept these junior martial brothers of yours, but there are no benefits. Wait until you all become my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples. Martial Uncle Xiao, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Zhenhua and Baisu Gu did not change the way they addressed Xiaohua and called out without any pressure. Forget it. Xiaohua scratched his head and waved his hand. He took out a dozen flying swords and said, feel free to choose from these flying swords. Zhenhua and the others were overjoyed when they scanned with their divine senses. These are all flying swords of drawing sword cultivators. Martial Uncle Xiao, you're really willing to part with them? Pick 2 for each person. Xiaohua was rarely forthright. He waved his hand and laughed. Then Junior Martial Brother won't be polite. Cui Hongshan also said happily. Junior Martial Brother wanted to take it last time, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. After that, I regretted it. Xiaohua only smiled and did not say anything. Since Cui Hongshan admitted defeat, how could he be stingy with the disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley? After Zhen Minghui and the others picked their flying swords, Xiaohua thought for a while and took out a sword slip. He copied it and gave it to Zhen Minghui, saying, sword cultivators' flying swords are really unique. If you all have the time, there's no harm in taking a look. Zhen Minghui received it with even more surprise. Just as he was about to take out a blank jade slip and copy it, Xiaohua said to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming, you too, although this Xiao is going out, this Xiao has something to tell you. Yes, we will listen to Senior Martial Brother Zhao's instructions. Dui Qiming also followed Cui Hongshan's greeting and replied respectfully. Zhen Minghui knew that this was a matter of the myriad Thunder Valley and did not follow. He only copied the jade slip in the quiet room and waited for them to return. Who would have thought that he would wait for more than 10 days? Xiaohua took Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming out and went straight to the pill refining cave. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming did not understand, but they still followed behind Xiaohua. When they reached the entrance of the cave, Cui Hongshan whispered, Senior Martial Brother, why did you bring Junior Martial Brother here? Naturally there are benefits for you. Xiaohua pretended to be mysterious and said, can flying swords count as benefits? Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qiming. Both of them did not understand, and their eyes were full of doubts. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the city guard Chang Shu's message talisman. He clapped his hand and it flew out. At this time, a disciple of the Sky Patrol City came out of the pill refining cave and shouted impatiently, are you looking for someone? Or do you want to use the pill refining room? How can you casually send a message talisman here? Don't you know the rules of this pill refining cave? Xiaohua saw that this Sky Patrol City disciple's face was exactly the same as Chang Shu's. He ignored him and just stood there with his hands behind his back. I'm talking to you. The disciple was a little angry. This is an important place for refining pills. If you have nothing to do, don't stand here. Fellow Daoist. Cui Hongshan could not help but speak. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. We are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We wanted to come to the pill refining cave to refine pills. May I know how to do it? With that, Cui Hongshan clapped his hand and took out his token. You can refine pills? The Sky Patrol City disciple almost laughed out loud. He looked at Cui Hongshan, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, and even looked at Xiaohua and Dui Qiming. No matter how he looked at them, they did not look like alchemists who could refine pills. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiaohua, who was still silent, and was a little confused. He could only smile apologetically. Whether I can refine pills or not is my business. May I ask fellow Daoist how to use the pill refining cave? My Sky Patrol City's pill refining cave is a quiet place. not a place to do those dirty things. If fellow Daoist has such plans, it's better to go somewhere else. The disciple was not polite and refused flatly. Cui Hongshan was a little angry. Today, this Cui is going to use the pill refining cave. This is a spirit stone. Ignore him. Xiaohua also felt a little awkward in his heart. He should have talked to this disciple of the Sky Patrol City in a pleasant manner, but after the unpleasant experience with Changshu last time, he did not have much of a good impression of the Sky Patrol City disciples. Moreover, he did not even put a gold core stage cultivator in his eyes, so how could he lower his head and smile at this early stage foundation establishment stage disciple? However, this disciple was even more disgusted than Changshu. Chapter 2459. Let's wait for Changshu. Xiaohua said coldly. Oh, so the three of you are here for senior brother Changshu. What stunned Xiaohua was that when the disciple heard Changshu's name, his face immediately changed, and his smile was brighter than the sun in the sky. Why didn't you say so earlier? At this time, there are many empty alchemy rooms. How many do you want? While they were talking, a disciple of the Sky Patrol City hurriedly flew out of the alchemy cave. It was Changshu, who Xiaohua had seen before. Captain Chang, why did you come in person? I'm making arrangements for your old friend. When the disciple saw Changshu, he immediately said flatteringly, well, fellow Xiao is a good friend of mine, so I can't not come in person. If you have nothing to do, you can go and rest first. Changshu nodded with a smile. Yes, Captain Chang. The disciple respectfully saluted and said, Captain Chang, if you need anything, please let me know. Immediately, the disciple tactfully saluted Xiaohua and the other two and left. Looking at the disciple's face that changed in an instant, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was afraid that he would never be able to learn this kind of magical power in his lifetime. But then, his heart trembled again, and he thought to himself, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall? Wasn't I the same when I was a rogue cultivator? Why can't I put down my face now? Of course, this was Xiaohua's small sigh. Changshu's laughter sounded in his ears. Fellow Xiao, we haven't seen each other for several years. Back then, this Chang had seen your medallion of commendation, and thought that you had really perished at Golden Spring Mountain. When I received your message just now, I was truly surprised. This Chang was just saying, with Dao friend Zhao's cultivation, how could he have perished? Ah, fellow Chang, you must be joking. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I was just lucky. Then he said straightforwardly, they are my junior brother and junior sister. I want to use the alchemy cave, please make it convenient for me. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't introduce the names of the two people, Changshu tactfully didn't ask and said with a smile, this is my duty, you don't have to be polite. With that, Changshu took out a jade slip and looked at it before saying, it's still the same as before. There aren't many people using the Imperial Thunder Sect's pill refining cave. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me. As Xiaohua and the others entered the concoction cave, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming became even more confused. Would Xiaohua know how to do it? Even if he did, why drag the two of them along? If it was something important, he could have said it in the quiet room. Why did he have to come to the pill refining cave? Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is what fellow Daoist used last time. May I know if it is possible? This time, Changshu personally opened the alchemy room's restriction and asked with a smile. He, of course. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out some spirit stones, and handed them over to Changshu. He then said to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming, you guys go in first and wait. Yes, senior brother. The two of them obeyed and went in. Xiaohua looked left and right, then said in a low voice, this Xiao has something to ask. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please speak. Changshu wasn't surprised. If Xiaohua didn't have anything special, how could he possibly call him out? Does the Washing Flower sect have a female disciple in the pill refining cave? This. Changshu was somewhat hesitant. That female cultivator is this Xiao's dual cultivation partner. Xiaohua didn't hide it. This Xiao instructed her to come. If there are no mishaps, she should be in the pill refining cave 5 days ago. Ha, Chang Shu laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. That washing flower sex fairy Hong Xia is extremely beautiful. When this Chang Shu saw her that day, she was like a celestial being. So she is fellow Daoist Xiao's partner. What a perfect match. Hee, Xiaohua rubbed his hands. Where is she now? She is. Chang Shu transmitted his voice and took out a light red communication talisman. This communication talisman can be sent at the entrance. She can receive it from inside. Hee, after speaking, Chang Shu's face also revealed an ambiguous smile. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Chang. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He clapped his hands, took out 2 flying swords, and stuffed them into Chang Shu's hands. He said with a smile, "This shall pick them up in Huan country. I will give them to fellow Daoist Chang as a memento." Fellow Daoist Xiao is too polite. Chang Shu originally wanted to decline, but with a sweep of his divine perception, he knew that these were the flying swords of a drawing swordsman. How could he bear to push them away? He reached out to receive them, looked around, and said in a low voice, "Since that is the case, this Chang Shu won't be polite. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please continue with your work. If there is anything else, please send a message to this Chang Shu." After speaking, he cupped his hands and left. He didn't even want the spirit stones. Hee, as the ancients say, it is easier to become an official if you have connections in the imperial court. These words are really true. Xiaohua turned around and entered the alchemy room with a smile. Inside the alchemy room, Cui Hongxian and Dui Qimeng were holding hands and looking at the furnishings inside. When they saw Xiaohua enter, they walked over and asked curiously, "Senior brother, why did you come here?" Hee, Qimeng, just now, the 3 people from the Earth Thunder Palace came. Do you think their attitudes were sincere? Xiaohua didn't answer, but instead asked Dui Qimeng, "Senior brother." Cui Hongxian was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, "They already apologized. Senior brother, don't be ruthless." "Tiske, do I have to?" Xiaohua curled his lips. "Is your senior brother so unreasonable?" Hee, their attitudes can still be considered sincere. Dui Qimeng smiled and said, "However, they are disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace after all. I don't think it's a sincere apology." "And junior sister is extremely right." Xiaohua nodded. "They are disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace, but because of that Golden Core Master's prestige, they were forced to come and apologize. According to their nature, it's still not necessarily true. This is also because senior brother's divine ability is amazing. They had no choice but to come." Cui Hongxian said with emotion. "What? You saw through it?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "This Xiao asked you to come here today for this matter." "This matter? What matter?" Cui Hongxian and Dui Qimeng looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He handed them over and said, "Take a look first." The 2 took the slips and immersed their divine senses. After a moment of looking, pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Especially Dui Qimeng, who cried out in disbelief, Is this real?" "Hee, of course it's real." Cui Hongxian said with a smile. "This is the betrothal gift my myriad Thunder Valley wants to give you." Immediately, Cui Hongxian turned and said, "Senior brother, you mean, that's right, now is the time." Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 10% of the Thunder Beast's inner cores. "This item has long been with me. I originally wanted to wait until we return to the myriad Thunder Valley, but now you have to leave first. Although eldest senior brother has experience, he may not be able to take care of you. It's better for me to work a little harder." "Many thanks, senior brother." Cui Hongxian beamed from ear to ear. Dui Qimeng was also happy. Her chest heaved up and down as if she was abnormally excited. However, a trace of hesitation flitted across her face very quickly before disappearing. "And, take a look at this secret art first." Xiaohua had not seen it before and said with a smile, "I'll give you 1 day. If you don't know, feel free to ask me." With that, Xiaohua turned and left while muttering in his heart, since junior brother is so infatuated with Dui Qiming, it seems like Dui Qiming is also interested in junior brother. However, there are too many temptations in this world. Who knows how many unforeseen events will occur after returning to the Imperial Thunder sect from Sky Patrol City. Will Dui Qiming's master change his previous decision because of Tu Hong's matter? This young master will cook the rice first and let Dui Lei Palace taste the sweetness of this thunder core. If this can't keep Dui Qiming's heart and make her master give up, then don't blame this young master for being ruthless in the future. No matter how much this young master has eaten, this young master will spit it out. Senior brother, where are you going? Cui Hongshan thought Xiaohua would stay in the cave. Naturally, this elder brother has a good place to go. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and left. Senior brother Xiao is so strange. After Xiaohua left for a while, Dui Qiming whispered, "What is he going to do? How would this husband know what he's going to do? This husband only knows that my wife, you should hurry and comprehend the secret technique. We only have a day's time. When senior brother returns, he will have to consume the thunder core. At that time, if you don't understand, there will be a big problem. Isn't there still senior brother? What is this concubine afraid of?" Dui Qiming smiled. Although she said that, Dui Qiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly immersed her divine sense into the jade slip to comprehend the secret technique. Xiaohua went to deal with Fairy Hongxia and sent the title beads away before returning to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's cave. The two had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Senior brother Xiao, it's been a day and a night. This younger brother thought something happened. Cui Hongshan said happily when he saw Xiaohua enter. So long. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought, it seems like it was just a moment ago. However, he still smiled and said, this older brother was afraid that you didn't comprehend enough, so I left more time for you. How is your comprehension of the secret technique? Yes, senior brother knows. Dui Qiming smiled and said, this secret technique is originally my Imperial Thunder sect's secret technique. Although there are some obscure parts inside, since senior brother Xiang can comprehend it, this concubine and Cui Qiming can also comprehend it. Clearly, Cui Hongshan had already told Dui Qiming about Xiang Zhili. Xiaohua clapped and said, since junior sister Dui already knows about eldest senior brother's matter, you must also know the consequences of using the thunder core. This older brother won't repeat it. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Qiming's face was red as she whispered. Junior brother Cui, do you have a dual cultivation technique? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked abruptly. No, this younger brother doesn't have such a dirty thing. Cui Hongshan was stunned and said, when this younger brother was in the Cui family, the clansmen never let this younger brother come into contact with such things. They only said that when it came to dual cultivation, this younger brother would naturally understand. This younger brother also didn't think about it when this younger brother came to Myriad Thunder Valley. Ah, how sad. Xiaohua curled his lips and turned to look at Dui Qiming. Dui Qiming's face was red and she didn't say a word. It was very obvious that this female disciple of Thunder sect also didn't have any experience in this area. I'll be a good person to the end. Xiaohua sighed and clapped his hands, taking out 2 pink jade slips. He gave one to each person and said, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming received them somewhat shyly and looked at them with flushed faces. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua saw that both of them had received the jade slips. Xiaohua then handed the token to Cui Hongshan and said very thought-provoking, this is the token for the refining room. Once you've taken the core, this older brother will go out. You can decide when you want to go out. Even Cui Hongshan's face was awkward as he smiled apologetically and said, yes, this younger brother understands. However, he really felt sweet in his heart. Following this senior brother Xiao, who was extremely displeasing to the eye, really brought about a lot of good things. Immediately, Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan sat opposite each other. Xiaohua gave each of them a portion of the lightning beast's core, and he released a trace of Buddhist awareness. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qiming and clapped his hands. The lightning beast's core hit his chest, and with a flash of lightning, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave gathered like a swarm of bees. Following the flash of lightning on Cui Hongshan's chest, it entered Cui Hongshan's body. Rise, Xiaohua watched as the lightning beast's core gradually turned into a ball of lightning. Just as it entered Cui Hongshan's body, there was still half of the core that hadn't transformed. His heart unconsciously moved, and with a pull of his hands, a thick bolt of lightning appeared in midair and accurately hit that half of the core. With a crackling sound, the lightning was sucked into the core, and the core completely turned into lightning. When the thumb-sized lightning entered Cui Hongshan's body, Cui Hongshan's entire body trembled. From inside to outside, every inch of his skin flashed with a trace of lightning. Cui Hongshan's face revealed an extremely painful expression. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua naturally knew that the lightning was tempering the body and didn't find it strange. However, at this time, his Buddhist awareness discovered a trace of abnormality. Most of the lightning actually rushed into the blood vessels. Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness went deeper, and he saw the lightning wrapped around the blood vessels near the skin, quickly rushing into Cui Hongshan's body and converging towards his heart meridian. And where the lightning passed through the blood vessels, a faint dark red color gradually overflowed along the blood vessels. When the lightning entered Cui Hongshan's heart meridian, with a loud "kacha" sound, Cui Hongshan's heart meridian suddenly emitted a thick dark red color. This dark red color quickly rushed along the heart meridian to the blood vessels, and then overflowed out of the body. GG, a few weak chirps sounded, and that dark red color transformed outside of Cui Hongshan's body, gradually condensing into a 1 qi tall skylark celestial body. Haha, excellent. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know the whole story? This lightning beast's core actually stimulated Cui Hongshan's true blood vessels, and formed the skylark celestial body. At the side, Dui Qiming was also very happy, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. After the skylark celestial body appeared, from Cui Hongshan's heart meridian, a faint purple lightning that was much smaller than the eye of a needle was born, and slowly entered Cui Hongshan's meridians. At this time, Cui Hongshan's heart technique was still circulating. Every time the lightning passed through an inch of meridian, a trace of lightning would be born from the meridian and enter the lightning. As the lightning circulated in the meridian, the lightning became increasingly stronger. Oh, this looks very similar to the avalanche at Jingquan Mountain. Xiaohua used his Buddhist awareness to observe, and suddenly, the scene of the avalanche that day appeared in his mind. The snowflakes grew from small to large, from weak to strong, and even formed a large avalanche. If I want to condense the lightning beast's core in my body, I still have to control the speed of this avalanche. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but then he frowned. How can I control this speed? It seems that the secret technique did not explain it. Seeing that the lightning ball was getting bigger and bigger, and Cui Hongshan had no way to control it, Xiaohua was a little bewildered. If this continues, Cui Hongshan's meridian and even his body will not be able to support it. How does eldest senior brother control it? Ha! Xiaohua suddenly laughed secretly, and hurriedly turned his head and said, "Junior sister Dui, you should quickly consume it too." Dui Qiming was stunned, but she did not dare to refute. She immediately clapped her hands, and silently recited the secret technique in her heart. Similarly, several lightning bolts were produced and landed on Dui Qiming's chest. Although it was not convenient for Xiaohua to use his Buddhist awareness to observe, he still pulled. 2 lightning bolts fell, and the lightning beast's core that Dui Qiming had only refined to 40% turned into lightning bolts. Only then did he turn his head to look at Cui Hongshan again. At this time, Cui Hongshan's body was surrounded by lightning bolts, and the lightning bolts were constantly rotating from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. His face gradually turned dark red. the skylark's dharma body was also covered by lightning bolts, and its appearance gradually became clearer. After another hour, the lightning bolts around Cui Hongshan's body had stabilized, and the lightning bolts in his meridians had also completed a cycle and landed on his lower dantian. Inside his dantian, there were also waves of lightning bolts slowly forming, and they gathered on top of the lightning bolts that were starting to stagnate. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified expression. He was clear in his heart that although Cui Hongshan was currently only at the early stage of foundation establishment, the lightning bolts formed from the lightning beast's core would definitely affect his core formation in the future. If there were no accidents, his gold core cultivation would definitely be expected. At this time, Cui Hongshan's meridians emitted a thunderous sound, and a strong yang qi was produced from the lightning beast's core, quickly rushing into his meridians. Cui Hongshan's body began to swell, and his face turned red. Wait a moment. Xiaohua looked at Cui Hongshan's bloodshot eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a spell landed on Cui Hongshan's dantian, imprisoning the lightning beast's core that was emitting yang qi. A lightning beast's core will attract the yin and yang qi due to the lightning beast's physique. If it's a male and female lightning beast's core, even if it attracts the yin and yang qi, it can be neutralized by the yin and yang qi in the art of alchemy. Just like when I injected the male and female lightning beast's cores into the phoenix's celestial body. Xiaohua secretly thought while observing, it seems, apart from the phoenix's celestial body, this young master has also done this before. There was no mistake as long as the two cores are the same. Great. Xiaohua waved his hand and removed the restriction in Cui Hongshan's dantian. Then he wiped Cui Hongshan's body and took out the token. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the door of the pill room. He opened the restriction and threw the token in with a flip of his hand. He laughed heartily and said, "After a long drought, it's the night of the bridal chamber. This Xiao will take his leave, no need to send me off." Xiaohua withdrew from the alchemy room and watched as the restrictions on the alchemy room slowly closed. Only then did he feel relieved and fly towards the other alchemy rooms. He secretly smiled and said, "Junior brother, do your best. This is all your senior brother can do for you. The rest is up to you." Chirp, the skylark's celestial body's cry faintly sounded in the alchemy cave, and it was also abnormally excited. It seemed to be responding to Xiaohua's thoughts. "You're back so soon?" When Xiaohua returned to the alchemy cave, he and Fairy Xianxia were in. Fairy Xianxia had not finished refining the mist bead, and she asked in surprise, "My wife is here, how could I let my wife wait for so long?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Hee, thank you for your concern, my husband." Fairy Xianxia said unhappily, "Who was it that made me wait for so long these few days?" "That." Xiaohua scratched his head, looked left and right, and shouted very angrily, Who was it that didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex?" Chapter 2460. Che, Fairy Xianxia also learned Xiaohua's catchphrase and said disdainfully, "Is there a need to look? Isn't it you?" "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly, enjoying this warmth. Looking at the mist-tied pearl in Fairy Xia's hand, he laughed, "How is it? Is this betrothal gift of your husband good?" And Fairy Xia nodded. "This mist-tied pearl is a magic treasure that this concubine uses. The Xiantian primordial water inside is even more precious. If this concubine refines it properly, it can definitely compete with a golden core cultivator. As long as my wife likes it." Xiaohua was immensely proud. Unfortunately, Fairy Xia's tone changed and said regretfully, "But if you want to use it as a betrothal gift, it's still far from enough." "It can't be?" Xiaohua curled his lips. "My wife, don't ask for too much. If you anger your husband, be careful that your husband doesn't want you." "How you dare?" Fairy Xia glared at him unceremoniously. "If you dare to not want this concubine will chase after the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds to capture you back." "All right," Xiaohua stretched out his hands and smiled. "Just based on my wife's words, your husband won't go anywhere." I'll wait for you here. Fairy Xianxia stuck out her tongue and threw herself into Xiaohua's arms. She snuggled against Xiaohua's chest. After a while, she said, "To be honest, husband, you really want to go to the same place as me. If you succeed, Master can't refuse to agree to our matter." But Xiaohua was slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled. "My husband, this concubine will speak the truth. Don't be angry." Fairy Xianxia looked into Xiaohua's eyes and said seriously. "Speak." Xiaohua waved his hand without a care. "If you have something to say, then say it. See how magnanimous your husband is." "It's like this." Fairy Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, "Actually, this concubine came to Sky Patrol City this time because I miss you. However, this is not what I said to my master." "Ha, I knew it." Xiaohua laughed heartily and kissed the side of Fairy Xia's peach-red cheeks. It was precisely where that little black mole was located. "When you told your husband was just muttering. How could you possibly mention your husband to your master? So, it was hidden here. Husband, please don't blame me." Fairy Xia was a little embarrassed. "Of course I know of my husband's magical powers. However, my husband's cultivation level is indeed a little low. If my husband is in the later stage of foundation establishment, I can report this to my master." "Haha, isn't it just cultivation? That's really easy." After saying that, Xiaohua dispersed the secret technique and released his pressure. "Husband has already reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment?" Fairy Xia was truly wild with joy. "My husband is truly a genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years in my Xiaoyu continent." This isn't much." Xiaohua immediately used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation realm. "Husband, you don't have to be like this all the time, right?" Fairy Xia said, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. "I think it's pretty good." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Taking people by surprise, I'm used to it." Fairy Xia also had a defeated look on her face as she shook her head and said, "My husband is already a Jindan cultivator who is about to condense his Jindan. This kind of thinking is really too a rogue cultivator." "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Xiaohua of course could not be too straightforward. He waved his hand and said, "My wife, aren't you also in the later stage of foundation establishment? Your cultivation speed is not too far off from mine." My cultivation speed is indeed faster." Fairy Xia pursed her lips and said, "Even compared to Senior Li Zongbao, I don't think I'm inferior. However, this concubine's actions are nothing." "There's someone even more powerful?" Xiaohua was a little surprised. "Yes, that Yun Jiechong seems to have entered the later stage of foundation establishment. Even if he hasn't, he's already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment." Fairy Xia said, "He has already been taken in by another Jindan cultivator." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Now that the bloodline of the cultivation families has shown its power, I'm afraid it's not just the two of you, right?" "That's right." Fairy Xia nodded and said, "Master said so too. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has gradually changed, the true bloodline of the cultivation families has also been correspondingly stimulated. The cultivation speed of the disciples of the cultivation families has greatly increased. Yun Jiechong and I are nothing, but I heard that a disciple of a family has cultivated from Qi refining level 10 to Jindan in just a few decades." "Ah? How is that possible?" Xiaohua was shocked. "From Qi refining to Jin? How can it be so simple? This is also a secret of my Huanhua sect. I don't know if it's true or not." Fairy Xia shook her head and said, "However, even if it's not Jindan, it's still quite powerful and can be compared with my husband." Don't compare with your husband." Xiaohua sighed and said, "Your husband has never thought of himself as a genius." "My husband is a genius in my eyes." Fairy Xia smiled charmingly. "That's right, your cultivation has improved so much. Is it your master?" Xiaohua asked. "She is also of the Kai family bloodline like you." She should be very powerful, right? Fairy Xia's face darkened when she heard this. She shook her head slightly and said, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed quite a bit. Our Huanhua sect's method of selecting disciples is no longer suitable. The masters are currently looking for a suitable method. Furthermore, for disciples who are already at qi refining and foundation establishment, like me who can stimulate my bloodline, it's still fine. The other disciples are simply not suitable for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their cultivation stagnates. Especially for masters above Jindan realm, it's even more difficult. My master has not improved much in the past few decades. If she doesn't have any opportunities, I'm afraid. Sigh, everyone's opportunities are different. Let's just leave it to fate." Xiao Hua sighed and pointed at Qiao Mengzhu. "This magic treasure belonged to a Jindan master of my Imperial Thunder sect. In order to find primordial water, she even lost her life, let alone cultivate. Now that we're alive and well, it's already good enough that we can cultivate." "That's right." Fairy Xianxia clapped her hands and said in realization, "This primordial water is useful for water-type physiques. Maybe Master can use it to break through." "Hee, it's best if it's useful." Xiao Hua laughed. "There's a lot of primordial water in this Qiao Mengzhu." "Oh, that's right, this is a cultivation technique for Jindan realm. Take it as a reference." "Alright." Fairy Xianxia knew that Xiao Hua did not have a water-type physique, so she took it without hesitation. "With this primordial water, your master won't disagree, right?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. When Fairy Xianxia heard this, she smiled and said, "Perhaps. However, even if it's possible, my husband will still have to accompany me. Actually, on the surface, I'm here for the Dao Cultivator battle in Sentry City. In fact, my master has given me a mission. It's to find my Kai family's ancestral hall near Million Meng Mountain." "What? Your Kai family's ancestral hall?" Xiao Hua was surprised. "When you just reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, you said that you wanted to return to Qin Yang's Kai family and enter the ancestral hall? But now that you're in the late stage of foundation establishment, why haven't you entered the ancestral hall?" Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Yes, I thought it would be a simple matter, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome." Fairy Xianxia then explained the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that ever since she had parted with Xiao Hua, Fairy Xianxia had paid a visit to Kai Qin. Kai Qin was naturally delighted and immediately sent Fairy Xianxia back to Qinyang, just like how Yun Guichong had returned to her clan. Unexpectedly, although Qin Yang's Kai family rarely treated a mid-stage foundation establishment disciple of Huanhua sect well, they were not as generous as Su Yenyun's family. Not only did they not take out the icy wind cultivation technique, they also did not allow Fairy Xianxia to enter the ancestral hall. They only said that Fairy Xianxia was already a disciple of Huanhua sect and was not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Moreover, Fairy Xianxia was from Luyang's Kai family, which was just a small branch of Qin Yang's Kai family. Fairy Xianxia could have forced her way in, but if she did, she would end up like Kai Qin. Therefore, she could only return to Huanhua sect dejectedly. Of course, Kai Qin was very angry about Qin Yang's Kai family's seclusion. However, she was also helpless. After all, she had already betrayed the Kai family and could no longer take half a step back. However, Kai Qin did not give up. She tried her best to find a way to enter the ancestral hall of the Kai clan of Qinyang. A few years ago, Kai Qin heard an incredible rumor from an elder of an aristocratic clan who was on good terms with the Kai clan. The Kai clan of Qinyang was not originally located in Qinyang, but somewhere in the Huan Kingdom near the millions of Meng Mountains. It was because of the pressure from sword cultivators and soul cultivators that the entire clan was forced to move to Qinyang in the Shi Kingdom. In the Million Meng Mountains, the ancestral home of the Kai family, there was a real ancestral hall of the Kai family. So, your master wanted to take advantage of the war between the Dao cultivators to let you enter Huan country and find the ancestral hall of the Kai family? Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know what kind of brain your master has. Now that the sword cultivators of Huan country are wreaking havoc in the north of Shi country, even swordsmen have appeared. Aren't you courting death by going to Huan country? Master, there's nothing we can do. Fairy Hong Xia smiled bitterly. I heard from Master that our Kai family's disciples have taken a blood oath to never enter the ancestral home for more than 100 miles. We can only get close during the war between the Dao cultivators. Or even enter. Fuck, there's such a blood oath? Xiao Hua scratched his head. Yes, I don't know either. Fairy Hong Xia smiled apologetically. But since it's like that, it naturally makes sense. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to go to the ancestral home, when will I? Hee, why doesn't your master go himself? Xiao Hua asked in return. Didn't I just say that even if master finds the complete ice phoenix cultivation technique, without a special opportunity, he won't be able to make any progress? Why would he go? Fairy Hong Xia shook Xiao Hua's arm and said, if husband doesn't accompany this concubine, then who can accompany this concubine? The problem is, can you go to Huan country from Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Fairy Hong Xia took out a bamboo-like token from her storage bag as if she was presenting a treasure. What's this? Xiao Hua scanned the ordinary-looking token with his spiritual sense and was puzzled. Chapter 2461. This is the sect master token of my Huanhua sect. Fairy Hong Xia said proudly, when I advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, I asked for it from the sect master. When I took out the sect master token, my Huanhua sect's senior uncle Xiang Ming also wanted to let me go to Huan country. Alright. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Since you've planned it out, I'll go with you. Oh, you can go out as you wish? Fairy Hong Xia was a little surprised. Of course, senior brother Li Zongbao said so. Xiao Hua nodded. The first team of Imperial Thunder Sect, except for me, will be returning to Imperial Thunder Sect. My husband is the best. Fairy Hong Xia understood Xiao Hua's wry smile and hugged him, offering her lips. Just as the two were entangled, Fairy Hong Xia was shocked. She patted her hand and took out a token from her storage bag. There was a fluctuation of magic power on it. Fairy Hong Xia smiled bitterly. My husband, I'm afraid I can't accompany you here. Alright, go ahead. Xiao Hua knew that Huanhua sect had matters to attend to and he could not delay her. He waved his hand and said, also, when are you going to Million Mountain Meng? Let me know in advance. I'll ask senior brother Li Zongbao for leave. I know. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips. I don't think it'll be too soon. I have to put on a show in Sky Patrol City, otherwise, it'll be bad for Master's reputation. Alright. Xiao Hua smiled and patted his hand, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Fairy Hong Xia. I haven't seen my wife for a long time. Consider this a gift. If my wife wants to use it as a betrothal gift, it should be fine. What? When Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiao Hua's final gift, she was rather puzzled. However, when she opened the jade bottle and scanned it with her spiritual will, she could not help but be overjoyed. She exclaimed, This is the rejuvenation pill from Sky Patrol City? How did you get this? Hee, do you like it? Xiao Hua did not mention how he got this item, but asked instead. Husband, isn't that nonsense? Fairy Hong Xia said excitedly, which female cultivator in this world doesn't care about her looks? I heard that many Golden Core cultivators came to the Sky Patrol City with hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones to bid for this item. How can I not like it when I see it? And as long as you like it. Xiao Hua pulled Fairy Hong Xia into his embrace, feeling her warmth as he whispered, Your husband wishes he could place all the treasures in this world in front of you, as long as you are happy. Husband. Fairy Red Dawn extended her soft tongue and lightly kissed him. She smiled and said, These are all external objects, I don't care for them. As long as you can stay by my side, I will be satisfied. Moreover, a female guard should put on an appearance that pleases her husband. Isn't this concubine's appearance for my husband to see? As long as you don't mind, this concubine isn't greedy for this rejuvenation pill. That's right. That's why I found this rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua said with a smile, don't wait for your hair to turn white before you get together with your husband. What will others think of your husband then? Ha, of course they will think that you are a pretty boy. Fairy Red Dawn replied mischievously. After Fairy Xianxia consumed it in front of Xiaohua, Fairy Xianxia asked tentatively, Husband, did you get this rejuvenation pill from a bidding war? If you can find another one. Your husband understands. Isn't it your master? Xiaohua smiled and said, your husband is thinking about it. However, when you give it to master, you must say that it is a filial gift from your husband. Although it is not a betrothal gift, it cannot be given for free. I know. You can rest assured. Fairy Red Dawn saw that Xiaohua was so attentive and was happy at first. She took the jade bottle and kept it in her storage bag. Then, she kissed Xiaohua affectionately again. Soon after, Fairy Red Dawn left in a hurry. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Red Dawn's reluctant expression and felt sweet in his heart. He and Fairy Red Dawn were separated more than they were together. He didn't even have enough time to be with Xue Xue. Thinking of Xue Xue, Xiaohua felt apologetic. Forget it. I have to save spirit stones one by one. As for wives, I have to dual cultivate with them one by one. Xiaohua opened the restriction of the alchemy room and sat cross-legged on top of the top-grade spirit stone. He smelled the faint fragrance of Fairy Red Dawn's body. He clapped his hands and took out a few golden pellets and a clear water bottle. The clear water bottle was the first Buddhist tool that Xiaohua had obtained. Moreover, this Buddhist tool was to his liking. Now that he had time, he naturally had to carefully refine and familiarize himself with it. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at the remaining 2 golden pellets. One of the golden pellets recorded the methods of refining and using Buddhist tools, including Xiaohua's clear water bottle. The other one recorded some Buddhist holy lands, famous eminent monks, and the grand occasions of these holy lands and the deeds of the eminent monks. There was no Buddhist cultivation method like the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra that Xiaohua had given to Jianglur. Xiaohua didn't have much time. He roughly flipped through the second golden pellet and sent it into the space so that the primordial spirit in the space could have time to carefully look at it. Then he focused his attention on the control of the clear water bottle. The method of controlling Buddhist tools was different from magic tools. It required the use of Buddhist seals to drive psychokinesis. Xiaohua had only cultivated the Buddha's Saraira. How could he know what psychokinesis was? That day in the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain, he was purely blindly guessing. Who knew where he had encountered that he had actually obtained the innate primordial water? Now that he had time, he naturally had to carefully look at it. Xiaohua, just like last time, threw the clear water bottle into the air and formed the so-called Buddhist seal in his hand. Unexpectedly, the clear water bottle was different from last time. It didn't seem to listen to his orders at all and didn't move at all. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, he patted his forehead again and released the Buddha relic. The Buddha relic emitted a faint Buddhist light as it sprinkled onto the jade bottle. Strange runes faintly appeared in the milky white jade bottle. Xiaohua's hand formed the Buddhist seal again. Seeing the clear water bottle shake slightly, Xiaohua felt that something seemed to want to come out, but it just couldn't pour out. Explode. Xiaohua persevered and waved his hand, taking out an ice thorn talisman. A blue light flashed in the air. Withdraw. Xiaohua pointed his finger. Sure enough, a gentle force came from the clear water bottle and sucked the light back into the bottle. Damn it, so it's a guy who only eats and doesn't vomit. Xiaohua smiled, but this was not the result he wanted. How can I make this thing attack? Xiaohua pondered. What is this telekinesis? Thinking, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the Buddha's Saraira. After all, the clear water bottle could only be used with the Buddha's Saraira in the air. If it wanted to attack, it would have to fall on the Buddha's Saraira. Oh, could it be that I can use the Buddha's Saraira to form the Buddhist seal? Xiaohua suddenly had a whimsical idea. In the past, he had never thought that the Buddha's Saraira could move. What's wrong with that? Since it can spit out mantras, It must also be able to use a Buddhist artifact. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Immediately, Xiaohua opened the golden Niu again and put the primordial spirit in the Buddha's Saraira to control the Buddhist consciousness, gradually flipping through it. Seeing this primordial spirit comprehending the use of the Buddhist artifact, Xiaohua took out the 2 gourds he obtained from the yin-yang twin spring mountain. The 2 gourds, one yellow and one ice blue, were covered with sword runes. The sword runes were constantly vibrating, and sword light flashed out from the gourds. So powerful! Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and his eyes felt as if they were pierced by a sharp sword. There was actually some pain and numbness. At this time, it is still nurturing sword spirits. If 2 sword spirits are nurtured, wouldn't it be more powerful than the Tai Azure Light Sword? However, the Yin and Yang sword spirits, what's the difference between them and the Tai Azure Light Sword and the Supreme Azure Light Sword? This sword cultivator's sword slip only has the method to nurture sword spirits, but it doesn't record the method to use it. Can this sword spirit be used without a flying sword? And there is also that sword intent. Li Xiubai and Reverend Brightsword both said that sword intent is the true essence of flying swords. Sword pills and flying swords are secondary. However, this young master's flying sword already has a sword spirit, so why can't I see any sword intent? That little deer seems to be Reverend Brightsword's sword intent, but it looks very obedient, so how can it kill people? This young master doesn't even have a sword intent, so what's the use of these 2 yin-yang sword gourds? Forget it, you wait here and slowly nurture the spirit. Xiaohua knew that these 2 sword gourds were good, but he couldn't use them, so he had to throw them in the space. Either way, I will destroy the sword cultivator's plan, so they can't use this extremely powerful Yin and Yang sword spirit. Next was Feng Buping's magic staff and wind bead. Xiaohua weighed the magic staff. It was really good, and the length was also suitable. However, this thing was Feng Buping's, so Xiaohua didn't dare to use it. He still hadn't figured out who the beast cultivator behind Feng Buping was. Poor me, I can't use anything. This magic staff can only be used after I return to the Myriad Thunder Valley and integrate it into the staff. Xiaohua sighed helplessly, but he was happy in his heart. When his gaze landed on the wind bead, Xiaohua's face showed caution. Feng Buping's methods were indeed powerful. He was the first person Xiaohua had seen other than Yuanyin cultivators. The wind bead floated in the air like a feather, and the nearby wind was surrounding the wind bead. It seemed that as long as one controlled the wind bead, they could control the wind in the entire cave. Goldie, you're awake? Come out. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect, and called the sleepy Goldie out of the space. Mother, are you okay? Goldie came out of the space and asked intimately. I'm naturally okay. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but then he was stunned. Goldie, you know how to say hello? Say hello? Goldie was puzzled. Is that what you just said? Yes. Xiaohua nodded. You weren't so polite before. Mother, what is polite? Goldie was puzzled. Chapter 2462. Forget it. Xiaohua felt a headache coming. She smiled and said, just pretend Mother didn't say anything. You'll understand when you grow up. And Mother is right. Boy feels a bit enlightened now. I can vaguely remember a lot of things. Goldie was really different from before. That's great. Mother thought you only knew how to eat and sleep. It turns out you also have an inheritance. Xiaohua was really addicted to being a mother. She said it very naturally. Why did Mother call Boy out? Goldie looked at the Buddha Saraira, looked at the clear water bottle, and then looked at the wind pearl. Oh, this wind pearl might have a hidden soul. Mother wants to keep the wind pearl and let you guard it for Mother, Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay, Goldie shook its tail happily and flashed to the side of the wind pearl. It's not for you to eat. Xiaohua saw Goldie's nose and hurriedly shouted. Goldie heard and raised its little head. Its 2 little eyes were like black pearls. Its voice came from Xiaohua's heart again. Boy also didn't think of eating. Sweat, Xiaohua was embarrassed. This little thing has grown up. It's really naughty. Goldie's nose twitched a few times. It used its little claws to fiddle with the wind pearl a few times. It shook its head and said, "Mother, there's nothing edible in this thing." "Ha, good." Xiaohua was overjoyed. "You watch from the side. If something strange comes out, you eat it in one bite." "Yes." Goldie stuck out its pink tongue, which was smaller than a little finger, as if it was hungry. Xiaohua swung her big sleeve and covered the wind pearl with the universe creator. Just as she was about to refine it, Goldie suddenly said, "Mother, the smell of this thing is similar to our family's duck." "What? Our family? Duck?" Xiaohua was stunned, as if she didn't understand. "It's the big duck that Mother threw into our house." Goldie said curiously, "It's the duck that smells like that little girl. This thing also has that smell." "Oh." Xiaohua somewhat understood. Could it be that this wind pearl is related to the Empress? "Let's go home and take a look," Xiaohua said as he sent Goldie into the space. His consciousness also entered the space with the wind pearl. The duckling was still in a deep sleep, and the wounds on its body had mostly disappeared. However, the healing speed was simply too slow, and there were still some faint scars. Goldie landed beside the duckling and swung its tail, hitting the duckling's eyelids. The duckling's eyes turned a few times and slowly opened. It was Daphne's pair of lively eyes. Goldie's shadow was reflected in the duckling's eyes. The duckling blinked and opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Then, the duckling raised its head with difficulty and looked at the wind pearl next to Goldie. "Quack." It was really the quack of a duck. The duckling was excited, and its voice was hoarse with difficulty. "This." Xiaohua's mind was right next to the bead. He unconsciously hesitated. He still wanted to use this wind bead to practice the wind escape technique. Moreover, he also wanted to use this wind bead to refine a magic weapon. "I'll have a magic weapon sooner or later, but Daphne only has one life." Although Xiaohua knew that Daphne's life was no longer in danger, he still sent the wind bead to Daphne's mouth. Daphne's tender yellow wings flapped slightly. After Xiaohua sent the wind bead into her mouth, her wings stopped flapping. "Woo!" As the wind bead entered Daphne's mouth, a faint sound of wind came from Daphne's body. This faint wind revolved around Daphne's body and gradually grew bigger. Everything within 10 feet was sucked in by this wind. "My goodness, what are you doing?" "This is my home." Xiaohua was anxious. He looked around and immediately pulled Daphne, sending her to the center of the yin-yang pool. Why is it as light as a feather?" Xiaohua realized that Daphne was now a gust of wind, weightless. "Go, do whatever you want here." Daphne stopped in midair. The hurricane around her suddenly grew bigger, like a huge tornado, piercing the blue sky and pouring down the blue water. Daphne's duckling figure gradually became blurry. "What's going on?" Xiaohua was puzzled. "Woo!" The tornado brought the water of the pool into the air. The water turned into raindrops and fell around the pool. There was a lot of rice around the pool, and dozens of puppets were tirelessly harvesting and planting them. Woo! In the sky, the sun-like reverse light roared. A dazzling brilliance gathered and poured into Daphne's blurry figure. Swoosh! Rings of rainbow-colored light appeared in the hurricane, sliding from the outside to the inside. As the light shrunk, Daphne's figure also became smaller and smaller. In the end, she became a ball of air the size of a thumb. Kacha! With a loud explosion, the lightning that was supposed to hit Lei Zizi's body changed direction and fell into the ball of air. The ball of air blossomed with a dazzling brilliance as the lightning was annihilated. The figure of a naked girl suddenly appeared in the brilliance. "Damn it, don't look." Xiaohua hurriedly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, he was a primordial spirit. How could he close his eyes? Moreover, the image of the young girl only flashed for a moment. Then, a pure white swan the size of a small duck appeared in the light and shadow. That slender neck, those arrogant eyes, and those slightly trembling pure white feathers looked extremely elegant. As the little swan spread its wings, the brilliance began to slowly extinguish. A feather emitting a holy brilliance fell on the little swan's forehead. However, it only fell half a foot before the little swan stretched its neck and swallowed it into its stomach. I understand now. Xiaohua looked at the little swan's curved neck and 2 wings and thought of phone booping. That guy's spiritual beast is probably this thing, right? His wind pearl is not some magical treasure or the inner core of a spiritual beast or something else. Dai, or is not a duckling. She can grow up after eating the wind pearl. However, just as the brilliance faded and Dyer was about to spread her wings and fly away, the entire space trembled. An incomparably oppressive will descended from the sky and enveloped Dyer's body. In an instant, the swan that Dyer had transformed into disappeared and the little duckling appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes again. This is... Xiaohua felt a familiar and somewhat fearful will. He couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this the heavenly Dao's fluctuation of the heavenly Dao starry sky? How did it beat Dai, back to her original form? Dai, transformed from a duckling into an elegant swan. It seemed like she was about to transform. A fluctuation similar to the heavenly Dao descended from the sky and beat Dai, down from the clouds into a quagmire. Dai, returned to her previous appearance as a fluffy duckling. Xiaohua was shocked. Isn't this the fluctuation of the heavenly Dao starry sky? How did it land on Dai's body? Xiaohua's mind looked at the deep starry sky and thought to himself. In the high starry sky that was almost within reach, stars were floating leisurely. Each star had its own trajectory, and all the stars seemed to be following the same trajectory. Looking, Xiaohua's mind seemed to turn into a cloud, slowly rising higher and higher. As his mind soared, the attractive force between the stars became stronger and stronger. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, or perhaps in an extremely long time, Xiaohua's mind felt the trace of primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Dao starry sky. This primordial spirit was different from the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. It actually had the appearance of a star, and like the other stars, it also moved in the starry sky with a faint mysterious trajectory. When Xiaohua's mind merged with that trace of primordial spirit, Xiaohua felt that he was also like the star in the secret realm on Blood Red Island. A heavy and abundant force was emitted from his body. This is the power of rule. After transforming into a star, Xiaohua's thoughts seemed to have slowed down. After a long time, a very unfamiliar but somewhat vague idea surged into his mind. Under the heavenly Dao, there are all things and all things are orderly. This order is the rule, and to maintain this rule, one must have the power of rule. The heavenly Dao is originally a kind of rule, a kind of rule's origin and a kind of rule's assistance. Xiaohua seemed to have comprehended something. Between the stars, within the star that Xiaohua had transformed into, this kind of heavy power became increasingly clear and bright as Xiaohua comprehended it. Even my heaven and earth in the sleeve technique only relies on magic power to control the enemy within a certain range. Because the enemy's magic power can't resist mine, this magic power that exceeds mine can be seen as the power of rule, and I use the power of rule to control everything within this range. Green seal script looks very mysterious, but in reality, it was also the ancient celestial beings who comprehended the rules of the heavenly Dao and used the green seal script to drive the rules, creating wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more subtle the fluctuations of the star became, as if it wanted to be in tune with the heavenly Dao in the starry sky. A kind of profound, ancient, and eternal feeling was born from the center of the star, and gradually spread throughout Xiaohua's mind. Mother! Suddenly, a panicked voice came from Xiaohua's mind. It was Goldie's call. Oh! This voice pulled Xiaohua out of his meditation, and the fluctuations that were in tune with the heavenly Dao naturally came to an abrupt stop. That was close. Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and his mind immediately broke away from that wisp of primordial spirit, but that primordial spirit still transformed into a star and flew far away. If I had comprehended for a while longer, It might have been a few years, a few decades. This young master would have turned into a star, into a wisp of the heavenly Tao. Xiaohua's mind quickly fell, and Goldie asked again, "Mother, what were you doing just now?" The boy felt that you were getting older and colder, and the boy felt very scared. Chapter 2463. Hee, it's all right. Xiaohua's mind calmed down and saw Goldie floating in the air next to the yin-yang pool. The duckling was still a duckling, but it was quietly floating in the pool, looking very peaceful. That wind pearl should be the inheritance of Daoist's original spirit beast. After Daoist takes it, not only will it be good for her injuries, it will also promote her growth. Everything just now shows that Daoist is a spirit beast like a goose. She even has the strength to transform. Xiaohua looked at Daoist and understood. However, in this young master space, there is a rule. Spirit beasts can't grow. This is probably the reason why the eggs can't hatch. Therefore, the power of the rules forced them to return to their original state. However, since she can already transform as long as she leaves this space, she will definitely transform. There is no need to worry about this. What this young master is worried about is that if I don't have the confidence, I can't let her out of the space. Xiaohua was a little worried. This space was his biggest secret. Now no one knew about it. If Daoist left the space with her vision, she would definitely know some things. If she followed these things down, she might be able to discover Xiaohua's secret. Xiaohua couldn't be careless. Although he was willing to save Daoist and the Empress, he didn't want to put himself in danger. Goldie, you stay here with Daoist. Don't tell her anything. If something happens to her, tell me. Xiaohua instructed, and his mind left the space. That's right. How can there be such a rule in my space? While Xiaohua was retreating, he was still bewildered. Inside the pill refining cave, the Buddha's light shone. The Buddha's Sariras seemed to have made great progress. The Buddha with a trace of his primordial spirit was like another Xiaohua, clumsily and slowly moving his incomplete arms. The two hands that were already clear changed from the previous posture of one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, slowly changing into a Buddha seal. Xiaohua used the blood shadow technique to cultivate the dragon transformation art, and then used his primordial spirit to control the Buddha's Sarira. Rise, Xiaohua shouted in his heart, and the Buddha's Sarira also made a sound. The Buddha seal in his hand waved, and the clear water vase indeed responded and slowly flew into the air. Here, the Buddha's Sarira moved again. Above the pristine water bottle, a green light flashed. The pristine true water rushed out and covered the entire cavern in an instant. Whirl, as the Buddha's seal moved again, countless tiny whirlpools were formed from the innate primordial water. Haha, Amitabha. Xiaohua laughed heartily. The Buddha Sarira was also smiling from ear to ear. So this Buddha Sarira can be used like this? As long as he used the relic to activate the Buddhist artifact would be like an arm. There was no need for any psychokinesis. No, could it be that the power that could move the Buddha's Sarira was psychokinesis? Forget it, I'll talk about these questions when I have the chance in the future. Either way, I now have another artifact to use. Immediately after, Xiaohua put the Buddha's Sarira into his body. The clear water vase also fell into the Buddha's Sarira's hand. Although it was still holding the Buddha's Sarira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, the clear water vase was held in the palm of the hand pointing to the sky. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua slightly released his Buddha's consciousness and pointed with his hand. It seemed like he was forming a seal, but secretly he was controlling the Buddha Sarira. With a toss of his hand, the clear water vase flew out. It was precisely where the seal was formed. Port! Xiaohua reprimanded again. It seemed to be a mantra. At the same time, the Buddha Sarira opened its mouth and formed a Buddha seal. Pristine true water immediately poured out of the clear water vase. I'm really smart. Isn't this the legendary, hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat? Xiaohua laughed loudly. I'm the best at this. After the clear water vase was put into the Buddha Saraira, Xiaohua waved his hand again and took out a large piece of jade essence. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and a true samadhi fire was created. It burned at the corner of the jade essence, and a drop of sparkling jade liquid gradually appeared. I already have some experience in refining this jade talisman. It's time to practice. Xiaohua wanted to refine the jade talisman in high spirits, but when he saw the green bean-sized drop of jade liquid in the air, Xiaohua hesitated again. Yes, it was a rare hesitation, and also a rare lack of confidence. This is a jade talisman. Even a nascent soul cultivator can't refine a jade talisman. Can I refine it successfully? Xiaohua's heart was beating like a drum. If even I, a late foundation establishment cultivator, can refine it, would it still be a jade talisman? However, Xiaohua carefully pondered over the refining technique of the jade talisman for a long time. Although the technique of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was the most basic, it was still a genuine refining technique of the jade talisman. It was much better than the refining techniques of the yellow and spirit talismans that Xiaohua had seen. Of course, because the Huang clan's technique was at the most basic level, when the runes were poured into the jade essence, it was also abnormally crude. There were only a few rough records, and it was simply ominous. If he really refined according to this technique, he definitely wouldn't be able to succeed. Xiaohua's lost confidence slowly returned as he compared it with his own method of pouring talismans into the talismans. He had a vague premonition that his method seemed to be used to refine jade talismans. If it was used to refine yellow talismans and spirit talismans, it would instead be inferior. Forget it, the path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. I have to give it a try. At this time, Xiaohua's Dao heart was already incomparably firm. He only hesitated for a moment before flicking his hand. The jade liquid dripping from the jade essence flew into the air with a dang sound, and unexpectedly produced a metallic sound. Then, Xiaohua slightly opened his hand, and his 5 fingers grabbed the jade liquid from afar. He spun it, and the entire jade essence began to rotate. Moreover, as the rotation intensified, a tiny vortex appeared in the middle of the jade liquid. Then, Xiaohua began to form hand seals. It was the fireball talisman that he was most familiar with. When the talisman took shape, Xiaohua grabbed it with his hand and shouted, "Go!" The talisman flickered with a trace of bright yellow brilliance and rushed into the jade liquid. Gotcha! The talisman landed in the center of the jade liquid, where the vortex appeared, and a small yellow appeared in the depths of the vortex. What seemed to be a swift small hurricane produced a powerful suction force from the small, and it was sucked out from the place where Xiaohua's hand seals were formed. The magic power around Xiaohua's body surged, and it surged violently towards the small. Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This jade talisman is really amazing. Xiaohua's magic power was so profound now, it was comparable to the peak of the late gold core stage. Although the magic power required by this jade talisman could be supported by a middle gold core stage, to send out so much magic power in such a short period of time, perhaps even a late gold core stage would not be able to maintain it. Only this young master's meridians are thick, and my magic power is vigorous, so I can send so much magic power into the jade talisman in such a short period of time. Xiaohua saw that the jade talisman was about to take shape in a few flicks of his fingers, and secretly thought, if there is even a trace of magic power stagnant, the jade talisman will be broken. Chapter 2464. Just when Xiaohua was slightly distracted, the flow of magic power wasn't too smooth. With a loud bang, a fireball that was almost 10 times the size of Xiaohua's fireball talisman appeared. The jade talisman that Xiaohua was about to successfully refine actually exploded. Withdraw! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His right hand didn't dare to be negligent. He used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered the fireball. Fortunately, Xiaohua's movements were still considered fast. When the fireball was annihilated, Xiaohua's Daoist robe was also somewhat damaged. The fireball produced by the jade talisman was actually comparable to Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. Haha, it really is a jade talisman. Extraordinary, extraordinary. Xiaohua, who had always liked to use the fireball talisman to bully others, had an excited brilliance flash in his eyes. The technique that was commonly used during the qi refining stage could now reappear in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua immediately savored the failure just now and somewhat understood. It wasn't just that he was somewhat distracted just now. More importantly, when the fireball talisman was formed, the infusion of magic power had to depend on the degree of condensation of the talisman. Depending on the complexity of the talisman and even the speed of condensation, different amounts of magic power poured in would cause it to explode. This was much more difficult than forming hand seals and refining talismans. Perhaps I should use Buddhist awareness to observe. Xiaohua thought of Buddhist awareness and immediately rested for a bit before refining again. With the release of Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua very keenly perceived the speed of the jade talisman's condensation and the complexity of the talisman's nearby runes. In addition, his control of magic power was also very subtle. The first fireball jade talisman was very easy to refine. With a crisp sound, like the cry of a fire sparrow, a flame-like bright yellow jade talisman fell in midair. At this time, Xiaohua already had a somewhat unperturbed expression as he caught the jade talisman. In the naked eye, circles of brilliance flashed from the jade talisman. It was the color of flames. Moreover, the entire jade talisman was also flat, extremely similar to the shape of flames. No wonder it's called a jade talisman. The formation of the runes within the jade talisman required an enormous amount of magic power. It was precisely because this magic power was used to construct the entire jade talisman that the amount of magic power required to activate the jade talisman was not much. It is precisely because such a large amount of Fa Li is condensed within the jade talisman that when the jade talisman is activated, it can absorb a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This is why the fireball talisman is so powerful. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed as he quietly looked at the exceptionally exquisite fireball talisman and secretly pondered. However, the strange thing is, this seems to be my first time refining a jade talisman. But why did yours truly have a familiar feeling in his heart? It seems like this young master should know how to refine it. Moreover, this technique was originally used to refine jade talismans. Could it be that, in my 10,000 demon realm, jade talismans are extremely common? Xiaohua now felt that he should be from the 10,000 demon realm. After refining the first fireball jade talisman, Xiaohua easily refined a few more jade talismans before stopping. He clapped his hands and wanted to take out Tu Hong's storage bag. To be honest, after taking away Tu Hong's storage bag, Xiaohua was a little regretful. After all, as a sword cultivator, he would not care too much about a cultivator's storage bag, especially when a nascent soul cultivator was close to him. His habitual action would easily expose his identity as a cultivator. However, since he had already taken it, what's the use of regretting it? With that thought in mind, Xiaohua's mind reached for the bag of holding. Just as he was about to take it out, however, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I shouldn't take out the bag of holding. What if there's something special in there? Wouldn't it expose my whereabouts? It's best to be careful. Thinking about it, Xiaohua only opened the storage bag in the space. His mind was now trained well, and he could already complete simple actions. Tu Hong's storage bag had a lot of things, and it was also abnormally complicated. Xiaohua only took out San Ling's magic treasure and some jade slips, and after looking through them, he found the method to refine the ice deadly mirror. Moreover, in the space, he carefully examined it with his primordial spirit. This ice deadly mirror is actually divided into two parts? Xiaohua looked for a moment and was surprised. This San Ling's magic treasure is also a part of the ice deadly mirror, but it can control the array, and through the array, see things that can't be seen by spiritual sense. That's why it was divided into two parts by Tu Hong? That's not right. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua frowned again. This ice deadly mirror can not only create an extremely cold array, but it can also create an illusion array, and this mirror light can also hurt people. Even if the ice deadly mirror is refined to the extreme, it can also be used for short-distance teleportation. Why is it so similar to the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the rock border sect's Kunlun mirror. Unfortunately, at this moment, the pill refining cave's restriction flickered slightly, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit left the space. He patted the token in his bosom, releasing the restriction, and saw a message talisman fly in. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept over, and he jumped up with a smile. How come the two of you came out so quickly? Didn't eldest senior brother fight for dozens of days? Forget it. Since eldest senior brother isn't here, I can be considered an elder of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and Dui Qiming has become my Myriad Thunder Valley's wife, so I have to see her. I'll come back to cultivate in a few days. As for the ice deadly mirror, this young master won't be stupid enough to refine it in Sentry City. Isn't that courting death? Xiaohua put away all the items and was about to walk out of the pill refining cave when he suddenly thought of something. After a slight hesitation, he waved the token and opened the restriction. In the corridor outside the pill refining cave, Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan were standing respectfully in front of the cave entrance. Seeing Xiaohua's figure flash out, Dui Qiming's face flushed red, and she bowed respectfully. Qiming greets senior brother Xiao. Many thanks for senior brother's help. Cui Hongshan was also a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly bowed with Dui Qiming. Many thanks, senior brother. You two come in. Xiaohua waved his hand and returned to the pill refining room. If senior brother still wants to cultivate, this little brother and Qiming will leave first. Cui Hongshan was very polite and didn't want to disturb Xiaohua's cultivation. Come in, there's no need. Xiaohua's voice came from inside. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qiming, and Dui Qiming's eyes flashed with deep affection. She said, if senior brother wants to let us in, then let us in. It's also a farewell. Farewell? Xiaohua's voice was a little surprised. You're returning to Sky Thunder Peak so soon? Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming quickly entered the pill refining room and nodded with a smile. Yes, senior brother Minghui has already sent out a communication talisman. How about? At this point, Dui Qiming blushed again, and her face became hot. You two wait a moment. Xiaohua activated the pill refining room's restriction and said with a smile, wait for senior brother to be a little busy. With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the 7 Possibilities Sect's flowing cloud flying ship. This flying ship is better for senior brother to use. Cui Hongshan thought Xiaohua wanted to give him the flowing cloud flying ship and hurriedly waved his hand. I wanted to give it to you and let you bring it back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua laughed mischievously. Unfortunately, it's already been seen by the 7 Possibilities Sect's disciples. I'm afraid there will be a dispute. Oh, so it's like that. Cui Hongshan was also worried. The 7 Possibilities Sect is the most tyrannical. Since they've seen it, senior brother will be in trouble. That's right. Xiaohua nodded and threw the flowing cloud flying ship into the air. He released his divine sense and looked at it for a moment. He couldn't help but frown. This flowing cloud flying ship doesn't seem to have any imprint. Xiaohua immediately withdrew his divine sense and released his Buddhist consciousness to carefully look at it. Oh, so it's here. In the inner layer of the flowing cloud flying ship, there was actually an imprint, 3796, that divine sense couldn't detect at all. This is probably the flowing cloud flying ship serial number. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. If the 7 Possibilities Sect knows about this serial number, wouldn't they be able to find out who has it? Then the matter at Chicken Crow Mountain will be troublesome. Xiaohua waved his hand and used his magic power to wipe away the imprint, leaving no trace behind. All right, let's go. Xiaohua's heart was set. He waved his hand and stored the flowing cloud flying ship into his space. Senior brother, actually, this flying ship isn't anything good. If the 7 Possibilities Sect forces it, it's better to return it to them. Cui Hongshan said worriedly. And I have my own plans. Although Xiaohua didn't say it out loud, when had something in his hands ever been taken away by others? Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't take it away, so why would he care about what the 7 Possibilities sect wanted? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Cui Hongshan looked at Dui Qiming and said tactfully. See. Xiaohua very sensitively understood Cui Hongshan's meaning. He couldn't help but recall Qian Mo's awe-inspiring righteousness attitude in the Yanxi residence's discussion hall, as well as his attitude towards Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This young master neglected this important point. And I understand. Xiaohua replied indifferently. You all should return to Sky Thunder Peak as soon as possible. There's no need to worry about these things. Also, here are 2 medicinal pills. You all should take them. Yes, Cui Hongshan no longer had the feeling of superiority from before. He respectfully replied and carefully took the 2 unremarkable rejuvenation pills. See, Dui Qiming obviously knew about these pills as a fanatical expression appeared in his eyes. They're just ordinary medicinal pills. Don't think too much. Xiaohua saw this and waved his hand casually. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Qiming's heart trembled. She didn't say anything else and took the pill from the jade bottle. She felt the flickering lightning in her meridians. How could she not know? That feeling of gratitude was like the water of the heavenly river flowing endlessly. That was because Xiaohua used several 100,000 spirit stones worth of rejuvenation pills as a favor. How could she not be grateful? AI, what a pity. The ageless pills I kept are already gone. I still have to find time to refine some more. Xiaohua, the mysterious alchemy grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent, thought. Chapter 2465. Xiaohua had just flown out of the cave with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming when he was shocked by the lively scene in the cave. This was the 2nd time Xiaohua had come to the cave, but both times it was unusually deserted. Few people from the Imperial Thunder sect came close, which made the disciples of the Sky Patrol City look down on the Imperial Thunder sect. They could not help but be arrogant. However, at this time, there were several lines of disciples in front of the cave. All of them were in the late stage of foundation establishment. They were all handing over to the disciples guarding the cave and were about to enter the cave. Damn it, it's really a night of spring breeze, thousands of pear trees blooming. Looking at the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect who suddenly appeared, Xiaohua was dumbfounded and inexplicably recited a poem. Ha, fellow Daoist Xiao. Not far away, the guard of the Sky Patrol City, Chang Shu, flew over and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, have you finished your meditation? Just now, I saw your message and wanted to go in. However, it just so happens that a golden core cultivator wants to enter the cave, so I can't leave. Moreover, fellow Daoist token it's from another sect, so I'll wait here. Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Daoist Chang, I'll remember your kindness. Fellow Daoist Xiao is too polite, it's just a small matter. Chang Shu said embarrassedly. Oh, right, why did my Imperial Thunder sect suddenly have so many disciples coming to the cave? Previously, it seemed very deserted. Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked in a low voice. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't know. Chang Shu also smiled and said, Yesterday, your Imperial Thunder sect used dozens of thunderboats to send many disciples to the Sky Patrol City. It's said that there are many disciples in the late stage of foundation establishment. Some of them want to refine pills themselves and some, I'm afraid that it's inconvenient to cultivate in the quiet room, so they came to the cave to cultivate. Then he said with a serious face, Actually, after my martial uncle Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian, not only did my Sky Patrol City increase the defense of the city, but the Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall also issued an order to the various sects to mobilize their disciples to come to the Sky Patrol City to support. Your sect's disciples are the earliest to arrive. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded. Then he thought to himself, not only that. Perhaps someone from the Imperial Thunder sect had come to participate in some impossible ceremony? Hee, you guys better go back and participate. Xiaohua was proud of himself. At this time, a few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples arrogantly walked past Xiaohua and the others. They looked at Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan with dissatisfaction. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng hurriedly moved to the side and slightly bowed. Even though Xiaohua couldn't recognize which lightning palace these disciples were from, he felt displeased just by looking at them. He was too lazy to salute them. His behavior naturally attracted the cold gazes of many late-stage Foundation establishment realm disciples. What's the point of glaring? When you return from the battlefield, it won't be too late to glare at this young master. Xiaohua immediately thought of Kun Yunhe and the others and sneered in his heart. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao, let's talk over here. Don't block the path of our late Foundation establishment senior brothers. Chang Shu said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand. There's no need. Fellow Daoist Chang, you should be busy. I'm going back. Good. If fellow Daoist Xiao has anything to do with this Chang, please let me know. Chang Shu said very politely. Xiaohua didn't comment and was about to fly away. But at this moment he thought of something and transmitted his voice. Fellow Daoist Chang, this Xiao has something to ask. Fellow Daoist Xiao is too polite again. Chang Shu raised his eyebrows and said very discontentedly, Fellow Daoist, if you have something to ask, just say it. Oh, it's like this. This Xiao has participated in a secret auction in Jinghua City. I wonder if there is such a secret auction in Sentry City? Xiaohua transmitted his voice and asked. This. Chang Shu looked around. Although he was transmitting his voice, he was still cautious. He said, this kind of secret auction naturally exists, but this Chang's status is not high and has never participated. Oh, so it's like this. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Chang. Xiaohua was quite disappointed. He cupped his hands and said, then pretend this Xiao didn't say anything. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Chang Shu hurriedly shouted, if fellow Daoist wants to participate, this Chang can help to inquire. If there is news, this Chang will inform fellow Daoist Xiao. Very good. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Chang Shu didn't have any confidence, so he didn't have any expectations in his heart. He cupped his hands again and flew away with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng. Sure enough, as Chang Shu said, the Imperial Thunder sect had replenished a lot of disciples. The entire station was very lively at this time. The disciples flying around were all in the middle and late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Looking at their excited expressions, it was as if they came to Sentry City to pick up military achievements. I don't know how the conference hall fooled them. Xiaohua turned his head and looked at Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan. The two of them also had a sigh. After all, they came back from the battlefield and had long known the danger and blood. Not to mention the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even the Gold Core realm cultivators and illusory swordsmen, who had full confidence to protect themselves. Besides, it was easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Who knew where a hidden arrow would fly out and take your life? When they arrived at the meditation place, Xiaohua had already seen 20 to 30 disciples in the middle and late stage of the Foundation establishment realm standing there with dissatisfaction on their faces. In the middle of these disciples were Zhen Minghui and the others. Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Xiu Su, and the others had awkward expressions on their faces. They cupped their hands left and right, as if they were explaining something, seeing Xiaohua flying over from afar with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng. Zhen Minghui and the others showed joy. They raised their heads and were about to say something. A disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm opposite Zhen Minghui also noticed it. He turned his head and looked at Xiaohua and the others. He said coldly, Disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley, what a big show. You actually dare to make us wait here. Even if I was here, I'm afraid you wouldn't be like this. Cui Hongshan's face changed. He was not in a hurry to explain to Xiaohua in detail. He hurriedly flew a few feet forward and shouted. It turned out to be Martial Uncle Xianxia of the Thousand Thunder Mountain. I'm really sorry. Don't call me Martial Uncle. You're now a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Just call me Senior Brother. The cultivator was a little arrogant, but also a little jealous as he waved his hand. Thousand Thunder Mountain? Xiaohua followed behind Cui Hongshan. He was a little puzzled. He had never heard of any Thousand Thunder Mountain. You flatter me, you flatter me. I've heard of Martial Uncle Zhen's reputation as soon as I entered the Thunderclap Palace. Even though I've cultivated to the late stage of Foundation establishment, I'm still unable to reach Martial Uncle Zhen's level. Cui Hongshan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Besides, once Martial Uncle comes to Sky Patrol City, when you return to Sky Thunder Peak, won't you be a Golden Core cultivator? It's better for me not to change my address. Cui Hongshan, you're not bad. Zhen Shan was very happy. He smiled and said, You disciples from the cultivation families all know etiquette very well. You're much better than Yu Qian and the others. This old man thought that the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect had received some sect master's commendation order, and their tails were so high that they couldn't even see a group of old bones in their eyes. It turns out, this old man really misunderstood. Of course. Although Cui Hongshan didn't know what was going on, his words were watertight. This junior followed Senior Brother and the others to another place to do something, so I came back late. Please forgive me, Martial Uncle Zhen. Oh, Martial Uncle Zhen, this is Junior's Senior Brother Xiaohua, and this is Senior Sister Dui Qiming from the Thunder Conversion Palace. I'm afraid Martial Uncle hasn't seen them before. After Cui Hongshan finished dealing with them, he gave Zhen Minghui a look and introduced Xiaohua and Dui Qiming. Junior greets Martial Uncle Zhen. When Dui Qiming heard Cui Hongshan's greeting, she naturally couldn't be rude, so she had to follow Cui Hongshan and call him Martial Uncle. Xiaohua frowned slightly and cupped his hands. Xiaohua greets Senior Brother Zhen. Zhen Shan was all smiles. After all, it was a very honorable thing to let a mid-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Thunder Conversion Palace call him Martial Uncle. However, when Xiaohua's senior brother entered his ears, his face immediately changed. Zhen Shan nodded faintly. He looked up and down and sneered, You're really a rogue cultivator. Now you're only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. My martial nephew Wang Yunxiao, who entered the Thunder Conversion Palace at the same time as you, is already at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but you're still at the early stage of Foundation establishment. AI, you have to consult martial nephew Cui more. Yunxiao? Xiaohua was stunned, then immediately understood where Zhen Shan's Thousand Thunder Mountain was. Wasn't it the place Zhen Yu was in charge of? That Zhen Yu who had some grudges with 10,000 Thunder Valley's helplessness and some unclear entanglements? Yu Qian? Wasn't that Zhen Yu Qian who didn't know how to practice? Haha, Senior Brother Zhen must be joking. How can this Xiao compare to Wang Yunxiao? At most, this Xiao can only compare to Zhen Yu Qian. Oh, right, I wonder if martial nephew Yu Qian has reached Foundation establishment? Xiaohua didn't put Zhen Shan in his eyes and asked with a smile. Cui Hongshan was originally afraid that Xiaohua would be angry, but seeing him laugh, he felt relieved. As soon as Xiaohua mentioned martial nephew Zhen Yu Qian, Zhen Shan's face turned a little green, and he said coldly, The matters of my Thousand Thunder Mountain don't need others to care about. Then he turned to Cui Hongshan and said, Cui Hongshan, take out your Imperial Thunder Sect's first team captain token. After that, he didn't explain anymore and waited for Cui Hongshan to take out the token. Although Zhen Shan was the master of Thunder Palace, they were now in Sky Patrol City, which was a Dao cultivator battle. How could the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team captain token be easily given to others? Junior dares not disobey the master's order. Cui Hongshan was still polite. However, I don't know why Martial Uncle Zhen wants the token. Captain Cui. Zhen Minghui, who was next to him, finally interrupted. Martial Uncle Zhen and the others are here to participate in the battle. Their resting place is arranged here. The disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team will immediately follow Martial Uncle Zhen's Thunderboat back to Sky Thunder Peak. Oh, Cui Hongshan understood that Zhen Shan wanted his captain token to gain control of the pavilion's restriction. However, if Cui Hongshan handed over the control of the pavilion, they would immediately board the Thunderboat. What about Xiaohua? Xiaohua would not return with the Thunderboat. What about the disciples on duty? Cui Hongshan looked around and asked in a low voice. Chapter 2466. Yes, Captain Cui. The disciple on duty has been waiting for a long time, but he didn't see Captain and Senior Brother Xiao, so he left first. Zhen Minghui whispered. Hee, Martial Uncle Zhen, please wait a moment. Cui Hongshan smiled apologetically. We're about to leave Sky Patrol City, but Senior Brother Xiao still wants to stay. We have to ask Senior Brother Xiao where he's resting before we hand over the token. A disciple in the later stage of Foundation establishment sneered. What's a disciple in the early stage of Foundation establishment staying here for? It's better to go back to Myriad Thunder Valley than to be a disciple on duty. Hee, Martial Uncle Jianfeng, you're exaggerating. Cui Hongshan obviously knew this disciple and smiled. Senior Brother Xiao is the most outstanding person in the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect. He's definitely a nightmare for sword cultivators if he stays on the battlefield. It's just a coincidence. You and I are both disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, so there's no need to show off those superficial military exploits. Zhen Jianfeng sneered. Zhen can bet with you that when we walk on the battlefield, none of our disciples will have less merits than you. Why do you have to flatter yourself? You'd better hand over the token quickly. We're tired and need to rest. Go back and have some peace. We still have to go to the battlefield. Martial uncles, please wait a moment. When it came to matters involving Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan didn't dare to be negligent. Right now, he understood Xiaohua's lethality even better than Xiang Yang. He bowed and said, Junior will go and find the disciple on duty. Let's arrange a place for my senior brother to cultivate first. Cui Hongshan. Zhen Shan angrily said, according to the arrangement of the disciples on duty, this resting pavilion is a quiet room for 20 or so people. Even if you, the senior martial brother, were to stay here, it is absolutely impossible for you to stay here. What is the meaning of this? If other disciples of Thunder Palace come, it's fine. But I'm a master of Thunder Palace. How can I stay here and wait? Do you still want my face? Cui Hongshan's gaze swept across the area. Indeed, the lively scene on the left had already quieted down. Many disciples had already entered the pavilion, and those who had come out had already been arranged to familiarize themselves with the environment. Only Zhen Shan and the others had yet to enter the quiet room. However, even though Cui Hongshan looked troubled, he still shook his head and said, Senior Uncle Zhen, don't worry. This junior will be back soon. It won't take long. Seeing Cui Hongshan's persistence, Xiaohua inwardly nodded. He felt that everything he had done for Cui Hongshan had been repaid. Since his junior brother was so protective of him, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with Zhen Shan. The alchemy cave was much better than this place. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, two initial stage Foundation establishment disciples on duty flew over and said loudly, Where is the Thunder Controlling Sect's first squad? Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and hurriedly went over to greet them. He bowed and said, Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad captain, Cui Hongshan, greets the two junior brothers. Hee, please check the token, Captain Cui. The disciple in front said with a smile on his face, Captain Cui's outstanding military service is a role model for us disciples to follow. When we return to the Imperial Thunder Sect this time, we will definitely be rewarded by the sect master. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Cui Hongshan took out the token and handed it to the disciple. He said again, We are returning to the Sky Thunder Peak, but my senior brother still has to stay in the encampment. What's his arrangement? The disciple took Cui Hongshan's token and checked it before returning it to Cui Hongshan. He smiled apologetically and said, This disciple doesn't know. This disciple only received an order to invite the thunder-controlling sect's first squad of 6 people to board the Sky Thunder Boat number 1 as the first meritorious service to return to the Sky Thunder Peak. The other disciples really don't know. Captain Chui, we have already been here once before. We can't wait any longer. The Thunderboat has been waiting outside Sky Patrol City for a long time. Not to mention that the sword cultivators will find out after a long time there will be some trouble on the way back. It's not good to let the sect master wait on the Sky Thunder Peak. Another Foundation establishment disciple said with some envy. Yes, Captain Chui, the sect master has already said that he will personally welcome the first squad at the Sky Thunder Peak. This is the only time in this Tao cultivator battle. Chui Hongshan's face showed a burst of excitement, but then he calmed down. The first squad of the thunder-controlling sect had made great contributions, but to put it bluntly, it was all Xiaohua's credit. He didn't deserve such generous treatment. Moreover, Chui Hongshan understood that Master Qian Lazy's action was not only because of the first squad's contribution, but also because of Tu Hong, right? Hee, junior brother Chui. Xiaohua said with a smile, you can go and give the restriction on the token to Jinshan and the others. Now that you are all leaving, I'm too lazy to stay with them. Well, seeing something reminds me of someone is the most hurtful. This. Chui Hongshan shook his head slightly. Even if I hand over the restriction on the token, I should let them arrange a place for senior brother to rest first, right? I'm afraid that they will forget about senior brother. Hee, that's actually possible. Xiaohua realized Chui Hongshan's thoughtfulness and said with a smile, however, if they arrange it, I'm afraid they will arrange it with someone else. Not only was the disciple on duty abnormally respectful, but the 2 Foundation establishment disciples leading Chui Hongshan and the others were also surprised when they saw Xiaohua fly towards them. They even stopped in midair and bowed. Greetings, senior brother Li Zongbao. May I know why senior brother has come to my Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment? Chui Hongshan and the others naturally knew why Li Zongbao came, but they also bowed and saluted. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently at the disciple on duty, but he looked at Chui Hongshan with some surprise and said, Chui Hongshan, you're also at the middle stage of Foundation establishment? Li Zongbao used the word, actually, rather casually, as if a senior was giving pointers to a junior. Chui Hongshan didn't feel anything wrong in his heart and hurriedly said with a smile, this disciple had some opportunities, but I barely reached the middle stage of Foundation establishment. I'm a little ashamed to say this. And Li Zongbao seemed to use some kind of magic to look at Chui Hongshan for a moment, and his eyes flashed with faint colors. He immediately nodded and said, your foundation is not bad. Previously, I felt that you rushing into the middle stage of Foundation establishment might be disadvantageous to your future cultivation, but it seems that I was overthinking it. Li Zongbao didn't say anything else and looked Dui Qiming up and down. He said, is this Dui Qiming? This servant greets senior brother Li Zongbao. Dui Qiming's face was slightly red. She naturally knew why Li Zongbao knew about her, and she bowed again. And Li Zongbao nodded. I heard that you have a better choice. However, it's really good to see you following Chui Hongshan back to the sect. I can only say that your choice is very wise. Dui Qiming lightly bit her lips, and her face flushed red again. She smiled apologetically and said, this servant is Chui Hongshan's partner. Even if it's thousands of years, this servant must stay by Chui Hongshan's side. Good, Li Zongbao clapped his hands and took out a message talisman. He handed it to Dui Qiming and said proudly, this is my message talisman. Just based on what you said, this servant will agree to help you with one thing. If you have any difficulties, feel free to look for me. Chapter 2467. Dui Qiming's face lit up with joy. She reached out to receive it and bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior brother Li. Senior brother Li is generous. Xiaohua smiled when he saw Li Zongbao looking at him. What happened so quickly? Why don't you wait until I send you guys to the Thunder ship? It's urgent. You don't have to send us off. Li Zongbao said faintly. I've received news that that guy is near Flowing Ice Valley. You and I should hurry over. Senior brother Li, that's not necessary. Xiaohua felt a little bored. Why don't you follow me to Sky Patrol City? After we send junior brother Cui and the others off, we can set off immediately. No. Li Zongbao's face darkened and he did not agree. Xiaohua frowned, but his heart was moved. He knew that Li Zongbao wasn't such an unreasonable person. There must be some reason for his actions, so he didn't delay and said to Cui Hongshan and the others, since that's the case, this Xiao won't send you off. Return to Sky Thunder Peak and cultivate well. After the battle, this Xiao will return to Sky Thunder Peak to look for you. Yes, senior brother Li. We have our own arrangements. Cui Hongshan was even more mindful of the Seven Skills sect. He quickly bowed and said, Senior brother Li, hurry and follow Senior brother Li. All right, Xiaohua cupped his hands and beckoned. Senior brother Li, let's go. Unfortunately, just as he led Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao away, dozens of Sky Patrol City's disciples and a few Seven Skills sect's disciples rushed over from the entrance of the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment. In front of them was a patrolling disciple from the Imperial Thunder sect who was leading the way with an unhappy expression. That's the guy. The Xiaohua. Li Zongbao's white hair and red Daoist robe were really eye-catching. The Seven Skills sect's disciple had just flown over when his gaze landed on Xiaohua's face. Following the disciple's shout, the dozens of Sky Patrol City's disciples immediately surrounded Xiaohua and the others. It's too late. Li Zongbao's expression changed slightly. He clapped his hand and took out the conference hall token. He said coldly, I have the conference hall token. Who dares to stop me? Senior Li. The Seven Possibilities sect disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this disciple didn't know that Senior Martial Brother Li was here. This disciple apologizes to Senior Martial Brother Li. The other Seven Skills sect disciples also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Although Li Zongbao wanted to get away, he was not Zhang Qingxiao or Qian Diheng. He was not the arrogant and domineering type. Seeing the Seven Skills sect's disciples' respectful attitude, he could only frown and ask, what is the matter? I'm about to bring my two junior brothers to Flowing Ice Valley to kill Qin Jian. How dare you block my battle achievements? Senior brother Li, don't be angry. That Seven Skills sect disciple hastily smiled apologetically. This disciple absolutely does not dare to obstruct Senior Martial Brother Li's battle achievements. This disciple is only following orders from the assembly hall to invite Junior Martial Brother Xiaohua to the assembly hall. It's fine as long as Junior Martial Brother Xiao goes. Senior Martial Brother Li doesn't need to go. Of course, Junior Brother Xiao is my good friend, and we are used to working together. He is the one who can kill Qin Jian. Without Junior Brother Xiao, wouldn't I be sending myself to my death? Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, don't stand in the way. The Seven Skills sect disciple did not expect Li Zongbao to be here and was somewhat at a loss. Move aside. Li Zongbao glanced at the surrounding Sky Patrol City disciples and said coldly, don't force me to take out my immortal piercing whip. Senior Martial Brother Li. The Sky Patrol City disciples who blocked Li Zongbao's path also cried out miserably, please don't make things difficult for this lowly one. This lowly one was sent to invite Junior Martial Brother Xiao. I know nothing else. Are you going to move aside or not? Li Zongbao did not say much and asked coldly. Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, felt strange. He did not understand why Li Zongbao was making such a big fuss. Hence, he whispered, Senior Martial Brother Li, isn't it just going to the assembly hall? Is there a need for this? You dare to go to the assembly hall? Li Zongbao looked at him from head to toe and was also puzzled. Why wouldn't I dare to go? Xiaohua glanced at the Seven Skills sect disciple. At most, the Seven Skills sect will ask for the flowing cloud-flying ship. However, it's only been a few days and they're already back? At this moment, Xiao Mao cupped his hands and said, Senior Martial Brother, I wonder why Senior Marshal Brother wants to go to the assembly hall? If you can explain it clearly, perhaps it will be easier. The 7 Skills sect disciples looked at each other bitterly and whispered, "What else can it be? Of course it's that thing." "Are you going to the assembly hall?" Li Zongbao asked again. "Go." Xiaohua waved his hand. "This matter will come sooner or later. I didn't expect it to come so soon." "There are many things you didn't expect," Li Zongbao said with a double meaning. Senior Marshal Brother Li, "What do you mean?" Xiaohua was stunned. Li Zongbao did not say much. He just waved his hand and said indifferently, "If you want to go, then go." The Imperial Thunder sect disciples had long been curious. Many of them were even watching from the side. Cui Hongshan and the others were even more anxious. Xiaohua glanced at them and said with a smile, "Junior Marshal Brother, you can go by yourself. It's no big deal. At worst, you can just return the flowing cloud-flying ship to them." Cui Hongshan knew that Xiaohua was stingy and was afraid that he would not return it. Now that he heard Xiaohua agree, he was relieved and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, although the flowing cloud-flying ship is a good thing, it doesn't belong to our Imperial Thunder sect. You can enjoy it in your hands, but it's also troublesome. Why don't you return it to them? When I have time, I'll see if there are any other flying magic tools." Senior Marshal Brother obtained a lot of flying swords from the battlefield. "I should be able to exchange them for one." "You can go without worry." Xiaohua waved his hand and flew up. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao followed closely and headed out of the encampment. The 7 Skills sect disciples and dozens of Sky Patrol City disciples did not dare to be negligent. They surrounded the encampment as if to protect and restrain them. Behind them, many disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were left wondering and whispering. The meeting hall of the Yanxi residence was still the same as before. The only difference was that the praying mat Tu Hong was sitting on was now empty. However, looking at the expressions of the Dao sect cultivators, none of them were abnormal. It was as if the praying mat being empty was normal. It was something they were used to. If it was not empty, they would not be used to it. Xiaohua followed the 7 Possibilities sect disciple into the conference hall. When he saw the golden core cultivator wearing a navy blue Daoist robe sitting at the head of the table, his heart skipped a beat. Not good. The person on duty today was actually 7 Possibilities sect's Wang Yi. Junior Marshal Brother Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect greets Marshal Uncle Wang. The 7 Skills sect disciples bowed and said. And Wang Yi saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao appear behind Xiaohua and frowned. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave now." After the 7 Skills sect disciples left, Wang Yi looked at Li Zongbao and said, "Marshal nephew Li Zongbao, why are you here?" "No reason." Li Zongbao bowed and said, "I was about to bring Junior Marshal Brother Xiao to Flowing Ice Valley when I was surrounded by dozens of Sky Patrol City guards and several disciples of your sect. We thought it was a sword cultivator in disguise and almost attacked. If Junior Marshal Brother Xiao did not stop us." "What? Zongbao, did someone attack us in Sky Patrol City?" Heng Zhao immediately said coldly, "Which disciple is so bold?" They wanted to attack us." Li Zongbao also said coldly, "Now that the Sky Patrol City is in a state of panic, everyone is under attack. I also received the news and wanted to kill Qin Jian to avenge Senior Tu Hong, but someone was blind enough to block my path." Wang Yi originally wanted Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to leave first, but after hearing Li Zongbao's words, he was a little embarrassed and angry. He had no reason to let them leave. If he forcefully sent them out, it would make him look guilty. Li Zongbao, Wang Yi also stopped being amiable and said faintly, "My 7 Skills sect's disciples work together with the Sky Patrol City's city guards to invite Imperial Thunder sect's Xiaohua to the conference hall for questioning. There were many people, so we were worried that something might happen in the Sky Patrol City and Xiaohua's life might be in danger. That's why we sent many people. You've misunderstood the good intentions of the meeting hall." "And I understand." Li Zongbao nodded. "They didn't attack us, but I don't understand. Why can't they wait until we return from Flowing Ice Valley? Qin Jian is near Flowing Ice Valley now." Li Zongbao, Wang Yi said lightly, Qinjian is not in flowing ice valley now, it's useless even if you go. That's strange. How does Martial Uncle Wang know that Qinjian is not in flowing ice valley? Did he go back to Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao's behavior today was a little overboard. He actually questioned a golden core master in front of everyone, and his words were vaguely sarcastic. Wang Yi was a little embarrassed and angry. He glared at Li Zongbao and said, Li Zongbao, this is the meeting hall of Yanxi Prefecture. You don't have the right to question my meeting hall. Cough cough Zongbao, hurry up and apologize to Martial Uncle Wang Yi. Heng Zhao coughed and scolded. Yes, I know my mistake. I didn't know that Martial Uncle Wang Yi could confirm Qinjian's whereabouts. I've learned my lesson. Li Zongbao bowed and said. Ha, the golden core cultivators of Lian country laughed. Li Zongbao, if you say another word, I'll exercise my right to be on duty. Wang Yi was embarrassed and angry. He pointed his finger and said. Sure enough, Li Zongbao straightened his back and stood straight. He didn't say a word, not even a word to admit defeat. Although the golden core cultivators of Lian country didn't laugh, they couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohua, do you know why the meeting hall called you here? Wang Yi turned his head and said coldly to Xiaohua. He couldn't do anything to Li Zongbao, but it was no problem to deal with Xiaohua. How can I know? Xiaohua said blankly, but the meeting hall is where the masters are in charge, not where the experts are. I have nothing to be afraid of. The others didn't say anything, but Heng Zhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew very well what Wang Yi was planning, and Xiaohua obviously knew what was going on. He even compared the conference hall with a strong person in front of everyone. It was even worse than Li Zongbao's words just now. He now somewhat understood why his precious disciple was so protective of Xiaohua. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.